Monsters in the night and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
One plus one is two quick maths. That's what we're doing this weekend. Welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series 2v2 tournament for the European region. We started yesterday. Had some great action, as you can see on your screen, and I expect that to continue to today. Welcome in. I'm Leaf, and to talk about everything that happened yesterday and everything that's going to happen today, I brought some friends along. Turtle, Stumpy, and Cole. Welcome into the show. And someone forgot to tell me to push my hair to the side. All right.
Yeah, you got to
Now
go
we're ready.
towards
Come
the
on.
middle to the left. That's the play. To the right,
Yeah.
rather.
Wait, what do we do?
Middle to
There
the
you go.
right.
Just
Okay, there it is. There it
see
is.
what happens. Whoever ends
Beautiful.
up is fine.
Turtle's got the Superman curl. I like this.
I love
What can I
it.
say, dude? Perfected it, you know? I was
Yeah.
working 3 hours this morning on it, so. I had to-
All right, and England.
England! I don't know what the context is, but England! That's like a sleeper word. I just needed to immediately support.
They're just agents. We got Bucky all of a sudden because of it. All right, well, what are we doing? That's a good question. We are going into 2v2s, as I said at the beginning there, and that means we're nearing the end of our entire season. The World Championships are on their way. Dickey's Arena coming up, but we got a few things Cole to get to first. 2s, 1s, and LCQs. So Cole, don't worry. There's still some
Yeah, I
Rocket
know.
League.
I was getting a little bit nervous there when you said we're coming to an end, but there's still so much more Rocket League to come, which made me feel a little bit better, Lee. So thank you. Thank you.
It does. But 2s are first. So I want to break down what's on the line here because, of course, money is on the line. You want to fight for some money. You're only sharing it with one other person, so that's nice as well. But the big prize is that single. Well, that's like 3 lines of text there. At the top there, qualifying to the Rocket League Championship Series. This first place spot, Stumpy, is going to be extremely coveted.
You head through to Worlds. Easy peasy, no problemo. You just need to beat the best of the best. And then there's money. There's money for you to win. If you get to the World Championship with the 3 other regions, North America, MENA, and South America, you're immediately locking in 10 grand for 3rd to 4th place. If then you win that series, you're then splitting $50,000 if you come second, and first takes away 6 big ones, $100,000 split between you and your bestie.
It's incredible. Like the fact that think it again, it's just 2 people gonna split that.
You just got to split it once.
not bad.
One time.
That's that's some good stuff. But again, getting to Worlds and be able to play is gonna be great. We probably have some favorites coming into this that might already be at Worlds because they're playing in 3s anyways, but maybe we'll get a surprise through this weekend. Only one way to find out is to play it. But we do want to get you caught up on everything that happened so far because we had some games playing yesterday. And if you guys missed what went on yesterday, let's get you all figured out here and sorted out. We had 2 groups, Group A and Group B. We're going to give you a couple storylines here. Just looking at this right off the bat, I think there was a few. We're not going to cover in depth here, but we can quickly talk about it, Turt. We had a couple favorites. Oski Naz were one of them alongside Edgeby and Nico. That was a good series to
Oh, absolutely. That was a banger. And I think that there were some series that did go the distance and we were thinking, okay, this is going to be a tight matchup. But for the most part, I think we walked away pretty happy and understanding that this is what we all predicted to happen and would unfold. Zenitto, of course, one that people are keeping their eyes on. That's going to be a team that is lethal moving into the future.
I mean, perfect transition because that's what we're talking about here. Zenitto. This was the story coming into this weekend. These 2, the synergy we've seen from them has been incredible, Cole. And they showed it. It showed us why we felt that way.
Yeah, I mean, they've not dropped a game so far, which is pretty much expected going through GHT and then spoilers, chemistry a little bit later on. But the question for these 2 is always going to be, how many goals are they going to get? And the answer was many goals. I mean, Stumpy, you've been a 2v2 huge fan for years, longer than me now. You got into this world before I did the world of 2v2. And I think it's plays like these guys were getting, which is why you love it so much.
I think it just allows you to be so much more mechanical. Another mechanical side that they were facing was Riz Fox and Eugen. They did a fantastic job of, I think, just controlling every single aspect of the game. Individually, you can show off a lot more, I think, in 2v2. That's what I enjoy about it. And I think Zen is one of those players where give him a little bit of space and there will be a huge chance for you to be able to mechanically wow your opponent. This player in particular fakes one, then immediately speeds it up. I loved it, and I think also, Cole, you mentioned that they hadn't lost a game. The only game they have lost was in the Swiss in their first round, so a long time ago now, and that was against TR. So they have been on an absolute tear at the moment. Toxic and Revsy, the only players who have taken a single game off those boys.
Well, hey, I mean, look at you guys. Wonderfully smooth on through to the next one because TR is what we got to look at. I mean, we started the day saying this was a team that we think is gonna be able to lock in, the team we want to keep an eye on, but it didn't really go that way to start. I mean, they had a rough start. Turtle against Chemistry.
Oh yeah, it was pretty difficult, and also seeing Chemistry then move on and not take a single game off, no miss, just fake. But TR managed to battled back, but it was a difficult one initially. I feel like they weren't connecting too well as a team. And, you know, in twos, if you're not utilizing that space well, then there's basically no point. You're in no man's land all the time. But they seem to pick things up, fix the gears that weren't turning against GHT, and slowly but surely they fought back.
I think as well, when you look at the start of the day, we were pointing out Toxic as a player who has done well in 3v3, but is not going to be up there in sort of anybody's top lists necessarily. In 2v2, you can definitely, I think, maybe start to rely on him to be, but the games yesterday, Cole, we saw those gold bonanzas. They only won in their final series by a single goal in every game. Just 2-1s across the board against Novo. So they're going to need to do more today, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think we expect a little bit more from TR, but the good news for them is that they have made it to the new day. They've made it to Saturday, and I always feel that the gap between Friday and Saturday is more of a hard reset than the gap between Saturday and Sunday, if that makes sense. Like a team that's not playing that great on a Saturday, they tend to sort of struggle on Sundays, whereas you can really struggle your way through on Friday, you make it through, you trudge your way there, and then come playoff day, it's a different version of yourselves. We're going to need to see that leap from TR if they are to live up to their potential.
But they did bounce on through. They got that lower bracket run. And again, a few other teams did make it through, of course. Oski Naz getting their push through as well. And then we did see Yujin and Reese Fox, who did beat TR in the upper bracket, make their way through as well. Over AB, which is a team that I had as one of my top start two there. But we did have Group B as well. That was only half the matches. And coming over here, you mentioned the goal bonanzas, Stumpy. This is where it happened. Oh my goodness, that round one, and KC was one of those teams. Let's show them KC's run here, because I think we're going to see the scoreline of their game one.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I can't remember which series it was in particular, but one of the series yesterday, we had 39 goals in it.
Not a prime number.
Not a prime number. I'm will be seething in the chat, I'm sure. Against Maximum Eco, which is this first match, I think KC, they scored and they went ahead, you know, a couple in a minute or so, and then they kept going, and then they kept going, and then the team was thinking, all right, guys, you've won. It's fine. Guys, you've won. Don't worry about it. Then against Canagiris, they went even further. They went 10-3 in game one, 5-3 in game two, and then 9-3. It's stupid.
Oh, that was the one. That was the one that ended with the ball about to go in, and then it hit the ground. That would have been 10 as well. So everyone else is seeing 9 goals for Carmine Corp in game 3. We were almost a little bit disappointed. Like, come on, Ventira. Come on, Juicy. You should be sinking that one. Unbelievable, guys. Only 9. Waste of time.
Well, I think when maybe it was Cole that brought it up, but we definitely hit a lot of our twos scoregamis yesterday.
I do want to see the chart. I need to see the 2v2 chart, because I guess it would all be brand new. So there was a point yesterday where, like, maybe the rarest one will be like 1-0. Maybe 1-0 is the
honestly,
only one we get to have.
Yeah, a team not scoring is going to be a difficult thing, because I don't think we're going to see anything like that today, but maybe, who knows. But another storyline throughout this was the rise to the potential curse. GK has had some trouble in threes, and it almost reared its head, Turtle, into the twos as well, as they had a couple of first sweeps on the portal.
Yeah, I mean, Manchester City ended up taking this game, and it was in a reverse sweep against GK, so we're all starting to think, oh no, what's happening here? Is this actually happening with GK? Has it continued on to 2v2s? And you could see that Seiko, I think we were all complimenting him a lot. He seemed like the foundation for this roster. You see him in the plays, getting the demos, landing behind the ball, backing it up a little bit, and he was all over the highlights. But GK, I think after that initial reverse sweep, they said, okay, we need to lock in. This is not going to continue to happen to us in twos.
And then it looked like it was good.
It almost did.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a little bit nervy for them, bless them, GK.
Yeah.
They then, against K2K, they went to game 5 after winning the first 2. And I think everybody, when it then went into the final overtime in game 5, we were all thinking, and Leaf said on the broadcast, it would be funny. It would be funny.
Tell me it wouldn't have been.
But in the end, of course, they managed to get through and then face off against Calagiris. And Cole, this one was a little bit more back to form.
Yeah, I think so. I think that GK really needed that close win. Once you get that, suddenly you breathe out a sigh of relief and you think, okay, we can win series. We're not just constantly going to get reverse swept every time it looks like we're going to do anything worth mentioning. And Yeah, I think like so much of this stuff gets in your head, right? Like I don't remember from your days that when something starts to be in your mind, it really does permeate.
Yeah, and you say it doesn't. Like, if you ask these players, like, oh, I'm not worried about it. But if there is that type of stereotype following your team, it's almost like the shadow that won't leave you alone. And you know they were thinking about it as we take a look at the whole outline of what Group B saw. And, you know, Leaf, what was your favorite match? I'm actually kind of curious. What were you really anticipating watching?
Actually, again, it came down to the storyline. I was just about to bring it up anyways. So thanks. The Acro Seiko and Tempo Matzer match there, because it was kind of that Seiko Tempo story, right? Of that swap and how Seiko kind of stole the spotlight over the threes. And now coming to twos, there's a chance for a little redemption there, which didn't happen. It was the reverse sweep. So Seiko once again gets the best. And maybe one day, you know, Tempo's going to get that revenge. But I thought that was a little fun addition to the great twos gameplay we got. Is a little bit of a, even if it's just us projecting it, a little bit of a personal.
Could I point out, I had a little look, so we're talking about Scorigami. There was a single 1-0 yesterday. There was one 1-0.
Okay, there you go.
One.
All right.
It was in Group B that we just saw. PCS Stride versus Man City, the fourth game. 1-0 on Utopia to PCS
Okay, so
Stride. But out of every game, there was a 3-0 and a 5-0 and only 1-0.
Okay. Well, I need to see that Scorigami. I hope.
And that didn't go into OT, right? Like it wasn't.
No OT. Yeah. In regulation. Yeah.
So now the next thing is, can we go into OT with 0-0?
Good question, but a question for another time. We got to keep moving on here. It's time for the best of the best. I knew coming into this weekend that we're going to get a lot of top plays. So here are progressive top plays. Turt, start us off.
Oh, yeah, and we got one initially just with Hyder hiding on the backboard, a little bit of an illusion. You're the defender. You don't know where he's at. Lands perfectly and says, I'm going to stay here for a second. I think a pass is coming. And in 2v2, you just don't do that. And that's why it worked. Coming to number 9, though, it's going to be Nas just stealing the spotlight off the ceiling, flip, reset. And if this is at number 9, you know the rest of the plays are going to be wild. This man, he's been doing it all season long, and he's going to continue to do it. And this time it's going to be even from further back. This is coast to coast, post to post, as Jorby often says. Flip, reset, all the way to the other side. And ladies and gentlemen, I think this is exactly how you'd want a 2v2 teammate to carry the ball and transition on the other side.
Number 7, Acro puts in the Batix. Look at this. It was looking like it was going to be an overtime in Game 5, and Acro said, nah, do you know what? TMS and my boy, because just before then, they got a couple of goals back as well. I think they put it into a position where this one was going to be going all the way to the OT. Acro was like, do you know what? No, I think I'd rather just win it now. This one, we had great fun with, because Stumpy told production to cut to a different game after this goal, which was good. More L Stumpies in chat. If you missed it, this is what Stumpy Goblin stole from us. Look at this touch here. There's Eugen. He gets it across. Riz Fox, one touch, second touch. That is a ridiculous goal. Good chow indeed. And then number 5, Oski, alongside Nas. I mean, Nas, all he has to do is sit and watch as Oski gets first the flip reset to the ceiling, but it's that extra touch that he gets as well. Look at this. Here's the first one in the air. No momentum. Doesn't matter. Flip reset to the ceiling. That touch there to take it away from the defender is incredible.
We've seen a couple of these ceiling resets too, because Acro then came in and gave it his own pop straight to the ceiling, into the reset. No boost as well, and beats both defenders. I love to see this pace of which he went up. He left the man on the floor, completely dusted, and just makes them guess. Lures one enough the back ball and then can pass it to Seiko. Didn't need the goal, got the pass regardless. Nas is back in action too, as he goes for one off the side, a second off the side, and then thinks finally, you know what, I'll give it a shot just to finish things off. The cherry on top, and Nas has been all over our top players. Love to see it. And a man that I think is impressing a lot of people, Matza. The lowest reset you might ever see. Essentially a ground reset, and he just about pips it past the final defender. Maybe thinks he's going for the double, but gets it instead. And so scoopy.
Now, those are great, okay? But there is nothing that is going to beat the number 1 play. Juke to Rezi, back to Juke, back to Rezi, in the air. There is simply no better chemistry you can have with a twos player in a single play. When they said 2v2s coming to RLCS, I think this is what we all envision.
I don't know how you I don't think we're gonna even top that today. I hope so.
You can't.
But
you can't.
That was just unreal. Teams, I put the challenge out to you. Get to our number 1 top plays for tomorrow today with something like that. But anyways, here's where we landed into our playoff stage. We move on to best of 7s, and of course, all these teams fighting for that coveted #1 spot to get to the World Championships. But before we get to that, we do got to do a little recap from around the world. This isn't the only 2v2 tournament happening this weekend. We do have Sam and APAC also playing. Sam being one of those other teams that does have a World Championship spot. APAC doesn't, but they are fighting for money too. Let's take a look at Sam first. And what's going on in that region? Again, I mentioned, Stumpy, that this is a World Championship spot. So there is a lot of, I guess, not just pride on the line here, but there's something meaningful for that grand finals.
Yeah, and of course, we didn't see Sam manage to make it through to the grand finals for the 1v1 last year, so maybe a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. But they are also playing off on this same weekend as we are, so they've got their playoff bracket sorted. You see there's a couple of teams that you might recognize. There is MIBR, and there is also Furia hanging out there going by Backyardigans. You might see that on a couple of brackets. And another team that I think that unfortunately didn't quite make it is the one that you're seeing face Fury at the moment is La Lele, I think we're going to call it. La Lele. They managed to go to 5 against Furia and then got sort of gently battered 11-2 in the final game. But they put up a fantastic performance, making sure that they at least were showing the depth that Sam is now having. It's not names that you'd necessarily recognize. It's not your Yans, your Swifts, your Losts, your Astromics. They're not players that have been making it in that 3v3 world. That's why I think 2v2 has been so important to add onto our new RLCS circuit into the calendar. So they managed to go to 5 against Furia, which is very cool, very impressive. But as I said, there's a lot of losses that they had in the final game. And then the other team I want to focus on is, or rather the other player, is Royales. So they managed to make their way through in the lower side of the bracket as well. And again, played off against Lelele, who went to 5 again, so close. The depth leap at the moment in South America is looking really impressive. And again, it's a brilliant chance to shine a spotlight on these very mechanical players.
I think that's the incredible thing to point out here is this is a chance for mechanical players to shine through, right? You got a little bit more of that space, a little bit more room to just have. I mean, that's why we all love that game mode as well. It's why it's the most queued game mode in Rocket League. It's easy to get into, showcase, and if you need to carry, there's only one person that can drag you down, right? So it is a great game mode for that. But we move over to APAC now because again, they've been playing through here, Cole, and they've actually already got their playoff stage on the go.
Yeah, we're on their way there with APAC at the moment, and in the upper bracket there was an absolutely fantastic match that we're about to walk you guys through. This is it. Here we go now. It's
Cash money.
TSM involved. Yep, exactly.
Cash,
on one
baby.
side, TSM the big boys, and Kinotrope on the other side. And it was Kinotrope that were absolutely smashing it. My boy Cash, I've been a big fan of him for a long time. Using the Dominus as well, it can be done at certain content creators. I think they've got to change.
Jamaican coconut, it can be done. You can
Don't be coy about it.
just use it, Jamaican coconut. That's not what's stopping you.
It's cooler. It's so much cooler. And yeah, there were 3 games up. And then TSM, Kevin and Sphinx, put on a huge comeback. This is maybe one of the 2v2 series of anywhere so far, because they're 3 games down. You think, man, it's got to be all over. And then they start scoring goal after goal, getting edgeable bumps all the way to Neo Tokyo. You know, can they force game 7 with the kickoff strats like that from Kevin? Kickoff Kevin, of course they can. All the way to game 7, and then TSM, they've got all the momentum. You think it's going to be theirs until Kinotrope, late equalizer, takes us to overtime. What's going to happen? It's Cash. Like Ginger Goat. Love the boy. So then you get all the way to getting a reverse sweep and then lose in overtime. Genuinely, that must be the most painful way to lose. So unlucky TSM. But, you know,
we'll give you
spots theirs.
Updates as that probably as that carries on as well. But reminder, both those regions are happening this weekend. So have as many browser tabs open as possible. Watch all the 2v2 Rocket League action. But I did show you the playoff bracket for EU, so let's get back into that because we want to do a little build a bracket. We're going to work together and figure out who wins here. Ooh. Same thing. We're going to go down the line, starting with Cole. You'll get that bottom match there, and you get to pick it. We can show disdain, but you get the final say on it. So Cole, start us off with that bottom match there.
Tempo Matza versus Toxic versus Revsy. We've got a team that started off slowly in TR versus the team that have finally got the monkey off their back in GK. I'm going to go with
TR English.
And they won their English. It's coming home. I think it's coming home. Any thoughts on that? That's a great shout there,
I
Stumpy.
personally think it's coming home.
Okay, let's go with that.
Okay. I think we've given them the bias here. Okay, well, Stumpy.
There you go.
Speaking of bias, let's give you a biased one here. Fusion, Rizfox, Lil Mo, and Sazen.
Lil Mo, the Mosh on Caliente. The man who did like 3 cool things and then lost. Like one of my favorite players for some reason. Coming into the 2v2. I gotta give it to the Mosh because he's got everything about him. Him and Sizen. Honestly, everybody in chat, you're gonna think that I'm being silly with this one. Please just watch how Little Motion plays this game. It feels revolutionary. It's crazy how he looks. So Caliente for me, the Mosh makes it through.
All right, Caliente's going to take that one. Motion. And Sazin. Okay, that's going to give Turt the next one that you were in the bracket here.
You think this one's easy, right? You think it's easy,
think so.
but listen.
Okay.
Leaf, answer this question. Who was riddled and all throughout those top 10 plays? Huh?
That was Naz.
Okay.
But this is a 2v2.
Oh.
I know it was a 2v2, but I have a feeling that Nas is going to start ascending today.
You're taking...
I'm gonna.
I disagree, but you've got the say.
I'm throwing the wrench in. Give me Oski.
Okay.
Gentlemates take the win,
love the wrench.
and Casey move down.
Wow. Okay.
The wrench. What a
that
wrench.
Lower bracket is not going to be fun for anyone that comes across K-Corp then, because
No, it's
Vatira
not.
Juicy
No,
were
it's not.
looking nuts. I mean, I must remind you, they won one of their series
10-3.
10-3, and then a 9-3 as
A lot of
well.
logic here.
Okay. Well, I think mine's easy. As much as I love
you've done
Min
well
City and Akron Sake, I maybe did this on purpose here, but give me the easy ones. I can't look stupid here. Zen Atto. I mean, we came into this entire tournament saying, and I think everyone's agreeing, they should be winning this tournament. They should be getting that world spot. They're already going to be there, but they should be getting this world spot. They just look like the best. Their synergy is unreal. If you haven't been watching their gameplay, that's a mistake to you because it looks so good. You're going to see it today. And I do think they're probably going to cruise through to the finals here. So let's go back down the other end here to Cole. You get to figure out what's going on now with K-Corp and TR. You put TR through.
It's fun there because earlier on I did say it was coming home, Leaf. Did I say that? I'm just looking back at the transcript of this
You're
pre-show.
not going to do this.
They
are you?
remain English, and every good Rocket League, especially EU event, has got a bit of an upset. So I think TR, Toxic and
kidding
Revsy,
me?
I think they're going to bring it home.
God.
Casey going down in the quarters.
Yes.
Leaf, this is your game. You said
I planned.
You said that one.
We're gonna say that they were gonna win.
Look, Turtle. Leaf said one person at a time can choose. I have choosed.
Oh my.
Good choosing.
But
Thank you.
We could have gotten the Vatira Juicy Zen Atto matchup,
yeah.
and now you're giving us Toxic.
No.
Look at that. It's beautiful.
Can we get a big L in chat for Corey? Okay. Well, Stumpy, what are you going to do with this
Come on,
one?
Stumpy. All of our reputations are on this. We can't get it wrong, okay? We've all agreed that TR beat KC. What happens next?
As a committee, we've agreed on TR over KC, and I think
Because
that's
it's
very
coming
fair.
home.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I
we've
think
agreed.
that when you see the ocean, there's going to be a little bit of motion. Looking towards. Oh
My God, Turtle, please.
Lil Mo, the Mosh. He absolutely, quite
Mobile.
frankly, has a NAS Boston Grand Finals performance in him. He's going to be handbraking, sliding around the pitch. Give me the Mosh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You know what we need in chat now is England L. Like, this is just, I don't know what's happening on that side.
Man, no. Also,
Turd
the
save
Mosh is
me.
also English.
Dude,
Turd save me.
I was just dipping my toe into like a little sauce, something
Dipping a
kind of
toe.
crazy, and then you guys just jumped in completely and ruined it all. And I'm gonna stick with Oski Nass, okay? Gentlemates, there is no motion.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
They are gonna get denied. The motion stops. The motion stops. And Gentlemates move to the grand final.
Shut him down, Turt. Shut him down.
Absolutely shut down.
Oski Nass to the grand finals. There's no way we were going to let you two get away with this.
Leave.
There was
Brody
no way.
expects more.
Leave.
Come on.
Do it.
Do the right thing.
Brody.
Leave.
Brody
Hey,
expects more.
say my name. Sorry, say it. What was that again? Say it again. Who
Brody
were you
Leaf
calling
X4.
out? Yeah. Oh, you're
great
speaking to me.
They are English.
You know what? Yeah, they are English.
Come on.
And I've had enough of you guys. Zen Atto, Grand Finals, production new. Didn't even need to say it.
There
Grand
it is.
Finals, and you know what
There
the
it
end is? Zen Atto. They take the whole thing. There's no way it's going any other way. We knew this from the beginning. Zen Atto are walking away the winners of this tournament. No matter what weirdness these two hooligans is thrown into the concourse here, it's Zen Atto
So
coming out on
close.
top.
But England
going on?
losing in the semi-finals does make sense.
On a penalty shootout as well. They'll introduce them just for this. I didn't even know they were a thing in Rocket League.
That's so funny. That's fair. Oh man, you two. Well, it's time. it's time to start talking about kickoff here. And a reminder that we do have the crowd cam on lock. If you want that side view, a different perspective of Rocket League while we go through this 2v2 tournament, you can head over to twitch.tv/RLEsports. That way you can get a little bit of look at maybe those boost rotations, or maybe watching some of those players forget they don't have a third teammate and creep up a little bit too close and watch how those counterattacks happen. Maybe try to implement that into your gameplay and probably fail miserably. Here's a prize pool again. Reminder: whoever wins is going to the the Rocket League Championship Series and a little bit extra cash in their pocket, but a lot more once they get to that World Championships here. So a lot on the line this weekend. Maybe some teams that can't make it through in threes can pull through. We'll find out. Here's our schedule for the day. We're not doing what we did yesterday. We're just going to be honing into one individual match at a time, one best of 7. And of course, that first one is going to be Stumpy's favorite team. It's Fusion Rizfox versus Sazin and Lil Mo.
The Mosh. Lil Mo.
Lil Mo. All right, talk to me about I'm going to give you another chance here. You ruined our bracket a little bit, but talk to me about Lil Mo. Why are you so hype on him?
Right, honestly, this is from maybe seeing him do 4 or 5 weird movements around the pitch with Jorby, and we both sort of geeked out about how mechanical he was. It's amazing. I'm very, very excited and hoping that he can then continue that on today. It's going to be a tough matchup, though, along with Chemistry. Is that how we're saying it? Chemistry?
Well, I was saying...
Can we just go with Chemistry?
Chemistry. It's
Chemistry.
Kind of makes it like a southern accent. Chemistry.
Chemistry. Sound Wave Punk would say it.
That's true, and that's my idol. I think it's going to be a tough match. Obviously,
I like the wanted posters.
To kick off the day, I think it is a good start for them, though. Out of any team they could have faced, I think these two are actually pretty well matched. They both had relative struggles through their group. They had obviously they're both entering the lowers, but they both had their moments. They both had to battle through in their individual series. There's Mosh.
Well, Mo right there.
The Mosh, dude. The Mosh. What really sold me though on Chemistry was that they beat Angelic Burgers. I was talking a lot yesterday about Edgeby and Nico. I thought that team was going to go the distance, but Chemistry somehow managed to take them down. So I'm kind of convinced a little bit more against the motion. I'm believing in that Game 5 win. I think it's going to carry them here on Saturday.
Okay, well, Chad, it's your turn to figure it out. Progressive fan vote is up right now. Cole, little thoughts. You just said fair on that one. It's
a fair argument. I think Chemistry started yesterday very, very well with the sweep against the Goats, Toxic and Revsy. But I'll go Mosh. I'll follow Stumpy's lead, to be fair. It's done well so far for Team England, but I've been intrigued by the way he's going to play. So yeah, I'll go Chemistry here.
Okay, well, let's get everyone else's predictions on the board. Here's Cole starting us off there. And just to reiterate, you said you're going with the Mosh.
Caliente.
I'm going with the Mosh, yeah. I'm caliente with the Mosh.
If you are intelligent in chat, hashtag CLNT for the Mosh, for Caliente. Size.
There's a lot of chemistries here.
Don't do it.
There's a lot going on. Yeah, you got to lock me in. I think that I'm hoping that we see just as much mechanical gameplay from him today as we did yesterday.
Turtle.
I think that it's going to be good.
I'm gonna play a game here. I'm gonna go first, and then I'm gonna see if you leave me alone, because I think I'm believing in your story. I do think it's evenly matched.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go Chemistry on this one again. I've seen how much they surprised me in their matches earlier and how dominating they actually were. I think they're gonna be locked in for today. Do I sit alone, Turtle? Are you backing me up, or are you gonna be a traitor here?
Cole and Stumpy, they have been, England, I love England, so much that not only do I want to go against them, but I also do
That's what
more
tends to
Chemistry. I'm going Chemistry, baby. Stop the motion. No more England. Let's just get them out of here, okay?
That's it. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I love how much you're backing them based off of a tiny amount of data. I love
cool recoveries.
I'm so ready for this. Stumpy has honestly been geeking out for days. Yeah.
And you're sold. You're sold. One chain dash and
there was one play in the corner where he just did something weird, popped it up, and then Sizen missed. And I was like, that's good enough for me. I'm bought in there.
That's too good. Hey, the chat's going Chemistry as well. They didn't believe in the story enough. They saw what you did with the bracket, Stumpy, and I think they're a little upset. Only one way to find out is to start off our playoffs here for the first ever European 2v2 tournament in the Rocket League Championship Series. Caliente, Lil Mosh going up against Chemistry. Only one team gets to walk forward. One goes home. Let's find out who it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your first 2v2 RLCS weekend. My name is Gibbs. I'm joined by Cole
Woo.
This is game 1 presented by Progressive, and we got a fancy player on the field, Little Mosh. Everyone talking about.
Apparently Little Motion, is the big man right here for Caliente. Well, we will see. In the battle of the branding, Caliente certainly have it. One of my favorite team names and logos in these unsigned teams. But against Chemistry, and you know, they got some good wins yesterday, did Chemistry. They started off really well. That sweep against Toxic and Revzy, you know, that showed what they are capable of doing. If they can play that well, then we're in business. But yeah, Gibbs, I'm also intrigued about Little Motion's motion, because there's something about it, apparently.
And that's what it's going to come down to in twos. You have to beat the first man on defense, right? So you can then challenge number 2, and then your teammate will clean it up. So if Little Motion's awkward on the touches, it could confuse the defense and get some goals for Sizen. But so far, we're starting out just a little bit back and forth. Sizen has an opportunity here. We'll just throw it on net. It's wide open. Caliente opens up the scoring.
Yeah, Chemistry, what happens to the defense there? Eugen is sort of trapped. Oh, that only went for boost. Not the first time we've seen that recently as well. I think Dorito did the same thing yesterday, where he had the ball relatively safely in his own corner. Went for that boost, and I think we'll see a big choice, Gibbs, in 2v2 of boost over ball. It's even more important in 2s than 3s.
Yeah, but if you are mispositioned, it's going to cost you so much more because you don't have that third man to back you up. So Eugen, kind of an awkward play. He still had, what, 20 in the tank maybe? That's easily a play that pros will make on defense. So a little bit interesting there by Eugen. A little small mistake, but it's early in the series. Again, this is going to be a long one, goals. It's going to be a lot of goals, and we're playing 7 games, so plenty of time.
Yeah, long old best of 7 here. So everybody settle in. It's going to be some good times, 2v2. We'll see plenty of goals, plenty of absolute stunners, I'm sure. Eugen's trying to get one. Instead, just forces it through, makes a mistake on the backboard, and that's 1-1. Simple as you like.
Yeah, this is a 1v1 opportunity. Sizen just kind of throws the ball way too hard off the sidewall, just loses possession, and Eugen makes it. Hey, that cannot happen in 2s again. Every small mistake is just magnified even more because you don't have that backup.
Yeah, we've seen a few errors so far in the opening to this one, but that makes sense. You know, they're on the mainstream. These are players that have had a little bit of experience. The Motion finished top 12 a couple of opens ago in Europe in 3v3 for Toad in the Hole.
Yep.
On a full English team, which is a pun that Leaf accidentally made earlier, which I liked very much.
He also got a top 6 as well, back in, I think it was E Open 4. It was a different team name, but yeah, they did get a top 6. So he has a little bit of top 8 experience on these moments here. And RizFox, there it is, the shot, bottom right corner. The passive play comes out. We don't see this often in 2s, but Eugen gets the pass out. They are risky, but RizFox makes it work here, bottom right corner.
Yeah, you need to be absolutely certain if you're going for those infield passes here in 2v2. So a variety of 2s goals seen up to this point, forcing some mistakes and making the decisions well. And the favourites, the overall favourites, Chemistry, get their lead back after that slightly awkward start as Little Motion. Just a couple of touches over that opponent's backboard. They'll try and ease their way into this one, Caliente. They had the lead. They've lost it, but certainly they don't seem to be outpaced. Just 1 or 2 errors defensively they've made so far.
Yeah, you would say probably Chemistry are the slight favorites, but Caliente put up good numbers yesterday, but that could have been because of their lower bracket round 1 matchup, where they really got a ton of goals, over 5 per game. But they are the number 2 offense in this tournament right now, tied with Zen and Atto. And if you're ever tied with Zen and Atto in literally anything, that is a good sign. And Caliente is also the number 3 defense in this tournament so far. So yes, their lower bracket run, maybe the opposition wasn't as hard, but they have shown up so far.
Sizen's got that 100 boost in the corner. He's going to have to use it now. But Eugen's touch, not the best. And actually, RizFox got a little bit lucky there. He's been playing very well as RizFox. He was a player that I identified yesterday as maybe being slightly less decorated in 3v3s than many of the 2s players that we're seeing around. But RizFox has his own experience for Belgium in FIFA. He's played very well there for Belgium and played really well yesterday, but can't quite get this save. And Sizen equalizes.
Got to control the ball on the wall. It doesn't happen here for RizFox. He has no boost. He's trying to just do a deep clear at that point, and he messes it up. Turns into then a bump opportunity for Little Motion, and he does just enough to disrupt the goalie, and Caliente tied back up.
Relatively simple goals, and I made the mistake of praising RizFox. As I was praising him, it was him who put the ball into the center, Gibbs, so we can't be doing that. Can't be cursing these players. Jin's got control of this one. Lovely touch over the top of Sizen. Little Motion we're yet to really see come alive so far. Currently on 296 points compared to his teammates 372, so been a little bit quieter. I think they'll be fairly happy, Caliente, of how this opening game has gone, kids. Especially, you know, we said that they were the slight underdogs here. You just want to make sure that you're involved in game number 1 if that's the case.
Yeah, I think there's been some small mistakes on both sides. But again, in twos, when you do make that small mistake, it just looks way worse. So I think both teams are playing fairly well. A little up and down gameplay. Let's see, maybe a little bit more control when you do have the ball. Like Little Motion just throws this deep. I'd rather him try and control that ball. But I understand it's a little bit difficult, and see what RLCS can do here. Tries to control it, but Little Motion makes a good defensive stop. Eugen, though, has an opportunity, going to go up against Sizen, and we're going to see this a lot. Aerial battle after aerial battle in twos. It is so incredibly important to be good with your aerial control on both offense and defense, because if you can win a ball outright and Little Motion does it there, can't get the goal, though, then you can turn any play into a 2v1, and it's huge.
Yeah, excellent touch there from Eugen. That was really sketchy for a second for Chemistry. And now forward come Caliente again. How they'd love to steal this first game here. Eugen gets the first catch. Little Motion waiting underneath it. Should push this one towards Sizen. It's a bit of a heavy pass, so Eugen can come in. 30 left as Motion goes up. RizFox already in the air. That's something we're going to see as well. Gives lots of pre-jumps. Reading in the air. Aerial 50-50s all over the place.
Every single time on defense, the whole point is to just get the ball away from the attacker. Like, as long as your teammate can follow it up, then you're fine. And RizFox has to do well here. Sizen has an opportunity to shot. He plays it slow. 2 defenders. Tries for the top right corner and makes it work. Sizen, the slow pays off. Well done.
Yeah, I thought it was too slow. I thought that with that much height on the ball, Eugen will be able to get it, but he's pre-flipped towards the ball from the other side of the goal. It's actually a really smart finish there from Sizen. Fair enough. But in 2v2, 6 seconds and a kickoff, you've definitely got a chance here if you are Chemistry. But Eugen needs to get hold of this ball and the boost. What can he do? The control of it. Has to keep it, has to use that ramp and does. Little Motion already up. Eugen around the corner. How's the defending? It's just about good enough. RizFox was almost in. But Caliente take game 1.
There it is, Caliente. Find a way in Sizen, that experience. He's been around for a very long time. Plays it slow, makes Eugen hop off that back wall early, and finds the top right corner. Well done by him. All 3 goals, the hat trick in game number 1. Caliente, they're on top. And also, Cole, I'm going to give you a fun fact of the day, all right?
Please do. I love
Caliente, their bracket run was very unorthodox, I will say. They lost in round 1, but the team that beat them did not qualify for top 8. Now, of the 48 attempts that we've had in North America and Europe, that has only happened 3 times throughout this whole year in 3v3. It was Gritty Goose and K-Dot Corp in EU Open 5 and Lotus 8 for NA in Open 2. That does not happen often, where you lose round 1, but your opponent fails to make top 8 while you make top 8. The problem is those teams have not fared very well. The only one that got a match win was K-Dot Corp when they beat Vitality. Everyone remembers that back in EU Open 5. So Caliente, they maybe got the generous bracket run, but usually that doesn't pay off when you get to the top 8 playoffs. But Caliente show up big in this game 1.
Well, you got to take your chances when they come, and Caliente seem to be doing so far, looking like they're taking this top 8 quite comfortably up to this point. Winning that first game will be huge relief for them, I'm sure, and will really start to build their confidence and their belief after it was a really tough start to the day yesterday for Caliente. They started off their day by being swept by Red Mob and Osaf, and you're thinking, oh, goodness me, this isn't the best duo we're going to see. But they've really stepped up since then, as you were saying, Gibbs.
Yeah, that momentum in twos, I feel like it does pay off as well. Because if, like, one of your members is getting a little bit annoyed or is not playing that well, that's half your team, right? But if they're feeling good, you know, then anything can possibly happen. So I think momentum is going to be a big deal throughout these top 8 matches. Timeouts will be a big deal as well. So we'll see if we get some reverse sweeps. Maybe they're more likely in 2s than 3s. I guess we'll have to wait and find out.
Well, we already nearly in the pre-show saw a huge one in APAC. But that one ended up being reverse swept all the way to Game 7 overtime. And then in the end, it was the team doing the reverse sweeping that lost. DSM couldn't quite get it over the line. So even if you do manage to build up your momentum, you still lose it. Lovely 1-2 there from Motion and Sizen. Sizen, the former Vitality man, of course. Some may remember it was Zen who replaced him, dropped to the side. Yeah. And there he was. And since then, he's been trying to get back his way into 3v3. But the 2v2 has proved a door to walk through for him.
Yeah, these 4 players, too. Like, this match means a lot for just their experience in 2s and to show everyone in Europe, like, hey, we are very mechanically gifted. We can play 3s as well. This is almost like, all right, we want to be noticed here so we get more tryouts possibly in 3s. Because I bet that's how most players get their tryouts for threes teams is when you play twos ranked and you go up against someone that keeps beating you, you're going to get a tryout. And we'll see here almost a play by Eugen. But so these guys want to make a mark so they get those opportunities to try out for these better teams in Europe.
So it's an interesting choice there to slam that one forwards. I thought he'd try and keep control, but instead ceded possession towards Eugen. Back to his teammate Little Motion to be able to get the block, but there's not too much boost at the moment right now for Caliente. This could be a chance for Chemistry if they can get hold of the ball again. More pinch attempts.
Oh,
well, good fake there from Motion.
Yeah,
oh, you say poor. I'd say well played Motion.
No. Well played Motion, but at the same time, you have two members there. You have a 2v1, and you just throw it on net. It's just not the play, in my opinion. But maybe he was going for the challenge. A lot of attack, though, and they do make it work finally. RLCS puts it home, so you know what? Never mind. I take it all back.
Yeah, it worked out in the end. Usually managed to get around that one. And Little Motion just didn't have the boost, so slowly but surely, Chemistry are able to use theirs. Get that ball forward. Prod Caliente, despite all the spice their name suggests. Didn't have anything left in the tank there, so 1-0 Chemistry. Can they build upon it this time? Because, you know, we're talking about momentum and stuff like that. You still don't want to go 2 games behind. It does get tough when you're chasing in a series like this, even in a best of 7.
Little Motion, good save here. Can he control it, though he cannot, but RLCS throws it a little bit too hard, so Little Motion will take over. Him against Eugen. He actually does rather well, makes Eugen go all the way back to his back wall, so Sizen kind of just wait for this play. Eugen trying to carry, Sizen wins it out, but Little Motion's awkward on the back wall. He misses, RLCS all he's got to do is security, doesn't hit it hard enough. Sizen makes the save.
Sizen gets a decent 50-50 as well as far as RLCS. Little Motion once again looking pretty stranded boost-wise, so Caliente haven't had too much to play over at all. Little Motion really needs this, gets it. Now we get a chance to see that movement that Stumpy and Jorby were absolutely raving about yesterday on the pre-show. Nice catch from Motion, tries to fake out RLCS, but RLCS gets something on it. Nice attempt there from Motion to get that flip reset, so some of the games open up a little bit. It was all very camped in front of the orange goal line. Now, end-to-end stuff for the ball. Sizen, another flip reset attempt. But not quite to be. Good defending in the end, I'd say there, Gibbs, from Chemistry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're challenging everything, challenging extremely well, and allowing no opportunities for Caliente, so the ball comes back into the blue side, but Eugen has full control. Beats Little Motion, cannot beat Sizen, though. Sizen's got to control this well, though, so there's no rebound opportunity. RLCS goes off the wall, goes for the bump attempt, misses Little Motion. But there's little awkward movements on the back wall, pays off.
RLCS keeps hold of this one, so more possession right now for Chemistry. You can see something here from Caliente. Need to see them really nip in ahead of an opponent and get a 50-50. Instead, it's a demo against them. It must be 2-0. It is. And finally, Chemistry picked their moment and double their lead.
RLCS, this is great control as well, like on that aerial play to beat out a Little Motion, because that's an awkward touch, and he controls it incredibly well. But Little Motion thinks, oh, I have an opportunity here to challenge, and he just cannot get up to the ball in time. So here we go, Chemistry up 2.
Yeah, I'd say that so far from watching yesterday and watching this match up to this point today, RLCS is the player who has stepped up the most compared to my expectations. You know, I thought he'd be okay alongside Eugen, but he's looking like a superior player at the moment. He's certainly looking like the player that is more likely to open the door when it comes to beating these opponents. So, yeah, very impressive him. And as you say, Gibbs, 2v2 is such a great way for players to make statements to themselves in the 3v3 world, where there is still much more money at the moment. Maybe RLCS is looking likely to be the one to step through that door.
Yeah, there's half a minute left, and Eugen is playing some control ball, getting a lot of long dribbles across the field. 20 on the clock, and Chemistry is just going to look to drain this clock. Don't really need a goal. They actually go for the infield pass anyway. RLCS, can he find the goal? He cannot. But a risky infield pass when you're up 2, but it does pay off. Eugen just throwing it wide, but that doesn't matter. The time will tick down, and Chemistry tie up the series.
I think this is the style of game that a lot of people expected when you're seeing Chemistry come up against Caliente. Chemistry with all the control there, all the boost control as well as the ball. They're certainly looking like the more dangerous team. Eugen and RLCS looking like they're completely in sync, I'd say, in that game, Gibbs. They weren't blasting through them with mechanics. It was deciding when to put that pass in, and then a couple of big demos as well in key moments.
Yeah, but look at those numbers. 2 shots by Caliente. That's it, to 11 for Chemistry. They controlled the pace of play throughout this game, too. Well done by them. A lot of like ticky-tack passes as well that were working very, very well. And a lot of controlled gameplay from them. Caliente had 0 answers in this game, and this is a great bounce back by Chemistry.
It is. Well, let's see now if Caliente can go right back to their first game form. Caliente, who scored that first goal right at the start of the series, to open things up. Managed to win that opening game. The Chemistry, complete dominance there. I didn't even notice the shots T mentioned it gives. Yeah, that is. And it seems right as well. Sometimes you see stats like that from shots and you think, really? Was it 10-4 or whatever? That's one. And you see 11-2 and you're thinking, yeah, that seems about right from what we've just seen from the eye test, because Caliente could barely get out of their half.
Yeah, and they're going to have to find a way to disrupt these infield passes, because we're seeing them a decent amount, like out of Chemistry. And we kind of talk about a lot that infield passes are so dangerous. Just want to explain that really quick. It's because if you have 2 members part of a play, and if anyone on the defense gets a piece of that ball, well, now it's a 2v0, right? Like, if you can get that pass and break it up and throw it deep, there's no one back on defense. There is no third man available. So it is very hard to include both members on a play. That includes demo plays as well, which we just saw out of RizFox. He's going for another demo, trying to disrupt. Eugen with the flip reset, misses the ball, but it almost pays off the bar and out.
I mean, little motion there, committed the cardinal sin. He got faked, and the ball went beneath him. You cannot let that happen when you're first man defending. Make sure you go to exactly where the ball is at any one time. If they beat you, if it goes over the top of you, fair enough. But underneath you and getting faked, not so much. But thankfully, just about, because it did cause some chaos. Little motion got away with it, and in the end, he's the one that ends up scoring. So managed to step up after the error, and here he goes.
Yeah, we see again a little bit of trying to do a pass back, but the ball is too weak, so little motion just attacks on no boost. A great challenge, and the ball just bounces right into the net. And that's where Chemistry has to be a little bit concerned, is if you get too cute and try and do too much teamwork aspect plays, you could get beat by someone with 0 boost, and a goal is just wide open.
Yeah, it's not a type of goal you want to be conceding too often right now, and Eugen and RizFox, I'm sure, will learn from it. And now Eugen does have control of the ball, goes to the ceiling, doesn't get the flip reset, instead prods it towards the net. RizFox goes high, and it should be a chance for some more territory for Caliente. Thought for a second, Gibbs, that looked a little bit psycho-y there from Eugen, the angle that he had, but instead decided just to keep it safe. Go into the center of the goal. You'll see those a lot more in 2v2. That's one thing you will see more of, psychos and skins.
Yeah, especially when you know there's no follow-up. Like, if you miss it, it's not really going to matter. As long as you don't completely just hit it like up into the ceiling and then it comes right back down for a pass, or something like that. So you got to be a little careful. But at the same time, there's not someone right on top of you. Now we see RizFox off the ceiling. Can't beat out the last defender of Sizen. Turn it away, but RizFox is there, and he just cannot get it on target. So little motion, little control. Trying to beat out at least one. He does so well enough, but can't follow behind the ball. So the challenge goes awry.
Well, Motion needed this boost to spawn, and it hasn't. If RizFox can nip in here and steal, it could be really dangerous right now for Caliente. Chemistry not letting this chance go, and this is how they've been scoring their goals. Little tippy taps, pushing the ball forwards, and eventually knowing this Caliente defense is going to open up for them.
Yeah, a little motion on no boost again, kind of trying to position in a spot that's just awkward. It just makes everything awkward into that corner. Well done by Chemistry to kind of just wait out the awkwardness and get a free goal.
We're seeing that way too often, in my opinion, though, to be fair. With Little Motion in particular, the amount of times we're cutting to his camera and there is no boost there. And he's trying to do something from nothing. So he needs to use his pads a little bit more and needs to be a tad more efficient with his boost usage. That's better. Attacks the ball and keeps about 30 in the tank, so he's able to go over that 100. Caliente on the attack here. Sizen waiting for Eugen's touch. This is dangerous right now for Chemistry until RizFox is up. Motion should be able to build back up. So Caliente, I don't mind the fact they've slowed things down a little bit after conceding that goal, because you don't want to chase things too much and immediately go behind.
Yeah, a physical play is trying to come out by RizFox. He can't catch up to Little Motion. Those Sizen will get the corner boost and the ball. Let's see what he can do up here. The aerial dribble off the ceiling. Can't beat out Eugen, though, who will control this well. Little Motion has to be careful. It's a 2v1. Plays it slow and does well.
Yeah, it's a key ability when you're the second man. Slow the game down as much as possible. You're not necessarily wanting to make the touch or even the block. You just want to give your teammate time to come back and help you out. That man rotating back should be doing everything he can to get in front of the ball, to block his opponents, and to get bumps and demos on the way back. What you don't want to do is get dunked there That helps it along, but defensively, Caliente are pretty shaky in my opinion. They look a lot more awkward defensively than Chemistry do.
Yeah, now Eugen's got another opportunity here, Sizen though. Just behind the ball. That's really what you have to do in twos, just sit behind the ball and just get a neutral 50 most of the time and let your teammate get back in time. But when you're on offense and you have an opportunity like in a 2v1, you kind of have to hurry the play. Eugen, nice touch there, little motion again. It's a bit awkward, but Sizen will get back just in time. But no boost right now on Caliente. Eugen loses that midfield boost, but he's got control. Going for it. Gets the double off the crossbar with a partial dunk as well.
Yeah, well played, Eugen. That's what happens when you've got all the boost in the world. Little motion tried to get the bump on Eugen, couldn't quite do it, and it was a dunk as well. Eugen had to use everything in his locker to get that goal. And does. I was praising RizFox earlier, but that one certainly goes down under a bit of Eugen brilliance to the former Gentlemates man. Caliente's got plenty of time left to come back, but they have to come back again.
Yeah, and I feel like Caliente is just, again, getting outplayed across the board. It's 9 shots to 2 right now. Here's maybe a third shot. No! Sizen pushes forward and gets beat out, and Eugen will get the goal. And this is what we talk about with those passes, like off the back wall. Like, if you get involved in a play, and if you don't get it, it is a wide open net the other way. And Caliente just cannot find their form. I feel like the boost control is going to Chemistry this entire match. We see Caliente on low boost, which you shouldn't expect like as often in twos with the double fake kickoff as well. Can Caliente get something for it? They cannot just yet. Sizen can't do much with that, but you expect everyone to have a little bit more boost because there's only 4 cars on the field trying to gobble it up, but right now Caliente is having a hard time with it.
Yeah, it's looking like a little bit of a skill disparity at the moment. The fact that so much of the boost is going the way of Chemistry. Normally a pretty good indicator that one team is dominating. But little motion, the safest shot you'll ever see, because he backed Sizen to be getting those bumps, and it was enough.
And Sizen basically does a rule 1 here against RizFox in the net. He's just bumping him around. RizFox tried to do like a wave dash off his sidewall and kind of messed it up, and then so Sizen just parked right underneath him, and he couldn't do anything about it. So, hey, like if you're not getting a ton of shots, if you can get physical, you can also open up that goal, and they do so there. Caliente within 1.
Chemistry, can you hold for the next 25 seconds? It's a good clearance there from Sizen back to the blue half. Not too much boost for RizFox either, so all he can do is go this one relatively passively. Eugen, couple of touches, doesn't go for the shot. Wants to keep control for now with 10 seconds remaining. Caliente need to get hold of some boost. They have to have it stockpiled. Sizen might be able to take out his opponent here. Little motion coming forward. Eugen does well to defend from the front. They're all watching RizFox. What Sizen got on his locker. He pinches it forwards. Caliente able to get one more touch of this ball.
Eugen does so well to go all the way down the field, but little motion, he keeps it alive, and a little bit of a team bump as well. So little motion has space. Gets beat by RizFox, but Sizen should be able to control this. We're still alive here. Eugen trying to throw it hard into this little motion. Somehow passes down to Sizen to keep it alive, and we continue. RizFox finally, no, little motion popping up. And we got about an extra minute of gameplay there, but Chemistry finally does kill it down to win game 3.
Yeah, that was fun. Every time it looked like Caliente were about to get in, Chemistry just got something on it, and it was the Eugen show there. 3 goals from 9 shots for Eugen. Absolutely dominant performance from him, the wanted man himself. He's very stoic when he plays, doesn't he? He looks very serious and calm, despite the heroics that he showed in that game 3.
Yeah, again, though, 12 shots to 3. You're not going to win a lot of twos games that way, right? So Caliente, yes, it was good shooting percentage, but you're only getting 3 chances on net. That is not going to win you a lot of twos matches. Again, with the twos game just being more high scoring in general, we basically average about 2 extra goals compared to 3s. So you got to get that offense moving. And right now, they have to figure out that midfield boost control. They got to win these challenges more effectively. Maybe they do have to get more aggressive. That is so incredibly hard in twos, though, because if you do and you mess up, like we saw earlier, it's a wide open net the other way. So I would say right now would be the time for the timeout, but Caliente doesn't look like they're taking it.
No, it would seem that they're not. They're happy to roll right into Utopia Coliseum to go to game 4. And Eugen and RizFox seem to be making their statement in this series, seem to be relatively comfortably moving their way forwards in this tournament. To the last 6, are they able to keep up this momentum? Caliente, you feel like they've got a little bit more of them, but the balance isn't quite there right now. You know, they're trying to soak up the pressure and trying to take their moment and keep going behind. But that's a big save there from Little Motion. Don't want to immediately go behind in this game. Has Little Motion got that one on target? Yes, he has. So once again, for the third time this series, they take the lead.
This is what you kind of want to see. You're playing a lot of defense. You actually turn it into a pass play. Again, a Little Motion. He has no boost, but he's still involved in the play, and sometimes that pays off, sometimes it backfires. This time it pays off for them. I like that way to get out of the defensive half, use your teammates effectively. So well done there. Eugen, though, will keep this ball neutral. Little Motion just gets back in time. Eugen had no boost in the tank to do much with it.
Yeah, that was a little bit shaky there from Sizen. Little Motion. The Musty isn't able to escape, so RizFox now has a chance against Sizen. Is there a bump? No, but there's a pass, a perfect pass to Eugen, who can't stop scoring.
Chemistry again, using that team chemistry here, going for the infield passes. They know they have space. Eugen, top left corner, perfect shot. Sizen is left on the goal line, has to give up that pass. He has to respect the shot, and they can't get it done. So chemistry, right back in it.
Once again, Caliente can't keep their lead when they get it. So Motion goes to the skies, but RizFox is already reading this one. Does have the flip reset in as well, so Sizen had to be nice and speedy there defensively. But this is where we spent way too much of this series, Gibbs, like deep in orange territory, and it is the first thing that Caliente have to try and fix.
And that was the problem there. There was a 50-50 challenge up in the air, but Little Motion drove to the goal line, didn't go for his corner boost. He was worried that the 50 wouldn't go their way, but sometimes you have to play for the boost control so you can get out of your own half, and they can't do it. So RizFox, here we go. He's got limited boost, but because everyone's back on that goal line, Little Motion can't do anything about it. Tried to go up on the back wall. He gets faked out, tries to land on the floor. It doesn't matter. That ball's in the back of your neck.
I still feel like Little Motion could have done a little bit more there, though. He's on the back wall. He's got a bit of boost to play with. And he played his hand very early defensively there. Jumping down to the floor meant that RizFox had a lot of goal to aim for. It's not worth taking it all apart just yet because Caliente coming straight back forward. Sizen has Motion in the center. He goes for Motion, has to be in and does, and that is a great time to do the infield pass.
Yes, you want to be aggressive when you get this counterattack opportunity, when everyone is on their back foot and you move upfield together as a unit. Well done by Caliente.
Yeah, risky decision there to go for the infield pass, but that's when you do it, when your teammate's nice and close to you as well. There was no way of an opponent nipping in there. How's the kickoff game? So far it's been relatively even between the two teams. Haven't really seen a clear winner in that regard between the two of them, even though everything else has been pretty clearly won by chemistry. Caliente keeping themselves in this one as RizFox goes high up the wall. So Motion uses 25 boost to get there. 50 left, Sizen up in the air. Motion does pick up the 100 as well. So Eugen and RizFox both have two opponents who filled with boost. Motion is such an aggressive player as well. He's always so close to his teammate. It means when they do get dunked, there's a lot of danger at the moment for Caliente.
Eugen had a tough angle there. Actually tried to shoot it anyway. It almost backfires on them, but they do get the ball back on their half with boost. Nice little ceiling pinch out to RizFox. He's going to have to do it all himself because Eugen is way too far back. He actually turns on it. Can't get the flip reset, though, but it fakes out Sizen, but there is no follow-up.
Motion on very low boost again. I thought he would have had time to get some pads before then. But instead he was waiting on the floor. Lovely touch there from Motion, though. There's an example of that movement that the boys were talking about. Motion goes to the double flip reset, can't quite get it, so it's going to come back to Sizen. Caliente just about beginning to get some territory here. First time we've really seen it in a few games. Lovely attempt with the flip reset, and there's going to be Motion who's surely going to score.
There we go. See some mechanical plays, like Little Motion misses his double flip reset, but it's still good enough. And then Sizen with the power on that flip. He gets it back left corner. It was a great save, but Little Motion is there to follow up. And Caliente showing off their mechs here to take the lead.
And their face cams as well. They're starting to smile, starting to laugh a little bit. So at least up to this point, their decision not to set a tactical timeout has been justified. Chemistry, what have you got back? Sizen did well, tracked the ball the whole way. Eugen's got a shooting chance here, though, and it's a brilliant one, but what a save from Little Motion. Had to commit and did.
Great save off the crossbar. Now he's got control with boost. Can he beat out Eugen? Can't go for the aerial bump. Eugen gets up too early. Sizen hits a little bit too hard, so a little pass in here by chemistry will get them out of their half. A little Motion off the ceiling. He's the only one back. He's got to make the play and does.
Great pass as well. Oh, no, it would have been a great pass, but Sizen decided to miss it, and suddenly Little Motion is in a lot of trouble. Reads it again. He has got Eugen's number. Eugen couldn't stop scoring earlier, but now he can't stop forcing saves by Little Motion.
A Little Motion is like, you want him to be positioned better so he doesn't have to make these great saves, but he's making the saves, so well done to him. And Caliente are fighting hard in this one, trying to tie up the series.
To be fair, I think that Sizen put him in trouble by missing his pass there, so suddenly Motion had to recover himself. And did well, but nothing wrong with the shot either from Eugen. Every player doing everything right up to that point, and Eugen's trying to catch this one. Is he going to be able to get past Motion finally? No, again, Motion gets a third humongous save.
Little Motion making plays again on very limited boost. Here we go, 12 in the tank. We'll just throw it on deep. We'll control it though. Tries to go for the corner boost, but Chemistry takes it away from him. Little Motion versus Eugen. Little Motion will win it, but will be demoed for his efforts. And Caliente, 1 minute to go. They're trying to hold on.
I'd love to watch the rest of this game from Little Motion's perspective because he is involved in everything right now for Caliente. He is the player that certainly seems to be pulling all the strings for them, making big saves where his team need him to be. What is he able to do here with 35 seconds left? He's going to get the goal as well, just like that. The positioning was perfect, 4-2 Caliente.
Oh, and the casting was perfect. Cole asking for the feature on Little Motion, avoids the bump, gets the shots. 2-goal lead here for Caliente.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Gibbs. I'm going to remember this moment.
Hey, you get one compliment per year. Right?
But yeah, okay. I've used 2026 as relatively early. Well, Caliente, big step up. They're suddenly playing with so much more freedom as well. It's closer to their Game 1 play style. I think Sizen is enjoying seeing what his teammate is doing. A 1,000-point game from Little Motion, but still more defending to do. That didn't go down as a save, but it could have. Now here he is up against Eugen. He made lots of saves against him. Force a big save from Eugen. That's not a bad effort from Eugen. That should be enough now, Gibbs, to be game with 5 seconds left and 2 goals. Unless...
Yeah, they force big saves, but that also forces a lot of clock to be drained. And here we go, Cole. We got ourselves a series. Caliente bounced back after 2 rough games, I would say, in Game 2 and Game 3. But they bounced back, showing off their mechanical plays, getting the job done. Got a little physical as well. And Little Mosh, the Mosh, as Stumpy would say. 4 goals, over 1,000 score. Well done to him.
Yeah, well done, Little Motion. He was the player that we were keeping an eye out for in this game in particular, but in this series as well. And he and his team haven't been winning these battles so far, but he certainly won the battle in that game. 4 goals is crazy, and 4 big saves as well. Caliente, Gibbs, looking more like their true selves, more like the true selves that made it through the lower bracket yesterday. Yeah,
I think it was really about those big plays when he had to do it on defense. Obviously, this is a misplay here, but he performed so well with Little Motion on defense. And then we see the mechanical plays by Sizen as well to open up that scoring lane. So, well done to the team. This is great to see because this is what we want. We want to see highly competitive 2v2s going down to the wire, and we're guaranteed at least Neo Tokyo. We'll see if we can get to that Champions field.
Let's hope so. I want to see some big, juicy Game 7s. I've had my appetite whetted by the APAC matchup earlier that went all the way to Game 7 overtime, and I sort of fancy some of that myself over here in Europe. So we head to Paris. Why not? I've just left Paris. Let's go back.
Yeah, why not? So it's a great city, as you explored, Cole, the entire time.
I
loved it. Extra vacation.
I absolutely adored Paris. I thought it was beautiful. Everywhere you're looking, there's historical buildings and landmarks. Well, we see a historical performance right now from either of these 2 teams. Chemistry to step up, have to go back to what we saw from them in games 2 and 3 when they were utterly dominant, but lost their way a little bit in the last one. They'll back themselves to jump straight back to it, and it's a good start for them, getting control of the ball. Trying to fight each other with a pinch, but Sizen's in there to nip it in the bud.
Yeah, those are the weird ones. They had full boost control, couldn't get anything done with it. Now Little Motion has an opportunity to go for the flip reset off the floor as well. The pass to Sizen, off the bar and out. Great play by Little Motion and Sizen. It was a very difficult shot, just couldn't find it under the bar.
Here he is again though, Little Motion, the man, the myth, the legend, up against Eugen. Wants to get the flip reset against him and does! This kid's incredible!
There it is, Little Motion coming out. Finally boost control for Caliente, and they use it so effectively. Look at the flip reset, the little pop over Eugen, and Eugen just never even jumped. He thought he didn't have it.
Yeah, he really had to reach for that on Little Motion. It was at the end of his jump, essentially. He was falling onto the flip reset, but he judged every touch to perfection. And here he comes again, end to end. He's got so much boost. He's got the flip reset as well. Gets it over Eugen, but it was good defending in the end until Rizfox's touch was poor. Sizen was in. Almost a huge mistake there from Chemistry. They need to take a deep breath right now, Gibbs, because they're losing it.
Yeah, RLCS, a heavy touch, but he does make up for it at the very least. So he bails out himself on the mistake, and now let's see if they can get back to their control of the orange half with the boost, but they can't so far. Sizen, the infield out to Little Motion. Doesn't have a ton of boost, so we'll just try and go for the heavy hit. Ooh, here, turns into a pass. Sizen with the shot, but 2 members back, so they make the save.
Yeah, it was a beautiful heat check there from Little Motion. Usually didn't have the read. Now Motion's getting psychos against his own team. He can't stop hitting the ball. This time it's a bit of a free play sesh for him, as he is well and truly in flow state. Goes again. Can't stop getting this ball. Eugen, just Sizen get that one. And Sizen's job at the moment is just to tee up Little Motion because he is the man in form.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to get your mechy kid involved and just get him confident, right? And that's what it feels like's happening here. Again, like Little Motion, great on defense. Sizen, though, another mistouch where he just doesn't hit the ball, so they got to fall back. Eugen full control. The flip reset over 1. Little Motion doesn't have any boost, so Eugen beats them both.
Yeah, well done, Eugen. It was a beautiful pop to him by Rizfox. Eugen did the rest over the top of Sizen. Sizen will say he did as much as he could to force the ball above his defense. Little Motion couldn't quite get back in time, and maybe some of those frailties we described earlier from Little Motion of boost control came back to punish him.
Yeah, but also his teammate also completely missed the play right before that, so Eugen got full control and Little Motion trying to get back in time. But yes, his path back has to go over some more small boost pads, which is not happening. And here we see Chemistry now taking control on the orange side of the field. Sizen, though, full tank of boost. Hits it a little heavy, so he's just going to sit behind it. Turns into a pass for Little Motion, who will power shot there to the top left.
Bump.
Little Motion double, cannot find the angle. 0 boost on Chemistry. Eugen, though, controls it with a power flip.
Yeah, you mentioned 0 boost. I don't know if Caliente realized that Chemistry had nothing in the tank. Normally at this level, players know. So you'll see players be more aggressive if their opponents have nothing. There, Chemistry had nothing, and they were like, oh, thank goodness. They didn't realize we could take a few seconds to let this ball roll.
It's definitely turning more into an even matchup, though. We see Caliente now getting a lot more pressure on the blue side of the field. They actually have 8 shots so far in this game to 2 for Team Chemistry.
Motion gets his clearance to the side, and Eugen will seal that 100. So once again, Little Motion refusing to use boost pads. He doesn't need them. Look at that. He picks up 11 there, just waiting at the near post. See what Sizen's able to do. Sizen forces it high. Gets the 100. Needs to chase this ball and gets a block on Eugen. Decent play there from Sizen. This was the middle. Little Motion again on like no boost. It's getting a little bit silly now, Little Motion. My guy, please pick up a pad.
I want to see his average amount like at the end of the series, because it's definitely going to be the lowest of these 4 players on the field for sure.
I imagine it'll be 50 because he's either on 0 or 100 boost at any given time.
I think he's on 0 more of the time, though, for sure. Like, every time we look at him, he's got nothing. Oh, he's finally got 100 here. Makes the play.
Yeah.
And
oh
can he get around 2? Gets around 1, gets a little bumped out. Demo comes out, but Sizen was the one who demoed. Response! The angle and the dunk! Huge goal there for Chemistry.
Yeah, I love that. Rizfox gets the angle from nowhere. What a finish that was. Little Motion wasn't sure. Is it hitting the near post? Is it going straight in? In the end, it was going straight in, but Little Motion knew if he dived into it and it hit that post, he'd have dived past it. So he was sort of left a little bit stranded. That's great play in the end from Rizfox to give Chemistry the lead until the kickoff works against them. Little Motion can't quite wrap around it. Sizen's coming in, but Rizfox, again, great pace from him.
Little Motion is back. Gets the back corner. Will be back in time. Eugen goes for the pass opportunity, but he throws it too wide of an angle. So Chemistry cannot add on to their lead. Eugen, a little awkward. Wasn't sure what to do. He just barely gets back on defense.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, Chemistry's defending has got so much more awkward as the series has gone on. They've only conceded 1 goal in this game, but they weren't shaky at all in those games 2 and 3 that they smashed their opponents in. It's credit, I guess, to their opponents for stepping up. Nice attempt there from Little Motion. Sizen wants to get the pinch, can't quite do it. Little Motion over a few pads. Well done, you. Gets a 50 against Rizfox and the 100. Now we're in business. Motion from the floor tries to tee up Sizen, but Eugen was ready for it. Sizen wins that 50-50 and forces it wide. Now Rizfox's turn. Little Motion in the center, and this might be a goal here. I can see a couple of mistakes coming in. Neither seems sure. Gives for Caliente and Chemistry, so thank you very much.
Yeah, Caliente's trying to move up. Sizen just turns there at the wrong time. Eugen on 0 boost, though, does well to move upfield to get in the way, and it turns into a wide open shot for him. So great job by Eugen to secure this game where Chemistry at times looked like the worst team throughout that first half. Little kickoff ball here, Little Motion can't get the angle, and that will do it here. Chemistry takes the 3-2 lead.
Yeah, I mean, there were certainly times in that game where Chemistry seemed to, as I said, be losing their way a little bit. They looked like they were, if not tilting, certainly losing control of the situation, but they did very well to get that control right back.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt like that first half of the game was like, oh, Caliente's really pouring it on. Like I said, it was 8 shots to 2 at one point, and it looked like it was going to be Caliente's game, but the Chemistry kind of figured it out. By the end of the game, it was 10 shots to 8, so they really bounced back. It was basically 8 shots to 2 for the back half. So well done for Chemistry to find their form in the middle of the match, which is very difficult to do. So they take the 3-2 lead. And here we go, Neo Tokyo, where dreams are made and dreams are shattered.
Yeah, we've seen some famous moments here on Neo Tokyo.
Oh, RizFox.
We see another one.
Oh.
It was the angle there is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah,
that was the
first
play of the
replay
series,
we saw.
I feel like. Yeah, that play was great.
You preferred that to the little motion flip reset, did you? A bit more unique, I guess.
I do, because it looked like it wasn't a goal-scoring opportunity, right?
Yeah,
like
I get
it
that.
felt like that should not have gone in, but he found a way to make it work. And while Little Motion, yes, it was a flip reset, and it was a nice one, that was definitely a goal-scoring opportunity. So RizFox finding a goal basically out of nothing there to really give them that edge in that game was huge.
Okay, game 6. Neo Tokyo, Bob's Ramen watches on. As 4 players compete for a World's $100,000 top prize. That is what they're trying to compete for, not to mention the money you make just for making it there by winning this tournament in EU. Here comes Eugen. He's been up and down so far this series, but definitely seems to have found his footing in the last game or so. But Little Motion's coming forwards. I get the flip reset. Sizen's following up. Sizen leaves it. I'd say that's the sort of play where Sizen was diving straight in the first couple of games. So it's definitely a better balance now for Caliente.
Yeah, made the defender jump. Eugen had no boost as well, so he literally could not do anything with it. So not a bad play, but like if you are diving that close, it feels like you should have took the challenge, but I get you don't want to risk it, because if Eugen wins that 50, it's over for you. So smart play by Sizen. There'll be plenty of more opportunities throughout this fight.
Ooh, he's lost that 50-50 though clean, and Eugen has it. Eugen gets the musty, lovely finish from Eugen, all from that 50.
Eugen just sitting behind the ball. He's been doing this the entire match, just aerials and weights behind the ball. Clean 51, turns it to the musty on 0 boost. Well done.
It's glorious there from Eugen. And if he suddenly completely comes online, then that may well be the end of Caliente's fight. Let's see, but of course, even in 3v3, you wouldn't call anything done with 1 goal after 50 seconds, let alone 2v2. More Rocket League to come. Eugen is bumped away by Sizen. RizFox is up in the air. Eugen wants that ball. Eugen claims it off his teammate. Knows that the Belgian has no boost. A little bit risky though. I'd say an over-risk there to seal your teammate's ball in the center of the pitch when you're not even going towards your opponent's net.
Yeah, but he did control it, but at the same time, a Little Motion just attacked immediately because he saw 2 members up. You attack, and you try and get that ball loose so your teammate has a chance to score. Didn't work out for them. But I don't mind it from Eugen because he was trying to control it. But great play there by Caliente to recognize both members up and attack.
Ooh, it's risky there from Sizen. I like the idea, but you got to go for something there as Little Motion gets a doink across. Sizen with the read. RizFox keeps it in the center. Little Motion wave dash forwards and will steal this boost as well. Decides he fancies that boost. RizFox has got this read. He has up into the air so far. End-to-end stuff potentially from RizFox. Little Motion 50-50. It's a 50-50 game at the moment. It's definitely going the way of Chemistry. They're winning every single one.
It's funny because it's different because of how they're performing it. Like Chemistry will just sit behind the ball, not trying to be too fancy. While on the other side, Caliente is like, no, we're going to flip reset over your head, right? That's what they're trying to do, but that requires more risk involved. RizFox has a chance at a shot, passes to himself. Get the dunk. Sizen and Little Motion. Teamwork effort to keep that ball out.
Yeah, that was so crazy close. I can't believe it didn't go in. Eugen maybe, though, gets it forwards, and Eugen is pulling all the strings. His second goal and his team's second goal. Get out of the way. Get out of the way.
Eugen is like, Neo Tokyo's my map. RizFox, stop touching the ball. I'm going to steal from you. Now I'm going to bump you out of the play. And this time, he doesn't just sit behind the ball. He knows he has it won, so he aggressively taps it over the head. A double fake here. Eugen, a little wave dash pop. It's a Little Motion. It's awkward, and RizFox, trying for the double tap, decides against it. Eugen versus Sizen again. Just sit behind that ball, win these 50s. Eugen off the ceiling. Little motion, 0 boost. And Eugen is taking over.
3 goals, right. When we come back, we need a little bit of Eugen, Cam, because he is doing everything. He doesn't care if he's got no boost. He doesn't care if his teammate should be the one on the ball.
He's playing
Let's have a
1v3.
look at how he's playing it. Yeah, for sure. He is completely dominating right now as Eugen. Here he is.
Well done by Eugen. Hat-trick, commanded lead, 2 minutes left. Another 51, and RizFox, can he get the goal? He goes for the infield pass instead. Little motion. It's a good read. Sizen gets back just in time. Well, let's see what Eugen can do. On his way back, gonna rotate through. It's awkward! And the fakes, I guess you would call it, work out for Caliente.
Yeah, but it's Caliente right back in it. Sizen as basic as, oh, it was a little bit of a musty to be fair. Got some height on it, but it was little motion coming in, confused RizFox. RizFox wasn't sure what to do. Just to assume that ball's being faked and get something on it, and didn't do it. And suddenly, Caliente slightly less comfortable. Little motion and RizFox into the kickoff. Sizen's there again, tries to repeat the trick. Eugen won't fall for it this time. RizFox's turn, the flip reset, sorry. Little motion gets a save for now, and Sizen up against Eugen. Can he break through the defense? Little motion on the far side. Sizen wants to reach him, isn't able to do so. Time is still on Caliente's side for now. They have to keep getting these touches, but they have to not overcommit. That is big there from Sizen. Eugen's coming in. Does he get the 4th? Oh! Yes, he does. And once again, it's a 3-goal difference.
That is a very difficult goal by Eugen, because you got to get up incredibly fast and just outpace the man on defense. He barely has enough boost to get there. Little motion, pixels away from making that save, and the 3-goal lead is back.
I think we're going to see everything chucked at the ball right now from Caliente. They're going to try it all. Eugen almost gave that one straight to Sizen. That's one thing that Chemistry need to make sure they do not do if they are to make it through into this top 6. Sizen's already up. Little motion wants to get a bump. Does he, or a dunk, or just the ball? It is going to be 4-2, and they can't pull away Chemistry.
That's what you got to do at this point. Like, if you're Caliente, just throw everyone at everything so Little Motion goes up. And RizFox just a misplay there. I think he didn't want to get dunked by Little Motion, so he's trying to make an awkward touch, and it doesn't work out for them. So Caliente throwing everything at it. And they're within 2 yet again. They just have to be careful. There's still plenty of time on the clock. They don't have to send everything.
Yeah, it's tempting. It's tempting to, you got to keep this momentum going, but... Oh, they're going to get it! They're going to get the 3rd! Busting out all the tricks right now. It's 4-3.
Sizen, what a play here. He sees that he has the pass opportunity, beats one, and gets the demo in one fluid motion. And Little Motion will finish it off, and we're within 1 with plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, Sizen doesn't quite have the mechs of Little Motion, but he's certainly got the brains. And that decision to go for the demo after pushing the ball off for Little Motion was a huge one. Little Motion who gets a backflip flick there into the ceiling. Huge, almost turned it into a reset. That would have been incredible. Not quite to be just yet. RizFox pushes it forwards. Little motion will get the catch. Sizen's already up. Great play here from the Frenchman. Eugen, though, excellent pace to keep that away. 50 left, Gibbs, and this is getting nervy. Oh,
no!
They tackle each other. No!
Oh, no!
Oh, why? It was just getting good.
Sizen, he got the first demo. I thought he was going to sit around, wait for a demo respawn and demo him out and let Little Motion beat out RizFox. Instead, he tries to bump RizFox, but it turns into him just hitting the ball back on his own side, and it's 2 goals again. Caliente gonna have to send it all.
Oh man, that is a frustrating one. Caliente's gonna have to shake it off. Might get another one here. RizFox in a little bit of trouble from the kickoff. Little motion all the way around the world. Sizen coming in. Sizen isn't able to do so, and RizFox is happy to boot that ball away. No messing about now. Great attempt there at the pass there, but not quite going to be read by Little Motion.
Oh, Eugen, great control on that back wall as well. Look, he was threatening with Little Motion there, but he controls it so effectively, and they get another goal. And Team Chemistry gonna be moving on. Top 6, well done to them. Very controlled game here. It was hairy at times, but 3 goals, 22 on the clock. I think it's all but over for Caliente.
Yeah, it's looking like the spice has been doused for Caliente. Chemistry just about have had enough. They don't want to give away a free goal here. No, they haven't. Eugen and RizFox, well played. 5 goals on this 6th game right now for Eugen. And they'll play their way to the end with Caliente, but Chemistry, good performance. I think that overall they are the better team, but there were times where Caliente truly made them struggle.
Yeah. This is 2 very competitive teams for sure. I think both should be like, hey, we made top 8 for Caliente. Like, that's a great performance for them, and I bet they had a fun run throughout these 2 weekends of play in 2v2, but their tournament is over. We're going to have a little bit of fun here. Response, Eugen, the pre-jump.
Go on.
Come on, Eugen.
Oh,
Little Motion, I want none of it. And you know what? Credit to you,
Motion.
Little Motion. Credit to you. Don't give it to him. Do not.
Nah, the L in Little Motion stands for L. 6-3 in the final game there. Well played, Chemistry. There was also a GG's GL that came in from Caliente as well from Sizen. So good sportsmanship between these players. And Chemistry move on. There will be harder challenges for them, Gibbs, than Caliente. You've got your No Miss Just Fake, your Zedanato Man City in there, K-Corp, Gentlemates, the 4 teams we expect in the upper bracket. And Chemistry are going to meet one of them soon.
Yeah, but they get to play on the final day of 2v2 action, and you never know what could happen. They will obviously be big underdogs going into those matches, but for this one, where it was like peer-to-peer, it felt like they performed exceptionally. They had full control of many of these games, and well done to them. They were tested, but they pulled it out, and Eugen was tested by his own teammate as well, and making plays around him.
Yeah, we had a few fun team tackles in the end, just when it seemed that Caliente were going to make us sweat and bite our nails all the way to the very end. A team bump was the undoing for them. 6-3 in the final game for Chemistry. They take the dub. Next up, more 2v2.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer
Okay.
with a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of.
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series 2v2 action. We'll continue in a little bit here. We just finished our first best of 7, and we figured it'd be a good back and forth, and certainly it was exactly that. But Caliente does fall. The Mosh is gone. Stumpy in tears. But Chemistry is all happy right now because they're moving on forward. Eugen, congratulations on winning the first playoff 2v2 match ever, actually.
Oh, yeah, actually, thank you. That's
You're
a stat.
Yeah, big stats right there. Put it in the books. But yeah, it was a fun match. I want to get your thoughts because you're the first player we've talked to really now about the format. 2v2s, we all love it. How's the journey, I guess, through the open bracket, all that into the playoffs been for you as a player?
I mean, since it's like really similar to Freeze, doesn't change much how we approach it, and yeah, it being the same system as Freeze regionals, or I think it's great. Like,
Yeah.
So you already know what you have to do. So
No, that's good. Now,
Pretty good
now in
format.
terms of the format, yeah, but playing, you're missing a player. So I'm assuming some things have to change. There has it been? I mean, everyone plays twos. I'm sure it wasn't that much of an adjustment to switching into this.
I mean, the most played ranked list is twos, so everyone is already used to playing twos. So it just, I mean, it's the first time we have it in RCS, so it's always like a bit different. Like the playstyle is gonna be different, but we don't work as much since it's not the main RCS game mode.
Right.
But yeah, I play really differently in ranked than in this tournament, I think.
Well, I wanted to get into that too, because one of the things we thought is that you're going to have a little bit more space to show off some mechanics. What was the biggest, I guess, change for you've seen from the 2v2 ranked playstyle into a 2v2 RLCS playstyle? What were the biggest changes for you?
I don't know about other teams, but for me, it's mainly like I take less risks. I'd go for less like makey plays because ranked for me is more like training than actual competition. And into like in this tournament, I'm actually like trying to make no mistakes.
Yeah.
Just like I'm just playing really chill. Like there's a lot of goals I scored in that series where I'm just like chilling on the field and waiting for them to do a mistake. And instead of in ranked, I'm just clipping basically.
Yeah, right. Hey,
So-
and again, we've seen some teams try to do that too. We had a lot of highlight plays from the other day into today. But is it tempting? Do you feel like, hey, I've got that space, I want to go for it? Do you have to keep pulling yourself back and say, play smart, be chill?
I think I think I should go for more actually, because since you have more space, you could actually use my mechanics to play even better. But for now, I'm like, if I can win without using my mechanics, I'm gonna do it because it's safer and easier. But I think for winning the biggest matches, I'm gonna have to actually try some mechanics now.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. That's what we're here to see. I want to see it now. Just before I let you go, on the journey up there, we've seen a couple other good duos. Well, a lot of other good duos. What team do you think is going to be the first one to really make you start to pull out some of those advanced mechanics?
I mean, yesterday we played the loser of Zen-Ato and Acroseiko. Both really good duos. I mean, I think Zen-Ato is going to win, obviously, but Acroseiko is still a really good duo. So, yeah, tomorrow I think for every match I will have to do some makey stuff, yeah.
That's right. And no, Eugene, you got to say you think you're going to win. You got to get in the mindset. It's going to be you guys. But anyways, you got the first win here for the European 2v2s. Congratulations and good luck on the rest of the journey, my man.
Thank you.
There it is. Eugene saying that, well, already Turtle saying that they're not going to win it. It really shows how confident that all of us in the community are, Turtle, about this Atos Zen combo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's still hungry for that trophy, but man, it's hard to see those duos that you're up against and think it's going to be an easy mountain to climb. But I really liked talking to him and seeing how he approaches the game differently. And you can tell inside the series how things were, in fact, different. Started out a little bit heavy and hot for Caliente, but then Chemistry found their rhythm after that first game. Eugen, Rizfox, very comfortable getting these duo, passing plays back and forth. And like he said, he was just chilling, getting a couple of easy goals that he could just slide in. But things got real difficult in game number 4 because Little Motion, the guy everybody like Stumpy and Cole been talking about, he answered the call.
He did, yeah. Little Motion. He turned it on and he sort of showed us what he was capable of for a couple of games in the middle there. Unfortunately, his boost management, I think, wasn't quite enough to this standard of 2v2. It's definitely something he needs to work on. And I think that was something that Chemistry realized as well, and that's what Eugen was talking about. There were big moments where they could just wait. They could just let Caliente tucker themselves out, maybe team bump themselves as well, Leaf. And in the end, yeah, Chemistry, I do admire the way Eugen sort of plays so relaxed. He's like, yeah, I'll score. I'll use my mechs if I have to. Yeah, exactly. I think the same thing. It's like, look, I'll use my world-class mechs if I have to, but I won't always. You know, it gets predictable.
That's almost like an insult. Like, I wouldn't, if I'm on Caliente, I'd be like, dude, you had more in store? You had some pieces you didn't use against me? All right, man, I see how it is.
You haven't even seen my final form yet. Maybe we'll get that from Eugen a little bit here, but he's done for the day because, well, we're only going to play one from this round for each of these teams here. And they're going to move on, and they're going to face, again, one of the teams there from Yeah, Acroseco, Zenato. So that's not going to be easy. He said Zenato might be winning this thing. We'll see how that happens tomorrow. But for now, we have a few other matches to get through. I think overall, Turtle, he might be right. But like, just seeing as they are learning kind of how to play this 2v2 RLCS, maybe they're going to be the ones that figure out that secret sauce.
I mean, it's always up in the air, and although there is a lot of respect and fear that just the names of, Acro, Sacro, Zen, so Vatira, Juicy, this is twos. This is a newer format. And on top of that, all these players on any given day, we saw it even with Little Motion, there are those highlight moments. If we get some type of new peak from these players, maybe that's that new refreshing format that's going to do it and spark something incredible we haven't seen yet. And that's what's so exciting about this weekend being the first time we're witnessing this.
I mean, Cole, we look at the number one play from our top plays earlier, and it's this insane maybe that becomes it. I mean, that's going to be hard to replicate all the time.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with that is that it is so incredibly risky. You hit the post there or the crossbar, and you just concede the easiest goal in the world against you. So
I mean,
I don't think
teams
we'll
are doing
see
that anyways, right? Like, there's so many counterattacks.
Yeah, no, true. Don't get me wrong. I think it's good to have it in your locker, but you'll be expecting to do that one if you need a goal with 15 seconds left, as opposed to 2-all with 3 minutes left normally. But these players always bust out the unexpected.
Well, we'll see how that develops as we go through our matches. We still have a few more to get through. For the day, we have 1 best-of-7 down and 3 more to go. You can see them on the board. We're going to get that juicy Acro Sacro versus Zen Atto one in a little bit here. But first, we got to jump into Tempo versus TR. That's what it feels like it's going to be. It's Tempo versus the world. But it is Mats are on his team here, and that's a name I think, Turtle, we've got to start looking at, especially with Mats being brought onto their 3v3 roster as well. GK's got a lot to really say, not just for their 2v2 name, but for their 3v3 name with these matches.
Oh yeah, 100%. And they also just avoided that reverse sweep curse, so I think they're feeling good. Matza on your screen, and I think this roster, even though it's in twos, they want to show that they have the synergy, they have the chemistry, that now all these eyes are on them, is going to prove to be valuable moving into not only 2v2s, but also 3v3s. I think it'll bleed in. This is just only adding more confidence to them as we progress in this season of RLCS, but it's not going to be easy. I mean, TR had a rough start to the day yesterday, but then showed their mental fortitude by taking down GHT, and most notably Novo. I thought that series really was a convincing one for TR, and that Toxic specifically for me, it's not going to be easy here.
Well, I don't know. According to Cole, it would be.
Yeah, true. Well, I'm in a different persona now. I'm not in pre-show.
Oh, you're not in England. Okay, I see.
No more.
Don't say the E word, because I'll get all excited and start.
That's true. Okay. Well, before I get your thought, I do want to get chat going first here, because we got the game almost ready. So progressive fan votes up. Let us know, is GK going to be able to move on through, or is it going to be TR? Again, we put some weight behind all these players. But Cole, let me know your thoughts here.
I think it's not an unbelievable shout to say GK to win this one, but TR, I don't know. I just don't quite believe in GK enough at the moment as an org, as a team. I don't feel like they've got that aura around them to say they're going to start winning these games. So I am going to go for TR, and I do think they are going to win.
Do the reverse sweeps kind of mess with that? Like, what's adding to that? I'm curious.
What from GK? I think getting reverse swept in 2v2 and surviving the next reverse sweep, but also looking shaky when they went ahead. It still seems to be like a team that goes ahead and then start to think, oh, can we go?
Turtle, what do you think of that?
I'm scared of them.
I'm thinking it's just a day one thing. I think day two, it's Saturday, baby. GK, okay. I'm expecting them to be laser focused. I believe in Tempo specifically. He's my player to watch. Give me GK.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cole, but when it happened in the bracket, I was gonna let this one pass, and I think, you know what? I don't think it's too far fetched to say TR, but at the same time, I would have had GK. I think yesterday, them getting past that potential reverse sweep twice in a row, and they actually overcame it, I think that unlocks something for them, and I think they're going to be fine. And Chad is very much not. I'm sorry, Cole.
You're
being left.
I mean, it's going to be Stumpy casting it, so Chat's going to have to.
That's true. He's going to have to deal with it. Hey, well, why don't we find out what happens and how Stumpy feels about it as well as we head down to the pitch. GK Esports, can they continue on? Chat certainly seems to think so, but TR, a formidable opponent on the other side. Let's get into another match of 2v2.
GK Esports here trying to take down a team of Tempo, or rather of Toxic and Revsy. Great start from me. Hoping to see that they can, Gibbs, get past their demons towards the end of series.
Yes, game one presented by Progressive. I'm a company man, Stumpy. You can't forget it. Here we go. Let's get it going. GK, I think it's been a lot of around GK, the old roster, the new roster. It feels like it's trendy to hate on them, but I do feel like they are pretty big favorites in this match, and they get the first goal right here by Tempo.
Tough there for, I think it was Toxic. No, Revsy, sorry, sticking on the post. As he lands, he seems desperate trying to jump down and get away. Just dead open there for Tempo. Only took 20 seconds, so not too bad for him. In game one, brought to you by Progressive. We'll double up on it. Sorry, Gibbs.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Stumpy. I know you're new to this casting thing. I get it.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think for me, I think Cole makes a very good point. I don't necessarily think that I've got full faith in GK when we've seen how ropey they can be at various points. In this tournament, in 3v3, kind of wherever you seem to put them, there are issues that will be arising in their mentality as we go further through series.
Yeah, I feel like Tempo is kind of getting like the short end here, where like he was picked up by GK. As we see, Revsy almost put one home, but just a little bit too high, and no follow-up by Toxic, trying to play a little bit more passive, not giving up the goal. Some physical play comes out. See what Matzer can do. Out to Tempo. Tempo's gonna have to bail. Another pass. Revsy, big win. Can he get the finish? He cannot. Doesn't find the near post angle.
Very safe finish. Tempo can then go up the other end. When there was a bit more of a commit, I think, and Revsy on the shot completely gives the ball away. Toxic then dives in when he doesn't need to. He could have taken that back, sent it into his own back corner. He had space, he had time, but Tempo, he shut down that right-hand avenue, and Toxic just fed it straight to him.
And in twos, it's so important. When you have a shooting opportunity, it has to be a quality shot. Because if it's not, it turns into a counterattack so easily. And that's what we saw there, where that was basically a 2-goal swing. Should have been a goal near post. But now it's GK up 2-0. But to go back to my point about Tempo, he got picked up by GK because how good he is at Rocket League. I feel like he's the best player on the field in this match. I expect to see that throughout this because, yes, it was a bad split for the entire team, but you can't really fault Tempo like alone for that. And I think he'll show his performance here in twos as we see Matzer putting it home. 3-0 domination early.
To be honest, Gibbs, I think you can essentially blame everybody on GK apart from Tempo. I love Jack, I love Joyo, but they were not obviously performing to the level that we needed them to perform to, and Tempo was the standout player on that team. Matzer, though, as you said, getting involved in game number one. He gets his first goal. That is 3 back-to-back in favor of GK. One of the few named orgs in the 2v2 here. You only really have one duo per org. And Matzer wants to get another one. Can't quite secure the reset. Tempo is being given a lot of space in the midfield to be able to tick away at the boost that Tiara grabbed.
Yeah, Matzer, he's joining GK for the LCQ coming up. We don't know exactly what the full team of 3 is, but we know very likely it's going to be Tempo and Matzer at the very least. We'll see what else they can do, but it is Matzer, not Mitzer. He asked us to do that in case you missed it yesterday. We talked about pronunciation, so don't yell at us on Reddit. At least not yet.
You can yell at us. Oh my goodness, you can yell at us for something. And Togsy is going to be yelling from the rooftops. What a lovely reset this is. In reverse as well. Gets the first and rockets himself to the ground with the reset. A stunning recovery. Only 2 now to claw back.
That was a risky play too. He was way upfield. Like if he gets beat out, that's another goal against them. But being down 3, sometimes you got to take some chances, and Toxic makes it work. Now Revsy versus Tempo in the air. Matzer will follow it up, and again, you're going to see this a lot. Aerial challenges where both members are behind the ball. Matzer, though, double tap opportunity, cannot get the touchdown. Tempo has the boost, though. Will win it. Matzer cannot win the race. Revsy will get the clear. Tempo, flip reset. Opportunity here. Let's see what Revsy can do. Again, a lot of 50s, guys. Like, if you're playing 2s and ranked, watch how these guys 50. All they do is sit behind the ball. That's really all you have to do. You just don't want to lose it. You can tie it. You don't want to lose it.
Yeah. So long as... Basically, the golden rule for 2v2 is never let your teammate get into a one-on-one situation especially when they're going to be relatively low on boost if they've just committed here too. Revsy's job is just to slow things down, let Toxic get back, and then get himself some boost. Toxic now has boost, so Revsy can get back. Gives me the first challenge. You force out the reset from Toxic. And as much strategy as there may be, as much as it may be written on paper, sometimes one player can do it all.
And this is what we talk about. Tempo is the most skilled player on this field, and he just showed it in twos. If you beat both members, that is so incredibly difficult to do. And he did it there. The flip reset over one, the bump on the other. Oh, well done.
Toxic there too, managed to sneak that boost, but Matza immediately commits and gets the demo on him. Does get beaten though.
Oh.
And it was a big commit from Matza. When he sits midfield, it becomes a lot harder to try and get this 50. Even if he wins it, Tempo has just been beaten. He commits a little bit too close, and Toxic, we saw the speed in that first goal, and he's showing that he can slow it down and then immediately accelerate to 100 and get it over the second man.
Yeah, that first touch by Toxic and landing back on that sidewall was so incredibly fast that Matzer thought he had way more time to do something with it, so he just gets caught flat-footed there just a bit because of the speed by Toxic. So 2 goals, 1 minute to go, plenty of time.
Tempo, I think, got bumped to the ceiling. Managed to get the ball over one, but can't quite beat the second. That's a loose in the midfield. Both have committed. A long shot here from Toxic could do it. Flips into it. Matza heads back, but with low boost and a great boost steal, a pass in. But has that ball absolutely rocketed towards the side of him. Obviously, bit of space and time. Matza wants to shut that down immediately, wins it and recovers fast. Attempted bump here, pass instead, and Tempo is going to have to retreat back into his own half.
Gonna play it slow though. Yeah, there's not much time left on this, so he knows what he's got to do. Matzer though, again, moving upfield too much, gets beat out again. Tempo bails him out, but that has to change going into game 2.
Lovely.
Tempo, the ceiling pinch, it will not go in, but it will waste down the clock. And GK, they win this first game, but the aggression by GK might be a little bit too much when you have a lead. We'll see if they correct that in game 2.
Yeah, it worked out very nicely. I think you can't really fault GK for how they ended up committing. 10 shots for Tempo. He was just rocketing as much on target as he humanly could. Making sure that if you can work down that boost, as it is in 3, it's one of those things where if you can just work down the boost, if you can chip away as often as possible, then it is going to be a lot easier for you to get the final killing blow. And GK did that pretty much to perfection.
Yeah, I feel like it was just, there was a few times when they were on offense that Matzer moved up the field maybe just a little bit too much and got caught off guard. They gave up 1 goal for it. They almost gave up 1 late as well, but it didn't happen. So GK, they do get the win, but I think tactically, they got to be able to play with these leads a little bit better. When you do have a 2 or 3 goal lead, you can be a little bit more passive. I do get like trying to be aggressive and score even more, but when there's only like half a minute left and you're up 2, it's probably better to play just a bit more passive.
This time, it did not burn them. You know, they made sure that it was well handled. They were able to shut that game out. And maybe GK, you know, they can get these early starts to the series, but I really would not count out Toxic and Revsy to then bring it back later. If it does get down to a 2 or a 3 games against them, GK can waver towards the end of series. They want to make sure, though, in a best of 7 in our inaugural 2v2 weekend, that does not become a trend.
Yeah, I think it's interesting by Eugen where he's talking about, you know, everyone plays 2's ranked, right? And like, but it is still completely different. You got to play safer when you're actually playing for something. Normally people play 2's to just work on their form. But now you're playing for money, you're playing for a chance at the World Championship. The gameplay has to evolve. And right now it seems like for GK, they probably could outclass these guys based on skill, but the play has to evolve based on your aggression levels. And yes, they did win game 1, but I'm still a little concerned about how aggressive they are. Let's see if Revsy and Toxic can take advantage of that.
In this game too, they're going to have to not just get walked over in the first minute or so like they did in the previous game. Tempo attempts to beat out Revsy, isn't able to, so slows it down. Not quite the play that either of those were expecting, so Toxic 50 in the mid. Enjoy the demo. See that making it to that 2v1, even more effective a demos in 2v2 as well, especially if then you can quickly transition onto the other side and then potentially then get the other demo. Matza, the very big save, a lovely shot And a shot on target, nicely threaded. Toxic and Revsy. Wonderful game management just to keep this attack going.
And that was great mechanics as well by TR first. So Revsy has to force a great save, and then Toxic finds that angle very quickly, throws it right on net. Didn't even need the infield pass. So well done by TR to capitalize on their moment and take the lead.
Double fake kickoff. Tempo's going to now be closer to it. Just bips it high, can then immediately transition to Sleep into top left boost. Going to shut down Toxic now, who's then going to have to use Revsy to going for a 1v1. Against Nasty, that's going to be very tough. Tempo from his own backboard. We saw Nasty yesterday into the reset. Maybe the second, instead slows it down. And Toxic, he dives in. The defense has to be very, very strict in 2v2. We spoke a little bit before the show even started, Gibbs, about the positioning in 2v2 and how important it is. And defensively, we both agreed that is the most important positioning.
Oh, absolutely. That first man has to do something where you either hit the car or make the ball go away from the first attacker. So then your teammate can just follow up with a clean save and you don't have to worry. But if your next man back has to do a 50-50 challenge, that is not what you want because, well, now you have no one back. And the other member on the offensive team is just waiting to see where that ball spills out to. So the first defender has to make some sort of play on the ball.
You basically can't let your first man get the actual 50, or rather your final man get that 50. It becomes so much harder then because you've got nobody back in case, as you say, just fill out. Great demo. Matza shuts down Revsy. I think central. The boost deal as well. Now Matza, sideball, boost and time. A lot of ambition. Hands it up with 2 tempo. It's on target. I felt like it was savable, but the shot has been fired.
Yeah, the infield pass comes out because both members are back on the goal line. Revsy's on the back wall. I expect a save there, but just enough location and speed by Tempo to sneak it into that bottom left corner, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, just about back behind him. A better shot than I initially thought. Just managed to use Revsy momentum against him. Because he's up high, you basically have to thread that needle, send it behind Toxic and Revsy. He does exactly that. Revsy return will take the instant shot, and it's the save in reply. But awkward boost amounts for TR. They're struggling to, in the latter half of this game, get a huge amount going. A reset is found, but he's too low. We saw Matza get probably the lowest reset possible yesterday. He wasn't able to secure it himself.
Yeah, but just passive defense there by GK. Just wait out that flip reset because it was non-threatening. And now we got Matza going for one. He gets bumped out. But Revsy has to make a play, and he does just enough where Tempo cannot follow it up.
Revsy too managed to get that back corner boost. In Tempo, he fancied it himself, even though he was full. Just try and starve the orange side. But no one's making contact with it, so a bit of a lack of rotation from him. Matza now has boost. He will be working his way in, and a boost grab again from Toxic. But we're seeing just how much pressure is being put on this pack half. Toxic goes towards the ball and then slows it down, says, right, fellas, give us a little bit of breathing room. Tempo says no, but Revsy calls save.
Yeah, Revsy gets the save out, and there's no rebound opportunity, so we get a little bit of a counterattack here by TR. Revsy cannot find the corner. He can't turn on it. Toxic's going to try and play it slow, but he lands on the ground, so the ball goes deep into the orange side. Tempo versus Revsy. What can he do? He's just going to wait this one out. The 50-50 goes straight up in the air. Tempo does win it. Toxic is going to have the control on the back wall. Does well enough, and Matzer's got to turn back.
Play here for Revsy. Going to try and just pop it high and then go for the demo, but Matza is able to read it. Called into action is Tempo. It's going to be a miss. Toxic quick now next to this. He goes high. He's going to attempt to reset, but instantly shut down. That is being a really big proponent and a really big part of GK's game is the instant shutdown as soon as there are any of these challenges. Nicely touched back there from Matza, but an even better 50. And it gets shot directly into the keeper. Revsy can't make it past Tempo.
Revsy had an angle. He had the bottom left corner, just couldn't find it. Tried to push it just a little bit too fast. Matzer gets beat, though. Tempo is alone on defense. The challenge does not come out in Tempo. He gets the clear off the ceiling, going for the flip reset. Trying to beat Toxic. Great save there by Toxic. Matzer, though, will control it. Going up the wall. Going to try for the infield or do it himself. Goes for the aerial bump demo with the pass, but Toxic, another crucial defensive stop.
More time as well. Just the field presence from GK. They are pushing deep into the orange half. Revsy fancies this one. Toxic says, I'm going solo, fella. Tempo doubled off the backboard. The good start of intention here in the overtime for Toxic and Revsy.
I'm loving how Toxic is playing. He's doing so well on the defensive side when he's been outnumbered at times, or it seems like it's going to get by him. He's making big plays, and he almost scores there as well, making it awkward. Revsy's alone. He doesn't get bumped. Luckily, Tempo tried to take out both.
That side boost, though, Tempo becomes even more dangerous. Nice big shutdown by Toxic. Tempo now behind, could bump Revsy. Going to be quick enough to it. And as soon as one player gets back behind, that kind of thing can happen. Matza from the blind spot removes the keeper and says to Tempo, there you go, mate, have an open net.
But look at that, too. Tempo also bumps out one of the other defenders. Both of them getting a bump and pushing them out of the play. So GK getting physical by both members to score a goal. And that's a huge overtime winner where it did feel like TR was finally finding their form and they felt equal to GK. But GK find their moment in overtime to take command in 2-0.
There's been a timeout called by TR as well. Fox and Revsy taking a sec to talk it out. I don't believe they have a coach. Fox and Revsy, but let me have something to look. Obviously, GK, they've got the backing of the org here, but Fox and Revsy, they're just two English lads giving it a blooming good go.
We see Tempo, too. 8 shots. His teammate Matzer, 0. So really, the game plan is Tempo. You go for the opportunities whenever you can, or Matzer will try and make plays to set up Tempo. So far through these first 2 games, we'll see if that continues. But well done again. It wasn't only that bump by Matzer, but it was the bump by Tempo, like in the midfield while he's waiting for the pass to happen, that really opened up that door. So GK, 2-0 lead, but it is tight. That game was incredibly close. Toxic, I thought, had a fantastic match on defense, and they were so close to scoring that awkward goal late, and it doesn't fall, so GK takes the lead.
See as well with GK, they got a bit more composure coming into these games, and I think the bumps are going to be so important. Anybody who has been a proud 2v2er in their time, myself included here, you know how important and also how annoying bumps are. If there's somebody that you know that has just gone past the ball, you know your teammate's been bumped, immediately you are target number 2. If you've got 2 players barring down the pitch at you, the guy with the ball is probably just going to be driving it on the floor, just holding accelerate and hoping their first guy gets a bump or just makes you blink first. And that is a very important part of 2v2, and it's being shown here more by GK than it is by TR.
Yeah, that's when you're on offense and you hit that shot that is incredibly weak, it turns into a 2v1. Most 2v1s are not about the infield pass. They're about the one member driving forward and going for that bump play. So now you got to avoid the bump, but also make the save as well. It's incredibly difficult to do. It's also very consistent when you have that 2v1 to go for that versus an infield pass, because if that ball gets intercepted, then it's a counterattack the other way. So you'd rather go for it where they really can't get a quality touch because they got to avoid the demo. Just makes more sense. So every shot has to be perfect. Every single mechanical play has to be perfect. Twos, you can't be bailed out by your third man.
That's why normally you'll see these players, if they're not, I think, pretty confident the shot's going to go in, they'll tap it towards the net and then immediately recover. Immediately head back into their own half. That is a beautiful play by Tempo. Matza with full control and no boost. Waiting on the goal line was Toxic, and Matza beats him with ease. That pass back from Tempo absolutely does the defense.
And we saw that in game 1 too. Tempo just beat 2 members by himself. He scored that one. This time he beats both members, turns it into a back pass. Wide open shot by Matzer, and that is the difference right now in this match. It's Tempo.
And that's a pretty good start as well for GK, and Tempo's going to want to continue it.
Again?
It's a double commit on defense as well, and this was a bit of a problem on the, I'm sorry to say it, England team, where Toxic and Rowley kept double committing. In 3s, it's a lot more forgivable. In 2s, it is the cardinal sin. It cannot happen.
It was tough because Toxic had no boost, but he wanted to go up first. He had to go up so late that his teammate Revsy had to make a play, and Matzer cannot turn on the ball. The kickoff goal does not happen, but he does get the pass to Tempo. Let's see if Toxic can get anything done here. Revsy trying to pass it down, so Demo's coming out. Toxic trying to get involved, but yeah, that just can't happen. Those double commits, but because the play was so close to the net, I understand why it did. But again, it is the power of Tempo and his mechanical block.
First minute, though, it has been all GK. We're starting to ramp up a little bit of TR pressure. The back half, Tempo's going to go via the boost as well. And gets the
Another
bump on
bump.
Revsy. Finally on Toxic. The slowdown is brutal and Toxic. Thankfully for him, reads it well, but Tempo immediately called back into action. The dunk onto the backboard with Mitza. Low on boost again. It's going to be a bit of a scramble here for TR. And now all of a sudden there is a fake. There is a chance. There is light at the end of the tunnel and Toxic can't quite sink it.
He did everything right. Just the speed of the shot was just a tiny bit too slow. Tempo just gets back in time. But you can see Toxic with the fakes, with the mechs as well. He gets demoed for his efforts though. So Tempo, 100 boost on a dream. What can he do? Goes for the low 50s, so he's got to go for the aerial bump, but Toxic avoids it well.
I mean, that's a lovely pass to play for TR. No goal at the end of it. And now that 2v1 that you do not want to happen. If Tempo beats him, which he will, it's going to be a guaranteed goal. And Tempo here, he plays it really nicely. He slows it down, removes the momentum from Revsy. That then means that Revsy has to jump, and Tempo can then immediately speed it back up. The tempo, no pun intended, completely controlled by GK.
When you're the first man on defense, you literally just cannot get beat. If you get beat, it is over. It's a 2v1 situation. Toxic had no boost, tried to make a quick challenge. It backfired immediately, and these pros know how to score in 2v1s. They're going to score at a very, very high rate. And right now, TR's got to find a way to fix those defensive issues.
Yeah, I think those issues as well, they're going to be so prevalent when you're being rushed. And ultimately, you know, you're in these tough positions because of the brilliant pace play that we're seeing from GK. They're making it a lot harder to get much more going, especially on defense and trying to get this counter-attack. They've always got that one man back in this second game, rather this third game especially. Goodness me, this series really got away from TR.
Yeah, we're seeing them trying to go for some devil plays now, but they're usually in the midfield when no one really has possession just yet, so they're not paying off yet. But I think Toxic is going to try for more of them throughout this. See if he gets Tempo here. He doesn't even get the back corner boost, gets beat out there. So Tempo will get the free clear and control of the ball. Revsy trying to get back in time. Toxic misplay, but it actually pays off. Toxic has a chance, but cannot get the shot.
Revsy there, he was playing for as many boosts as he can, as many bumps as he could. And Tempo stayed completely firm. He stayed solid in the face of all of that adversity that's being chucked away. Revsy slows it down and tries to get the bump on Matza, but Matza stays far enough away where the ball isn't going to be able to be accelerated to the midfield. But it was nice intention to play, 100 seconds. Toxic pinches high, Matza's in a tough position to reset. Chance for a bump here. And that is another 2-on-1 situation, this time finally controlled by TR.
Yeah, Matzer jumped super early for that, then had to recover back on his goal line, but Revsy makes
I think you had to.
Hey, with a clean flip reset immediately to the top right corner. The speed really paid off there.
I think that the knowledge of having Toxic behind you is just like, I need to jump. If I don't jump, I'm in much more of a readable situation. Either I'm on the floor or I jump a little bit later, at which point he can just stop me back to the ground. So did what he could, but really well choreographed by the TR fellas.
Yeah, I like the speed of the shot. When you do have these advantages, it is way better to just go as quickly as you can and make the play. Infield pass, though, Tempo to Matzer, and we get a little pinball effect, but the ball does fall into the back of the net.
It's a devastating pinball, too, because it's the pass and then the instant bump, the instant double bump on Toxic. He can't get the first save, and Tempo thinks, you're a little bit too close for comfort here yet again. I'm going to remove you from this situation. 3 goals, made 4 goals clear. And the kickoff strats for GK, if they start working, then this could really fall apart even more for TR.
I'm just loving what Tempo is doing. Like that last goal before this one, like he's doing 2 things at once, right? He's getting the pass and a bump. And that's what you got to do at times is do 2 things at once to beat out one member and then make the other member in an awkward spot. And Matzer's doing a great job finishing off as well, following up on that kickoff. And full control, GK here, looking great.
I feel like these streams are going to become a little bit of like 2v2 coaching as well, of like, this is what you should be doing theoretically in 2v2. And I think GK are showcasing it perfectly. The way in which they're linked up together, then they're rarely leaving that last man isolated.
Yeah.
You know, they're making sure that any chance they have does not go amiss. That is a very, it's a poor moment for TR. Thankfully for them, GK don't score with 30 seconds left and 4 goals to bring back. It becomes a lot harder. Toxic attempts to remove Matza from the entire equation, but instead, it almost feels like he's multiplied.
Yeah, Matcher's playing incredibly well. Outside of that game 1 where I thought his position was a little bit off, he has cleaned that up
Which they
exceptionally well throughout these last 2 games. So he's playing fantastic too, and it's full team effort here. Matcher trying for the pass, doesn't even need it. Toxic just throwing himself at the ball, and at this point, you know it's over. I don't even count these goals unnecessarily. Toxic probably a little bit tilted. We got a 6-1, but we get a chance for a 7. Get a chance.
Maybe the admin's going to hop in here and tell TR, you got to keep playing, otherwise you might get in trouble. 5 goals clear, though, in 4 seconds. Doesn't really matter what goes on. I mean, it's series point. This has been incredibly quick, and the timeout has been used.
Yeah.
GK, a 2v2 masterclass.
Yeah, TR in the back half of that game kind of looked like energy during their practice of Paris Major. Just didn't do it. So, you know, TR just not on the field. But that one's rough. That one's rough after a timeout. They had opportunities at times, but it was just the outplays by Tempo, by Matzer as well. 5 goals there by Matzer. A great, like, cleanup job here. A lot of great passes coming out. So, well done to GK. But the back half of the game, you kind of have to throw away because it was basically over at that point. TR, though, now they're down 3. 3-0. We talk about a momentum in 2s. It might mean more than in 3s if you can get going, but we have to see it first.
I mean, the momentum is extremely firmly on the side of GK. Not been totaling up the goals that have gone against TR, but theirs have been few and far between. There's a lot of work to do. And I think that GK, towards the end of the series, as we've said, they have been ropey. They have been, you know, reverse swept, or Temper has at least. You know, they have been on the cusp a couple of times. This does not look like a version of that team where they are going to befall going to, honestly, even game 6.
To be fair, though, every reverse sweep begins that way, right? Where you're saying, oh, it doesn't look like it could happen. Because obviously they just won 3 games in a row.
That's very true.
That literally is every single reverse sweep. So we'll see how this game opens in game 4. But TR, you know, they want to throw away that game 3. Unfortunately, they used the timeout, though. So they got to get right back into it.
Tempo, nice touch through. 1-2, nearly the 3rd. Of the top bar, saved by Revsy, but they're kind of low on boost. TR immediately, a long clear from Toxic, but it just gives a little bit of time for GK to reorganize. A touch that I think would have rather have been a roll around. Tempo able to get this first one, not the second. A 2-on-1, a 1-on-1, a 2v1, as Revsy can get back, and it's that man that dives across. You basically want to have your final man in defense, shadowing, waiting, lurking, seeing what they can do. But then if you can have a man swipe across or jump up from an awkward angle to get the block, you need to have one challenge, then make those resets happen, so then the final man can then ideally just get the clear away.
Yeah, you force them to do something earlier than they want to. So you have more time to react and make the save and make a clean rebound where it goes into your back corner, like at the very least. So, well done there by Revsy, but it also means you shouldn't slow it down too often. Tempo off the bar. Toxic will get the clear. Matcher has no boost, so he's got to back up pretty far. He picks up some small plants. Great challenge there early to keep it out and allow Tempo to get his back corner as well. So Toxic's got to retreat. Revsy again, trying to disrupt. No bump comes out either. Toxic, great avoidance there. And TR definitely playing a better game here.
Much better start. Revsy, though, is quite close to the play. Can't get back in time. Where's Matza? Rather, where's Tempo? He can dive in. And look at how close Revsy was to that play. That means he's immediately under pressure. Has to make any touch that needed to roll. Unfortunately for him, he then gets dunked because it goes back into his own 6-yard box.
Yeah, I cashed across that one just a bit there. Matzer, that's a great play. When you're turned around, no one expects you to just put on the brakes and backflip challenge. And he does it there perfectly. Both members of TR move it upfield, thinking they have way more time. But Matzer, great challenge. And of course, great finish as well by GK. Now Revsy, great catch into the shot. Matzer, huge save, huge double save as well. And GK looking fantastic with Toxic. Wants another, and now the back pass. Matzer doing it all.
Unreal from Matza, showing up everywhere that he can in game number 4. He's been all around the pitch so far, but that was a defensive treat for the eyes. Very well played from him. Revsy steals that back corner boost. They're trying to, I think, start to build up some of these plays. Rather than going full counter-attack, can we play that war of attrition that GK have been playing against us, where you've had Tempo with 8-10 shots to a game? We've not seen that at all from TR so far.
Yeah, now Tempo's the only one with boost, so Matcher's going to be a little cautious, just throw it up high so he can get boost, and Tempo can as well. Revsy tries to win the flipper set, does not. Toxic follows up very, very quickly, though. Trying for the bump plays. Like, Toxic has been looking for them. They just haven't been connected just yet.
Toxic then is low on boost, can barely get back, but does so with perfection. Honestly, that would have been a goal if Tempo hadn't messed up his initial touch. So I think that's more on GK not being able to capitalize on the situation. But TR, they do get away with one there. Boost still from Matza, and the war of attrition now swings back in favor of GK.
Yeah, that's the thing. When Toxic misses a bump, that immediately turns into a 2v1. That's when you have to pick up the pace and immediately go. Matcher, double flip reset. Toxic, big save into the corner, but Tempo will take the boost. He's got to control it by himself because Matcher has to go back for a boost as well. Cannot do too much with it. Matcher, back. Revsy going for the demo. Oh, Matcher just barely backflip save.
See, though, he just drove up the back walls. He didn't need to use boost to get there. It means that now he can rotate out using that boost. That's sending it long. And every now and then you'll see these players not necessarily go for ball control. They don't keep it close. Like we saw Matza earlier. I said that I liked his play, and all he did was hit it into the top corner. But it meant they had slowed down the counter-attack for TR. That's what they're trying to play off. Toxic long shot Tempo straight to the backboard. Over the top of Revsy pretty much. With the reset, Tempo tap it away, and the war begins again. One boost stolen, two boost stolen. Revsy takes away 100 and gives Tempo 33 in his own back corner.
Yeah, Matcher's just full control here. A little backflip flick to himself, to the flip reset, to the double, to the touch, to Tempo. Wow. Oh, cannot finish it off. Wanted the highlight reel goal. That would have been top play number one, but instead, it's counterattacked. Revsy makes him pay, trying to clip on him, and we're all tied up.
Also, Tempo faked out there by Toxic. He then has to go for the corner boost. Toxic instead fakes it, goes to the ball straight back in the center. And we know that Mats has used a lot of boost there, so he's now going to have to commit to a corner boost. Sees that the net is open. Really lovely play. TR, not a quick turnaround, not a quick response to that first goal, but it is going to be effective. One reset, can't beat the first.
Toxic trying to throw it middle. It spills out to him, but he cannot get the right angle on the touch, so Matcher will get the clear. And he also got that midfield boost. Can he get the pass midfield? A little bit of a weak touch. Revsy does well to control it, but Tempo is right there on the challenge and secures the goal. GK up late.
The great positioning from Tempo here too. Matza calls low 50. This is going to bounce out somewhere to the right. If it goes too far, Tempo can get back to it. If it goes just close enough, Tempo will be there for it. The positioning from Tempo is like prime gentlemates at the Copenhagen 2024 major.
It was a great play by Revsy, too. He did everything he needed to do. Just got beat out on the 50. Has an opportunity there. Toxic, can he turn this off the back wall? Tries for the shot! And he finds it! We're all tied up. 2 seconds left. 2-2.
A lifeline for TR. They become resuscitated. Moments like that. That's what starts the reverse sweep off, but one more yet to get. They did not win the first overtime. If it gets there, and it will get there again. Let's do a little redo. Overtime in the fourth.
Yeah, let's not forget game 2. That overtime was close. It could have went either way. Tempo wins kickoff, tries for a quick flick. Doesn't get the power on it, though, so a little pass to Toxic. Matcher can't get it! And Toxic finds the goal, and TR is not done just yet.
And maybe it's this counter-attacking. Maybe they don't want to go for this war of attrition. They don't want to fake it so that they're constantly seeing the boost. Just wait for them to come off their goal line and then snipe. It's been ineffective until that game.
Wow. And Toxic just gets enough on that shot. That was absolutely wild. Matcher pixels away from getting that save. And who knows what could have happened there, but it all started again, like Tempo wins kickoff. Just that flick was a little light, and sometimes those are the moments where you just don't get enough power on it, and it turns the other way. So TR, they stay alive, down 3-1. Can they do it?
And that was obviously their best game so far. A well-managed game by TR, and it becomes a little bit tough for GK as You know, I felt like they had all the momentum on their side. They won the previous game 6-1. A battering in favor of GK. But that timeout, maybe a little bit of lag on it.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens here. Like, that was so incredibly close, this game. I feel like GK is still relatively happy with what they're doing, but let's not forget, in that game 4, like, Matzer had that double save that was incredible. There was probably like a 95% chance that ball's going in. So TR could have won this a little bit earlier, so they are definitely playing up to GK now. They just need to do it, again, for 3 more games in a row and have to win those coin flip matches. So we'll see if they can.
I think there's the way that I've seen these games being approached, I'd still very much put it in favor of GK. I still have more faith in them to continue it out, close out the series. As we head to Parc de Paris, great city. I loved it there. Very fun, very good, great major. It's going to be up to TR to be able to continue with intention as much as they can. Keep it scary. Revsy off the rip forces Tempo to make a big save.
Love the speed there by Revsy again. Just make it happen as soon as you possibly can. Keep the defense on their toes. And they're keeping some boost control. The Magic gets a crucial demo here, but Tempo is gonna go all the way across coast by himself. Revsy, though, easy save. But that's what you gotta do. Gently place it into your back corner so your defense can recollect.
It was well managed as well by TR. There's that first man, Toxic, had to just jump away from it as Matza was just right behind him, wanted to get the demo. Tempo does get the demo on Toxic at long last. Now a brief 1v1 in the midfield. Matza's going to be winning out. Tempo can beat one to the ceiling. Straight down. Both commit to it. Matza's not got much boost, so he can't commit as close as I'm sure he would like. Double off the backboard. Nearly a chance. Tempo does work his way in. And Revsy. Stretch.
Yeah, Revsy barely making the same. Tempo with the 0 boost pass out to Matzer, but Toxic is able to read it. Some bumps coming out, though, making it awkward. Toxic, though. Great save and turns it to a pass out to Revsy, who hits it just a bit too hard. He had enough boost to do something with that and threw it away.
It's a bit of nothing. It was either keep it close and then go to the 50, allow Toxic in, or heat check them, ping it to the backboard and see what can happen. Neither really came through for him. Revs now wants to take it back, but the very quick challenge from Mats is going to make this extremely awkward. That shot attempt from Tempo ends up turning into a quick 50 as he let the ball go far away from him. Midfield, no pressure for Matza. The man from that blind spot again, Toxic, is diving through. Does manage to shut down the attack for now.
Yeah, Revsy on full boost will take control of this corner. He beats out Tempo. But Matzer makes a great play there to keep it alive. Tempo going for a little infield pass. No one's available, though, so Revsy on 0 boost will lay it up for Toxic, who's got an opportunity here. Matzer, though, big save, and there's no follow-up.
Matzer dribbles it round 1 and the boost. Be meeting him high. It's going to be Toxic. Forces him to use his flip. That's what then from the ceiling. Oh no! Matza forces the TR defense to scramble.
Sometimes you just got to use that flip percent in an awkward time. It just panics Revsy out. He can't do anything else. He has no boost. He tries to side flip to get under the ball to throw it into his own corner. And it looks terrible, but honestly, he had no other option. Matzer with a fantastic play that no one expects. And GK's up early.
I think poor Revsy just thought, wait, you're there? Wait, the ball's here? What's going on? Tried to make contact, tried to wrestle some semblance of normality back. The play in the end, and the skim is going to be on target. Tempo is on fire.
We talk about don't give up a juicy rebound. Just pass to yourself and get the little skim. And Revsy cannot get back, and that is a backbreaker right there for TRGK. The 2-0 lead at half.
How on earth do you defend against that?
You can't.
So far, it has been GK just trying to batter them down as much as they can, really wear them away. And now, all of a sudden, they go, oh, we're in our own back corner, we'll score anyway. It doesn't matter. A completely different goal, and the pinch to clear it away. Revsy pings it straight back again. This ball has picked up some real meaty velocity.
Tempo now trying to beat out Revsy. Revsy just gets back in time. Tempo, though, gets the bump on Toxic. Again, trying to do 2 things on every single play. Matzer, though, can't really find anything out of it. It does spill back to Tempo, who has the angle on the shot. Again, perfect position in here on the challenge game by Matzer to Tempo. Well done.
That 50 going mid as well makes it so hard because whoever basically wins that, it's going to be a goal. You know, if TR do get the chance to break it past Tempo and get a nice 50, then that's probably a goal the other way because Matza is caught in the corner, battling the other defender. In the end, it just goes the way of GK, as it seems to have gone this entire series.
And you got to credit Matzer too, because that's another 50-50 challenge that he perfectly places on Tempo's bumper. And yes, it's great position by Tempo, but Matzer knows where he is and knows how to win it back to him. So well done by him. These last few games, I feel like it's been the Matzer show on defense and with his passing as well. So let's see. 3-0 lead. They're going to have to kill this clock very rapidly.
Yeah, and 2v2 as well. Normally look to like, in a 3v3, this feels a lot harder. 2v2, you can absolutely get some kickoff goals. Can you get 4 kickoff goals? Much less likely.
Yeah, I get what TR's trying to do. They have to challenge early here, but that's still just a poor challenge. It was never going to be winnable. Matzer gets the win and goes up 4. And we're probably going to see some more of these wide open nets for GK, because TR has to challenge everything now.
I mean, the issue is, I think GK know that. GK are completely aware of how TR's game plan's going to go. It's going to have to be instant challenges. That makes them really susceptible, especially when the air dribble goes that far and the bump lands as well. Matza gets credited with the goal. I'd like to retroactively say, no thank you, this is all Tempo's.
Again, Tempo in a 2v1 beats both players. We've seen this at least 5 times throughout this series. That is something that if you can do that in 2s, you are going to win a lot of 2s games, and Tempo does it again.
Been happening far too often. Oh, it's a lovely musty into the double. Oh my goodness, Matza nearly gets 2 highlight reel plays back to back. Tempo just has to slow it down. Matza again held in on the way. GK are playing exactly how we saw Vitera and Juicy, Zen and Atto, all of the greats play these 2v2s. They have started to play loose, and it is a terrifying combination.
Yeah, you talk about like an underdog team that could make a run. I feel like that this is the team going into tomorrow in that lower bracket that people are going to look at being like, okay, they have found their form at the right time. Can they take out some of these final bosses, it feels like, in Europe, where it feels like there's 3 very dominant teams and then everyone else, but Tempo and Matzer want to kind of show up here and be like, no, we can take down anyone. Toxic, nice little cute play there, but Matzer, it doesn't matter, controlled on the goal line.
I feel like a lot of the time it's felt like, you know what, nice play, but it doesn't really matter. Matzer with a reset pop into the backboard and then uses it. That is sickening. You see his camera. So look, the reset, pops it, backflips, gets the double. Another highlight reel play from GK.
And if your friends say Rocket League is easy compared to other games, just show them that. Like, how do you score that? And they get another one. Oh, come on. They don't want the Brazil. They just they just want to go up 8. Tempo, neutral 50, Matzer just follows it right up. And GK put out a statement here in Game 5.
I mean, for TR, this one could not fall their way. Matza and Tempo become final bosses. Thanos unleashed. They will be demons in the 2v2 scene. The 3v3 LCQ, whoever their teammate is, needs to live up to this reputation as well, because they are looking to be a team that is pining to make it to Dickey's Arena.
Yeah, a slow start on Friday, but they find their form at the perfect moment in this lower bracket on Saturday. They will play on Championship Sunday for the first ever 2v2 Open. Well done to them. A very dominant victory in TR. That's the end of their 2v2 journey, but a great top 8 run for them, but they just ran into a juggernaut.
Yeah. I think that is GK at their absolute best. And TR, I think they had moments where they were shining, but they clearly never got into that series. Then,
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Therapy. My fear gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
walking on the moon.
One moment to escape. You walking on the moon. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. All our trouble seems to fade away. Will we dance
And welcome back once again to the Rocket League Championship Series. The 2v2 action continues on, except for TR. They find their demise here in quite a quick fashion against GK Esports, as they'll continue on and then wait for their opponents heading into tomorrow. And to speak with me now, Tempo joining in. What's going on? How was the games for you today?
I mean, it was pretty smooth. In my opinion,
Yeah.
I think we kind of did exactly what we wanted to do, except for game 4. But I mean, sometimes you lose games, but I think overall we did pretty good.
You won, and that's what matters here. I gotta talk about the journey coming into this, though, my man, because a bit of a rocky road getting here through the Group B there. We've seen this with GK in the threes before, the reverse sweeps, a little bit of disaster in over there in threes. But here, did you ever feel any of that creeping in? Did you get any flashbacks with the amount of reverse sweeps that started happening in groups?
I mean, I'd be lying if I said it didn't. Like, it's kind of impossible not to, but you need to kind of just try to think of something else, think of like the game ahead of you. Like, obviously it's never fun to be reverse swept, but also we weren't out of the tournament, so we just focused on resetting the mental and keeping the confidence up. And I mean, we're still here, thankfully. So
yes, exactly. And I imagine now, from my perspective, I voted for you guys to win this one because I'm like, I think they're past that hump now. Did you feel after breaking out of that second reverse sweep, do you feel like maybe that was the barrier crossed, or was it still a little bit difficult to keep yourself mentally stable in this?
I think it helped a lot, but at the same time, I think we still struggled a bit in the final series yesterday. But I think at the same time, we also kind of just had a rough day yesterday, and today it was just a lot more smooth, and we were both feeling a lot better on the game.
And I have to get your thoughts on this because we talk about it. Obviously, there was the massive trade of you and Seiko trading places there. We talk about Seiko and them coming out on top with this. We're hoping to see the bounce back from you. You're looking good in 2 so far. What has it been for you? Has that been in your mind? And then also, having to go up against him, did that mean anything to you, that matchup in this storyline?
I mean, yesterday I didn't really think about it, to be honest, because it's just another team in my mind. But obviously, I'm not too happy with how it's been going recently, but it is what it is. It's not Seiko's fault, it's not City's fault. It's just, of course, it's just stuff on our team that didn't work out.
That's fair. Okay, well, we'll keep talking about it and looking towards the day that you can overcome him, because I feel like that'll be a triumphant day, and hopefully that can come in this bracket as you guys continue on. I'm gonna let you go now. You guys got the dub. You don't have to talk to me anymore. I just got to say, Tempo, congratulations. You guys are looking good.
Thank you.
There it is. Tempo again gives real about the scenarios. Not happy about some of the results, but I think he's got to be happy with the performance today.
At the same time, you just got to bounce back, right? You just got to find a way to find your form at the last moments. Not only twos, but also the LCQ and threes, right? And now we're seeing GK. They look very good. I felt like Tempo early on in the series was doing so well on offense, winning these 2v1 spots, and then Matzer was doing so great on defense as well, winning 2v1 spots that way. And if you win that many 2v1s, well, you're going to walk away with a pretty comfortable win here.
They also forced quite a lot of those 2v1s. They really made sure to work this game in their favor. They almost felt like the tide at points was turning towards Toxic Revsy, and they were happy to withstand it for a very short amount of time and then immediately counterattack. And as you can see, it must be very frustrating to try and work out from if you are TR. And I think the confidence from this tournament, even if everyone's saying this is going to be Zen and Atto, or it's going to be Juicy and Vatira who are going to win it, the confidence that you must gain from doing well in this tournament, especially for Tempo with your new teammate and Matza, coming into this team, the confidence you're gaining here it really is going to be a very big difference maker, I think, going towards that LCQ. And there are a lot of good teams going into it, so any benefit that you can get, then you're going to have to be happy to get it. And the Wonder Goals gives that we saw in this series too were just remarkable.
Yeah, they tried for a few extra clips there at the end, but it didn't happen. But they're that good that they can go for those clips and it won't really matter. So hats off to GK. They found their form in the perfect time. Again, Friday wasn't great, but Saturday they show up big, and now they're going into Championship Sunday as one of those underdog picks that I think a few people will definitely have.
Yeah, no, again, it sounds like there any kind of humps that they may have had, they're past that. They're starting to prove that they can dominate these teams that they're coming across in the bracket, but it does get harder and harder as their journey through this playoff bracket continues, because, well, that's the way it works. You get the best of the best teams, and we look at some of the other rosters that are on here. Yeah, you're not going to have probably these 4-1s heading your way anymore, given who might be dropping down there, Gibbs, from those upper brackets.
Because realistically, I feel like there's 3 teams that can win this tournament: Zen, Atto, Vatira Juicy, and Oski Nask.
Yeah.
And Vatira Juicy and Oski Nask, the loser of that is going to play Tempo and Matzer. So that's going to be an incredibly difficult match for them. But we play the games for a reason. And who knows? It's our first 2v2 weekend. Yeah. We might see some crazy upsets.
I mean, again, Stumpy, the fact that they were able to put one foot in front of the other, that he said they kept their head in the game, avoided the curse, and are here now, means that, that road ahead of them feels like it could be clear.
Yeah, definitely. It's good learning. Like, if you're able to almost take these, I don't want to call them gimmies, and I don't want to sort of keep referring to the LCQ, but if you're just able to take a couple of these steps back, learn the mentality with your new teammate as well, it's going to give you every advantage. I think that is a brilliant series to win as well. And even if, we're saying that you're going up against Carmine Corp or Gentlemates, whoever loses that one, that is a really good experience. That is such a strong test. And if you can come out the other side with the W, it is even more of a confidence builder for that squad.
I've seen a few people in chat asking a question. I'm about to answer it right now. Okay. And the question's been, when's Zen playing? Well, let's start to answer that, because looking at the schedule, I believe that's coming up right about now. We got Acro and Seiko versus Zen and Atto, the favorite of this entire tournament. We even look at Acro and Seiko, and we say this still gives a powerful roster, but not even in the top 3 of potential teams to win this tournament.
Yeah, it's just because the other teams are that good, I would say. But Acro and Seiko, definitely do not count them out. I think if there's an upset to happen, it could happen right here, right now. Zen and Atto, playing ranked earlier, was getting beat up a little bit by Oski Nask. So we'll see how this plays out. But I feel like Atto, he was in prime form at that Paris Major. And honestly, I think a lot of that was due to, I assume, a lot of his 2v2 ranked play going into this was probably pairing up with Zen to just get better, to be ready for 2s as well, but also warm up through that Paris Major. And it showed. Atto looked fantastic, looked like the best player in the world at times. So you're paired up with Zen. these guys feel unbeatable at times, but there's a lot of talent in Europe.
Yes, there is. But at the same time, we need to know who you guys are. It's just, we know what it's going to be. But the progressive fan vote is up. And I'm just curious how high this number is going to be. I do see some people, Stumpy in chat, saying they believe in, what are they calling this? Sacro right now. Acro Sacro.
I like that.
So, I mean, there are fans out there. You know, Man City's got people behind them.
I don't believe this is going to be a sweep. I believe that the strongest team in this tournament is Zen and Atto. I think they are the number 1 team in this tournament. But you have to look at the way that Man City managed to get through into the top side of the bracket as well. They had to go through GK, who have now proven themselves. It took 5 of them to go through, and then had a bit of a weaker series, but they went to 5 against PCS Stride. They were a very strong team in both of those series. However, as I said, it's the number 1 team in the tournament, therefore put down Zen and Atto for me, because they're probably going to win it.
I don't see a cheeky smile on Gibbs' face, which means I don't think there's some sort of skit coming up, which I think I know the predictable outcome of his prediction here.
What's the script, Gibbs?
That was a lot of words to pick the favorite, but nobody's just fake.
You know that's my job. You know that's why we're hired.
That's fair. You love hearing yourself. I can completely understand. But nobody's just fake. I feel like they are favorites in this tournament, but I think there's 2 other teams that can definitely challenge them. I just don't think it's the team they're playing right now. So I'm going Nova's just.
I think production was way ahead of it. They know what it's going to be. You even heard Eugen earlier saying they're going to win it. And I'm like, man, have some more confidence in yourself. But like, yeah, it's like, it really is that dominant of a team here. I was thinking maybe we get a 90%, but there are some believers from Man City out there. Will the upset happen? We don't know. There is still that second life on the line for Man City. They got to play the game to see if they're going to keep it, or if we're going to have the predictable outcome of Zen and Atto. In this next best of 7, we head down to the pitch and find out if the favorites are going to deliver on the storyline that we all expect through that upper bracket. Man City versus No Miss, Just Fake. Let's find out the winner.
Well, this is going to be a lot of fun, Turtlers. Game 1 is brought to you by Progressive, but I think that some of these pairings are who we've all been waiting for on this mainstream.
Yep, this is the series, this is the matchup where we're seeing the Titans, the names that we all have etched into our brains. We've been watching RLCS for even a couple of months, a week. You know these players, and we are going to see 2v2 get tested with the best of the best, Cole.
And speaking of the best, here he is, Zen, straight away with the flip reset. And that's what it took 6 seconds to be styling on him.
6 seconds is all you need to get a flip reset if you're Zen. So much boost, perfect kickoff right to him, and he's got control more than pretty much anybody else you could expect or ask for. This is Zen in peak shape. 6 seconds in.
I mean, call me harsh, but I'd say that was an own goal from Acro. Acro was bumped in there. It was a pull shot from Zen, if anything. Let's see if Atto can one-up that one by scoring himself. Of Seiko nipping in there to get a great challenge. And for Manchester City, I mean, as Stumpy said on the desk, these guys aren't here to be pushed over and bullied and styled on by Zen and Atto. They are here to fight for themselves.
Here to fight for themselves, but it's an obstacle that they've got to jump over. That's a blazing fast shot from Acro. Touched out of the way by Zen. Acro back in the midfield, flick over. Atto not able to get a touch. It's a nice little team passing play between the two, but you're right, Cole. This is definitely a team. You know, Sacro, they were talking about that's the duo. Can't count these guys out. They've got the chemistry, they've got the experience. You know, Seiko's obviously a world champion. But the thing of it is, they've had opposite showings in the bracket thus far, as Atto's going to put the second one in, just making it 2-0. You got Man City, who are coming off of 2 back-to-back Game 5s to make it here. Meanwhile, Zen and Atto are at a clean 6-0, Cole. It's just not the same fight.
Can we go with Zato if we've got Sacro going on? So it's Sacro versus Zato.
What about Zato? Okay, I like that.
Well, what were you going to say? Did you have
no, I couldn't even think. Zeno sounds horrible. So let's go with Zato. Yeah.
Zeno. Well, so far it's Zato to take the 2-0 lead. And I mean, yeah. When we heard about the 2v2 tournament, my immediate thought was, cool, we'll get to see Zen play 2v2. With no respect to Atto or anybody else, he's the guy you want to see playing it. But, I mean, Seiko, he's been in such good form recently. I'd say he is, for Manchester City, the best chance they have got on current form, if he is playing to his absolute best, then they certainly get one of the games there.
I don't know if you agree, but it's not Seiko's. It's not really that flashy. I've been watching him in these twos tournaments and every single game, and he's just so foundational. I feel like he's always there, rock solid. And to me, that means more and more responsibility is going to be put on Acro's shoulders to open up space, create these shooting lanes for the consistency of Seiko to shine.
Oh, that could be 3 right here. Here is Atto. And we talk about the current form of Seiko, but it was like he wasn't even there then. Zen cutting it past him. Rarely at this level in 2v2 turns, or normally do you see clean beats to the ball. Normally it's like who gets the 50-50, but Zen and Atto, they just have that extra little bit of pace.
And in twos, you just need some form of disruption there on that challenge as Zen was going forward. And here's another one off the kickoff.
Yeah, disruption there would have helped.
Yeah, so just a touch on the ball. Anything here from Seiko as Seiko's the one flying by it. And something, you got to get in the way. Stop these guys from I mean, we saw, what was it, 10-3 with Vatira earlier. Hopefully we're not seeing the same scoreline.
I still don't think we will. Maybe I'm naive here to the quality of the twos. Well, I just feel that Seiko and Acro are good enough against anyone, and against literally the best, to not be humiliated. If a game's going away, they can close it out and make sure it doesn't turn into 10. Is my expectation. So that is the expectation that Zen and Atto are probably going to try and move against, because they will keep on trying to score and bully and dominate.
What if you were here yesterday, for those of you watching, if you've been here with us since the beginning, you know that there was a round 1 that was just crazy. So many goals were getting scored every single game. It felt like had 6-7+ goals. And then in round 2, it was very low scoring. So clearly, there's something about these 2v2s that's volatile. You never know what's going to happen within these moments. And a 4-goal game lead, while it feels very confident here for Zen and Atto, you're talking about Cole. This is Seiko and Acro. You can't count these guys out.
Yeah, I mean, funny enough, you said that there were 6 or 7 goals yesterday, and currently the shot count is 6 to Man City and 7 to No Miss Just Fake as well. So really close between those two teams in that regard. But I can't think that I've seen 6 shots from Manchester City. There is one, and Zen gets the save. They haven't had too many chances. They're going to have to take the few that they do have.
This is just what I was worried about. Seiko, to me, is so... The word I used was foundational. He's going to be rock solid on the defense. We did see, one mistake where he didn't get a touch on the challenge, but other than that, I think he's your rock, the player you can rely on if you're playing 2v2. And I think that means so much responsibility needs to be put on Acro to open up these lanes. There's not any memorable shots. We're not seeing any creativity.
Here we go.
Nothing like this from Atto. You want creativity and maybe a pre-jump passing play.
Yeah, I mean, not to criticize Zen and Atto there, but maybe do a double tap musty Seiko there instead of just going for the shot. It could have been a bit more creative there, Zen and Atto. Do you know what I mean? So a little bit disappointing so far.
Yeah, so you're disappointed in a pre-jump mid-air passing play. You want the musty flip reset on top of it.
I think so, yeah. I mean, maybe a pancake on the backboard and then flip reset at home. Maybe.
Pancake into a pinch.
Yeah, exactly. To a pre-jumping Zen sort of thing. Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there.
That's what we're demanding now at 5-0. This is where we are.
Here we go. Are we going to see a goal in the first game for Manchester City? It would help. It would be nice. Oh, lovely touch from Seiko. Go on, son. Zen didn't fall for it. Acro in the end. Oh, man. Seiko was so close.
I feel like that really just represents this game 1. You had a couple of good looks. There's definitely shots coming in for Man City, but you are getting outpaced. You're getting red like this from Atto. That's 2 challenge wins in a row. And in twos, you simply can't allow that to happen.
I mean, it's one of those series that we can try and analyze it, we can try and dissect it, but we've just got to enjoy what we're witnessing here from Zen and Atto. Because I was joking about the pre-jump turning into a few more things, as Zen, again, somehow gets his car in the way. But it has happened. We've seen the clips of Zen and Atto in the qualifiers where, they find each other for a pre-jump and then save it on the goal line, but the save is actually a pass to another touch and then it goes in. All sorts of zaniness and craziness between Zen and Atto. But that is game 1, and all the predictions are correct so far.
No miss, just fake. Proven why everybody fears them, even the players that have to go up against them. Eugen was talking about it in the interviews. And I think one of the things I'm most excited about as we get into Saturday and Sunday is just talking to the players. You know, that interview with Eugen was so eye-opening to see how he's approaching 2v2s. He said that, you know, it's different than ranked. In ranked, you're going for all these crazy touches. You're just trying to clip on people. But no, when you get an RLCS level, RLCS caliber tournament, money's on the line, things start to change up a little bit. But for me, I feel like we're not seeing too much of a difference from No Miss Just Fake. They're still clipping on him.
I mean, you know when you're having a really good rank sesh and you gain like 60 points and you're like, wow, I'm amazing. Yeah. Right now, Zen and Atto are doing that against against Acro and Seiko. Like, it's the easiest thing in the world. Like, oh man, yeah. You know, the ranked leaderboard was pretty kind to us there. Matchmaking was nice, but it's Seiko on the other. It's a world champion on the other side. You know what I mean? Yeah. And they're doing that right now to Man City. It just blows my mind the levels that this game, 11 years later, continues to have.
Yeah. And
I mean, Turtle, I am talking to a top 18 2016 player, so...
Yeah, according to Wikipedia. You know, fun trivia. Top 18 player, dude. I can rep that really well, dude. I deserve a medal for that. So everybody knows when I'm saying stuff, you know, you got to respect what comes out of my mouth, dude.
You've been there, man. You've been the Zen in this situation.
Okay, dude. You don't need to patronize me, all right, man?
Well, game 2, Manchester City going to hopefully get off to a slightly better start. They were 1-0 down after 4 seconds in the last one. Will it be 1-0 down after 10 seconds this time? No, Atto fakes him out. And Seiko's able to keep parity at 0-0, so they've at least survived the initial kickoff this time.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's, at this point, whenever game 1 turned out the way it did, you just build on these little steps. Small challenges can turn into more opportunities, but it's a good demo.
Ooh.
So, on the backboard 10, side one, Psycho, not going to get it. Here we go, back to the blue possession. That's not the best touch out of Seiko. It's just giving it away. And when there's space for Zen to work with, he is going to embarrass you.
What? How is this so obvious? You lose the ball in the center of the pitch, and it's like, oh, we're probably going to concede somehow. How did he get the angle?
You remember looking at the top 10 plays this morning? I feel like everybody is using the ceiling. There's all this space and twos now. Every highlight play, I swear, there's a ceiling flip reset, something to do with it. These players are flying high, using all their boosts. And maybe another one to add to the tally. Defense is all that Man City know how to play.
Man City at the moment, it's like they're scared to use the ball. Seiko gets it, and he's like, just get it back to Orange. Give me 2 seconds. I want 100 boosts. I want to defend. And a reminder, this is Acro and Seiko we're talking about. Seiko, the man who's been in probably the best form in Europe. That's really the best player in Europe, but the best form relative to what we'd expect.
Yeah. Just struggling with this. When it rains, it pours, though. I'm telling you, they can get back into this one. I don't know if we have to keep harping on the fact that these guys are top caliber players, of course, but Zen and Atto, this is some chemistry that is so hard to match no matter who you are, no matter what experience you've got.
It's another lovely little goal there, the 1-2. You know, we've been saying that we haven't seen too many passing plays, how risky infield passes are. But when you are Zato, we need to see, like, I need to see someone like design a poster of Zato across the top. It sounds like a really cool film name or something.
Would you prefer that name to just No Miss Just Fake? You just like the Zato?
I would love them to rebrand as Zato. That would be fantastic. I don't know if they're allowed to. Probably our
sounds like a mythical. Sounds like a mythical creature that like uses electricity. You know?
Yes, it does sound electricity-ish. It's like you're more of an anime man than I am, but Zato sounds like an end boss in an anime, you know?
Yeah, and he's just fully charged, just like this shot from Atto. Fully charged on the reset, baby.
Man, it's like that goal was great. But it didn't even distract us from our conversation because we're so used to it from Atto. It's like, oh yeah, he'll probably pre-flip into a flip reset there around the corner, 90 degrees. No big deal. End-to-end stuff from Zen here. No biggie. Atto will force a pitch. This is ridiculous.
And they're having a field day. All this space, and it's little moments like that. You just saw Zen completely dominate on the 50. And is this going to be a free one? No, Zen gets back just in time, and he's got a full boost to work with. And an easy clear out. Those small moments, the clears, the 50s, we can harp on the flashiness of Zato all we want, but they're really building and creating the foundation with those challenges early on.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, that's always been the thing with Zen. It's always been about fundamentals first before mechanics. You know, when he sort of burst on and won that first.
What about those mechanics? What about those mechanics, Cole? What do you think about about this? How about this as a fundamental mechanic? A flip reset around the player. That is. Oh, that's bad.
Everyone, yeah. So if you're just learning the game, if you're in like, you know, bronze or silver and you want to know how to improve, just do that. Ready?
I'm trying to comprehend. I don't even care about this goal. Like I'm still on the last
carry on.
one.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
Like Zen is up in the air. He uses the flip reset to change directions where the ball then starts getting momentum to the left side. That was already enough like years ago and crazy. Now he's able to get another follow-up flip reset.
The other way.
Quite literally, he's zigzagging in the air. It makes no sense to me how he can do that.
The Zato zag is their signature move. From left to right in the air. Look how defensive Man City are. They just sat back going, Atto, please. Mate, please, don't do it.
10-0. I mean, come on.
I feel like my toxic trait is I feel like, put me in there. Put me and Turtle in there and we can defend better.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? There's a big part of me that thinks, it can't be that hard, can it? Like, surely, I'd keep it within 10.
I mean, that's what you think until Zen is up in the air and he's got all these outlets. It's like a, you really just got to roll a dice and figure out which path you want to stop. Because when there's all this space on the field and so many options for a mechanical player, how do you choose which one he's going to go for? You almost have to know their play style and just bet on whatever he's going to go for. Like with Zen in the air, he's going to use the flip reset, he's going to get a double, wave dash on the ground.
Yeah.
You've got to predict well or else you're getting scored on again.
Psycho's chasing there, but Acro is in here. Zen rotated back. Is this one going in? Yes, it is! Man City, they break the deadlock. They're back in the game!
Back in the game. 5-1.
That is their Aguero moment.
I mean, when it rains, it pours, though. Am I right? This could be. Or are we going to think back to this moment and just understand it all changed in game 2 when it was 5-1?
You reckon that's the momentum shift, do you? Well, you know, pick up goal might help.
But
might
I feel
help.
like a lot of Man City fans really despise us right now.
No. I mean,
that 13% is just fuming.
Listen, Turtle, I referenced the Aguero moment. I know you're not a soccer man. I know you're a soccer man, aren't you? Do you know the Aguero moment? Oh, good save.
I do not.
It was Man City's Premier League win back in 2011-12. So basically representing that'll make them happy. Man City fans will be happy.
Yeah, good. Okay, you satisfied them. Now we can continue talking about zigzag flip resets and Atto going off the backboard.
Doesn't even want to score. He doesn't even want to.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's like, that goal's boring. Let's go again. We'll get the
I'm
next
hoping
one
our tone can be changed. Like I don't like just opening up so freely about how much we love what we're seeing on one side of the pitch because it's so one-sided. Like we want this to be a tough series, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I bet there's someone in chat right now being like, oh, why aren't they play-by-play casting? Why do they keep going on about how good this team in orange are, how good Zato is? It's like, I mean, use your eyes, people. What else are we gonna say, you know?
With 3 seconds left, that's going to do it. 2-0. And what feels like a very long best of 7. Zen was trying to go for a cheeky little pre-jump. No miss, just fake. Coming through clutch yet again. 2-0. And the train has no signs of stopping anytime soon.
So what I was actually going to say earlier before Zen got the Zato Zag flip reset left to right goal was that when Zen did burst onto the scene in the season that OGs may remember, he won the major, the spring major, then he won the world championships, and he was like beaten and he won all the 1v1s, stuff like that. When he first came in, we were all expecting him to be constantly going for double flip resets and all sorts, right? But actually, he, as a threes player, is very happy to sit back, very happy to let his teammates play on the ball, and that's what brought his teammates into it so much. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And then now he's still got those fundamentals. He's still more than happy just to go for a low 50, to go for safe plays, and then it's like, now I'll chuck in a double flip reset and something fun.
Well, I think that speaks to the wisdom of Zen. I think a lot of players we see burst onto the scene. They've got these crazy mechanics. They're super mechy, but we see those types of players come and go so frequently, Cole, where they're just very mechanical, and it's almost like a poisoning, I feel like, of their play style, where they start to think they always have to rely on their mechanics, when in reality, especially in threes, it's the fundamentals. And I think Zen, he was aware of that. He's taken the time to truly perfect those and then also carry in with him the mechanics, and that's why he's such a difficult and dangerous threat no matter what game mode we're playing in. But game 3, with that threat on the other side, maybe Man City have an answer after all this time.
Can we do a player watch? Which player would you like to see between between any player? But I'm imagining Zenerato.
I mean, do I have to go? No, I say we look at, let's look at Acro. I want to see what Acro's doing.
Okay.
He has to be making an impact. I'm telling you, it's not going to be Seiko leading the way in my eyes. It has to come down to Acro.
All right, we've got Acro Cam currently going on. What do you do against Zenerato?
Yeah. And then now we get to experience what it's like when somebody like Zen is up in the air and you see all these outlets, all these routes.
Right now.
You can take the ball. Correct.
Good
What's
demo.
he going to do? He's got a flip reset. When do you go for the challenge?
It's not bad, to be fair. So far, it's an even game. In game number 3, this is looking more like a match between them. And Acro Cam seems to be working. He's got a chance on the ball here, but he knows it's got to be perfect. It's a decent 50-50 there against Zen. Needs Seiko to come in, and Seiko does come in. He's a play here from Acro. He's sitting back, he's chilling. Letting Seiko have more of the ball than himself. He's just waiting to get involved. Now's his chance. Yeah, he's a very patient player, isn't he? This is why I love these focused cams here.
So much reliance on that midfield boost also coming up. You see, he's going back and forth. Like he just took the left midfield boost, going back, waiting to challenge Zen. You have to be cautious. It's all about that timing. And Seiko, maybe it past the midfield. Acro waiting carefully in the midfield. Still nothing coming out of any of their offense.
Yeah, like, to be fair though, it's been very even. But that is a great first touch set from Zen. I think more power than Acro expected. That's a good challenge from Seiko. They're spacing themselves out a lot more right now, Man City. A more defensive game. Maybe losing a little bit of impetus and pressure, but balancing that off with not conceding as many easy goals. Easy by Zenerato standards.
It seems a little bit panicky. I don't know about you, but even on that dribble, you can see he jumped a little early. And while he has been taking his time in the rotations, it's like every time I do witness him go for the challenge, he's just flying at the ball instead of realizing he's got a little bit of space. But with a demo on Zen, that will indeed create something for Seiko to do some work.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be that Seiko is the man that takes the ball more often, and that is how you defend against Zen. You watch him, you stay on that goal line. Very impressive, that Acro Cam. Good shout there, Turtle. That was nice. That was nice.
It was kind of peaceful.
Yeah.
There wasn't much going on. I thought it was going to be... I thought he was going to be throwing himself with the ball more, to be honest.
Yeah, same.
I'm a bit shocked.
Same. That's why we like to do this, everyone, to sort of see how it feels to be these players. We'll come to a different player at some point in this series. And now, half the game has gone. It remains 0-0. A much tighter third game.
Yeah.
And Seiko certainly seems to be the player for Man City that they've turned to say, look, get yourself on that ball and get to goal.
Ooh, follow up Zen. Nobody's challenging him. Thought he was going to put it on target, but opted to go for the backboard pass. Seiko pinching through the sidewall, didn't connect well. Maybe something from that ceiling. Got the reset, and it's off the post. Atto had a free shot, didn't take it. I don't think he expected Seiko to not get a proper touch on it, but that was a chance to came and win.
Awkward here for Seiko. He's been left a little bit stranded here. Atto's got full control of the ball. As far as Zen, this one goes. No power on the ball, no pace on it, so Zen has to try and force it himself. Almost 50-50'd his way through. It's getting nervier and nervier, and Man City, if they can seal this first goal, have got a chance of doing something that nobody has done since the main stage of this tournament. That is take a game against Zato.
Yeah.
Slash,
not even
just fake.
It's not even just winning the series, taking a single game. And it all starts right now. Just under 90 seconds. It's been the best defensive showing out of Man City. Seiko up in the air. Doesn't want to use this quick reset right away, and that's a good challenge win. Demo came through.
It's wide.
It's gonna matter actually, because Seiko can still get a touch in. Is that wide?
I think, maybe not. Maybe Seiko didn't expect the save, but it didn't look like it was going in at any point. On the other side here is Seiko. Gets the flip reset dunk. Acro's turn coming in. Been timing it well. Zen flashed across that goal. They're giving it a lot of space here. He comes forward end to end. Acro and Seiko both in there. Acro should be able to push this one out to the side. 50 seconds left now. Atto's coming in. Acro slams it downwards. Acro's got 50 boost in attack. So good boost control right now. There's the flick. Wants to fake out Zen, but didn't quite connect her. Oh, that was the chance.
Oh, and now you got to deal with Atto in the air. If you're not getting that 1v1 play, so much space will be given up. That's where Acro needs to shine in those moments, the 1v1s. He needs to be the playmaker because somebody on the other side is making several plays, and it's Zen and Atto. I think he parked behind the ball and said, "You just delete him. Just take him out the way."
Oh, that's so mean. That's so mean. We were so close, and we might still find ourselves with an overtime. That goal was cruel, but we go next.
Go next. You can't worry about it, even though that's probably one of the most tilting goals to concede. Was there barely any time remaining? But this could be a good look, good shout. Acro, I'm sure he's thinking about that 1v1 play. It's going to be, haunting him for the rest of the series. 3 seconds on the clock. Come on, something's got to break and budge. Otherwise, we're looking at a reverse sweep needed for Man City.
It's a long way away from that. Acro should be able to get this catch, though. Desperate to flick it and get the boost. Well played from Acro. Control of the mechs there. This ball up at 0 seconds. Needs something. Needs to keep the ball high. Wants to kill it. Then could get the second goal here, maybe. No, Seiko keeps it alive for now. So it doesn't matter. That one goes all the way in. It's GG's. That was close. That goal, that was a real mean goal.
That might be more frustrating than the previous 2 games. If I'm a player on Man City, you have what felt like a picture-perfect defense for the majority of the game, and it's only in the last 20 or so seconds where you concede. And the way that they got scored on with that demo and Zen able to park behind the ball, I'm frustrated if I'm Man City. It feels like you're throwing everything you have, all play styles. This one was more passive. We went to the Acro cam, and he was just very, very patient on the 50-50s. And with all that extra time, because they're patient, it did open up the way for those demos.
Yeah, and that patience as well is why Zen had all the space in the world to buccaneer on the ball and let Atto in, who sort of scuttled forwards from halfway down the map. Seiko was left stranded, so everything you try and do against Zen and Atto does have counter-attacks as well against it. But honestly, Acro cam, what a shout that was, Turtle. That was so relaxing. I really enjoyed it.
It was peaceful. It felt like we were just walking through a nice garden. Yeah. Not much going on. You could hear the birds chirping.
If only it was game 2 Forbidden Temple. That's when it really would have been beautiful.
That would have been perfect.
Cherry blossom or whatever. But.
Well, now we got a plan for the next cam though. Who do we try to hone in on in this series? I mean, I talked about Acro being the playmaker and somebody, but what do you think about Seiko? Do you think he could be the guy who's leading the charge for Man City as we get into potentially the last game?
I mean, yes, but if we don't go to Zen at some point, there will be a rebellion against us.
There will be a riot.
I feel like we should do a little bit of Zen cam at some point.
All right. Calm down. We got to lock in. We see the space. We got Zen cam on the screen. Open it up. Immediately takes in the air. Perfect timing. It was dished over to Atto. This is where we see how the bread and butter's made.
Everybody right now, pick up your controller and press the buttons randomly, and you can experience what it's like to be Zen for the next 60 seconds or so. You will be Zen the next 60. Let's see if we can avoid going behind as Zato. What a pass we've just made there. Then wants to get the skim. Nearly there. He almost caught that as well, Tyler. You know, the amount of boost that he had for the first touch was good enough. But once again, the first 40 seconds has gone by without any danger to Man City. And Zato going to have to keep on coming.
It immediately feels different than the Acro cam. There's like a more pace. It feels like maybe he's more reluctant to use boost. Maybe not. But it's the first goal. Atto taking advantage of Zen in the corner, just truly opening up that space. And now we've got a 1-0 game. I mean, are we just smooth sailing to a 4-0?
Most likely, yes, we probably are. But all it takes is one well-timed Man City goal, and I can suddenly change that one. I'm also curious over that miss in the corner. You know, Zen, I'm sure will claim it was a fake. And Atto was certainly ready for it to be a fake. Here comes Zen and just makes that one again. Exactly.
No miss.
Exactly. That's true.
This is why they named him. It's definitely not a fake, or it's definitely not a miss. It's always a fake. That's what I say in my ranked games. And Seiko didn't know what was happening there. 2-0, not the best start. What do you do? What do you do? I'm frustrated for Man City here, Cole.
I always feel that when you're up against an opponent like this, one that realistically you will not beat, you have to set yourself realistic targets. So target one would have been get yourself a goal in the series. They did that. You know, they did that. Now let's get yourself a goal in this game. You know, equalize. Try and get a couple. It's doable.
So Cole's information. So the advice you want to give them is to score goals.
No, come on. What I'm saying is even if you go 3-4-0 down,
right?
Don't be like, oh man, we're gonna lose. You know, just keep the target remains
Small
the same.
Steps.
Yeah.
Small steps, and the target is always the same for Zen, and it's wide open on this one. 3-0.
It's very wide open. Yeah. Stroll through Utopia Coliseum.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm really scratching my head here. Maybe I'm realizing now that I'm just an idiot. Because I really don't know, like, how you would pick things up. I think in 2s, you feel almost more outplayed on the mechanical side. With all this space to pinch.
Ceiling pinch to free jump's a new one.
Yeah.
Well, that's a new entry on the bingo card. You know, there's like Scorigami. We need like gold type Agami.
Dude, I love the name Zato. I'm still thinking about that.
Yeah, you like that?
It's like ringing through my head right now.
Yeah. We need some designers on Twitter to tag us with your poster for Zato. Ow, this
with like some electricity, man. There's got to be something.
I hear that with the electricity on this. The zap of zap, you know. Maybe their coach could be Zappix. He's got like
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that.
Yeah.
You took it out. You took it out.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Could be 3-1. Nearly there for Man City. Set no boost. Still goes high. I mean, I think as well what you need to do is, if you are Seiko and Acro, download this replay. Download these replays and have a watch and just see if there's something you can take from this game that they were doing that you were not.
No, I mean, when I go to the camps, though, for Acro and Seiko, it just doesn't feel like they have the speed. Mechanics are another thing, but just the speed, the pace of play. They're always one step behind, trailing, chasing against the ball. Not only with a lack of possession, but here, Acro doesn't even get a touch there. He doesn't open up anything, and he makes it harder for Seiko to defend. If you're not somehow disrupting the offense, just making them uncomfortable, it's almost impossible to win any 2s games because you're just left with a constant 2v1 situation, and most likely it's going to be Seiko having to deal with that.
Yeah, no, I remember seeing, I think there was a Johnny Boy video I saw where he was watching some Seiko, I think it was Seiko and Zen games, and they were on a crazy win streak themselves. They were on like a 40 win streak of playing together or something. It seems that the common denominator is Zen, who just, he's not scared. He's like, right, as soon as you do something, I'm going to punish you.
Yeah.
Again, this a world-class mechanical player.
A reminder to everybody, this is the game mode. This is the style that these players practice in the most. Everybody grinds the life out of 2s. This is where they are comfortable. And, you know, it does get different as you add stakes. There's a prize pool. There's an opportunity to play at the World Championship. But at the end of the day, they're just playing 2s. They're used to this. They're comfortable. And Zen, more than anybody else, is fitting right in.
They really quite consistently get these team aerial pitches, don't they? Oh, go on, Acro.
Acro.
Oh, the thing is, right, Turtle. Okay, Seiko scores anyway. I was going to say, the thing is that Acro, this double tap, he sinks this like 99 times out of 100.
And that's what we came into the series and I was like, Acro needs to open up the space. This is the play that I was expecting to see more and more often. We've only seen that it was the first time, it feels like.
Yeah.
And that's where Acro's creating the shooting lane. The consistent striker of Seiko comes in and they're able to punish. I thought that's how they took him down. 46 to go. We're doing a lot of yapping on here, but maybe there's more of a ball game than we anticipated.
Nice try from Seiko there, trying to pre-flip into that flip reset. Didn't quite happen. That's how we're going for it again. They want to get the mainstream team pinch. Does Zato. They might have one more chance from the off. Zen keeps it low this time. Zato's coming in. What a pinch again. So this is the pinch, everybody.
I'm upset we didn't get that pinch off the wall into the free jump. That's one. It's almost such a good setup. I would go back and watch the replay even though it wasn't a goal.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Camera ops furiously rewinding right now.
Yeah.
On Seiko again. Seiko's trying to few little cheeky goals in the last 30 seconds or so. Chance for one more worldie from Atto and Zen. Are they finally going to get their pinch? Not this time. It's like a side quest, isn't it? It's like, look, we're going to win, but we need a pinch goal. They didn't get it, so they failed. But Zato, too strong. Dominate. Wow. Dominate everybody. No, yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's just like, yeah.
I expected them to win, but the no miss just fake. This is, you know, it was a 3-0 in both series earlier on in the bracket. And like I said, I thought this was going to happen, but man, I didn't expect it to be this straightforward for Zen and Adso against a team that is so reputable, somebody that you have to fear. I'm speechless right now, man.
But did
It
they
really is,
did they get the pinch though? Turtle, that's my question.
they didn't get the pinch. They did not.
There you
get the
go.
pinch, so technically they lost.
So Zato, aka No Miss Just Fake, a clean 4-0 win there against Manchester City. Couldn't quite get the pinch. Hopefully next time they can. Next up, even more 2v2s.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
My feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my vote, to see you, and I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Zen and Atto Show. I mean, the Rocket League Championship Series, it was an absolute demolishment. Everything was torn down on the other side of the field here because of this man right here. Welcome back in, and this is Zen. Congratulations on the domination of a series.
Thank you very much. I hope you had a good time.
He's thinking about the people. I love this. Zen, I had a wonderful time watching you in free play. Is that what it felt like to you?
No, honestly, I think they play a lot, but like we were still better. I think we have better mechanics and better synergy between each other. So no, it's just that it works better than them, honestly.
I've been put up by the others to call you out on, you guys tried a lot of team pinches, but we don't think a single one went in. What's going on here?
Yeah, we try a lot to pinch because we score a lot in ranked with pinch. So there is some moment that we try, but it's just for fun, and like it's like that we get fun together. So yeah, sometimes when we have the opportunities, we try, and if it's going on, it's cool, and if not, happen.
Yeah, I mean, I was curious, and it sounds like it's just because it's fun for you. But do you think that actually could be a meta for twos to go for those kind of plays?
I mean, between me and Atto, it works. So I don't really know for like opponents or like other people. But I think like for us, it really like works really good. And also we are just seeing like we need to play like ranked, because in choose you only play ranked and not RLCS. It's new, so we just try to do that and to get fun as always.
I'm going to mark that down as no one else try it. You're not as good as us. But I am curious. It feels like in twos, it's very easy to get punished and overcommit. But it felt like people had trouble punishing you guys. Is there a reason for that? I mean, is it just your recoveries? What's the reason for that?
But I think we find the balance between being aggressive and being defensive, and we also have a good recover, so maybe it helps a lot. But when I play, I don't feel like we get dangerous at some point. For example, Atto, he can try something, I have behind, or I can try his behind, or But when we have the opportunity, we're just there for kill the opponent.
Now, being able to be in the same building there, how's that been for you guys? It looks like you guys are having an absolute blast. I see so much laughter.
I think we feel good, so it's good.
That's good. I can see the confidence in the face. It's so funny because even other players are saying you guys are going to win this one. So maybe we'll see that happen, but we'll have to try it tomorrow. Zen, I just got to say, you guys look incredible. Yes, I'm having fun, and I think everyone else is too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think also the bootcamp, it helps a lot. We're the only team to do that, so it's a plus. So we get fun, and also you want a strat, we play another game, Icarus, it's so good.
The shout out, that's the meta right there. I love it, Zed. Well, thank you so much, my dude. I'm gonna let you get back to some Icarus there. So
thank you.
That's really funny that we've figured out the secrets here, guys. Gibbs, we know what to do.
Oh man, I was waiting for Atto to just spin around in that chair that was facing the wrong way. It's like having them hide there, but they're just having a good time. And I do feel like, but we were talking about team pitches, and Zen and Atto were like, well, we don't really know what the meta is necessarily. It's like Zen and Atto are going to create this twos meta.
Yeah.
Like at this point, that's how good they are. Team pitches, like if they're doing them, everyone else is going to try and replicate that. They failed miserably in this series.
They did fail.
Come on, Zen and Atto, what are you doing? But just pure domination. We talked about it at the beginning of this weekend, basically like, I felt there was 3 teams that have a chance to win this whole tournament. And this is prime example number 1. Zen and Atto completely outclassed Man City.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like there's one team that's got a chance to win this whole tournament. We're going to have to see a big performance in a little while from Carmine Corp and Gentlemates to suggest that they can come up against Zen and Atto the way they are playing, unless it is like a team pinch-off, in which case all gloves are off, anyone can win, because Zen and Atto not the best at them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, if someone else can pick those up quicker, maybe they'll have success. But it is fun to see again, just having the space. I mean, it was unreal just how much it really did. I mean, he was being nice about it, but it really did look like a bit of free play out there in that match for them.
That could have been an email. That could have been shorter than an email. I'm not sure. Like after game 1, we're like, all right, this one's over, and it just kept going. It was just like, Man City had no answer. And we talk about like tiers of skill in Rocket League. We normally have the pros on one tier, but like there's levels to this, as we can see like in this twos tournament. Zen and Atto clearly above.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, and you look at where the rest of the run here, like we talked about the other teams in this bracket that could win this. Colt, we were saying, Vatira, Juicy, Oski Nass, the other 2 teams in the upper bracket here. But realistically, I mean, looking at this, do you feel now that we've seen Zen and Atto in playoff stage that is a reality? What is that gap?
Yeah. I think the way they play together, even though they don't play together as threes teams, implies that there's just a deeper level of connection between them as twos players that we haven't, funnily enough, seen, in my opinion, between Vatira and Juicy and Oski and Nass, even though those 2 team with each other all the time. There's like the decision making on top of the mechanics that Zen and Atto have, that Zato has, is incredible to me. Like Zen just sort of jumping up and down on the ball. Yeah. Atto's already there getting that bump on the goalkeeper. That's a risky play. You get that wrong and you can see down the other end, but they always know when to do it. It's incredible to me.
Well, we only have one more best of 7 for the day, so why not get to it? The players are ready. Let's see what we think about this. Oski, Naz, Vatira, Juicy. These are the other 2 teams, Gibbs, we were just talking about. You listed them before. I think we all agree that we can expect one of these 2 teams in the grand finals there.
Yeah, and this is our match of the day by far. This could be the best match of the entire tournament, like at this rate. And this one is very important. Whoever wins this is on the opposite side of Zen and Atto. And after what we just saw, you absolutely don't want to face them until the grand finals if you have to. So a very big matchup. It's against two orgs, a big rivalry, obviously K-Corp and the mates. And let's see who comes out on top, because both these teams looked fantastic. Yesterday, K-Corp looked a little bit better, but the mates still pretty comfortable in their 2-3-1 victories.
Yeah, these are the best of currently the best of the rest, you know, and I'm saying that, and I might change my opinion based on what we see over the next up to 7 games. Hopefully it will be 7 games, because I'm still a little bit in shell shock over the Zenato show we've just witnessed. I pray, Leaf, that when we see these two play, we're like, wow, there are 3 genuine teams that can win this entire tournament in here, and it is up to them to show us they're at that level. What I would say is it's hard to show you're at that level because you're coming up against a better opponent. Do you know what I mean? These guys are all better than Manchester City, so yeah, it's tough. It's a tough read here.
Yeah, I mean, what do you guys think? Progression fan vote is up, so let's get our votes out here. Cole, you want to start us, or are you still thinking?
No, I mean, I am still thinking, but let me see what my mouth says. I will go with Gentlemates. I think they've got a bit of a score to settle after disappointing in Paris. I think that we've seen both these guys excel in grand finals, and I just got a feeling about them.
I feel like Nas is that like X factor. Like he's got to play a perfect match, like in his 1v1 ability. When he's in the air, he's gonna have to make everything work. I think he's gonna be slightly off, and I'm gonna give it to K-Corp in 7.
This is a really hard one too, because my initial gut is to go K-Corp on this one because of the domination yesterday. But you look at the teams, it's like, was it as much of a challenge as Gentlemates, who had AB and Novo? But I'm gonna stick with it just for now, based off what we saw. I'm gonna stay Blue Wall. I think this is a solid roster. They have the synergy already. They play on a threes team together. I think that can. I mean, obviously Gentlemates too, but like I think this can edge them out. They just came off a Paris Major, same thing. They have nothing really to lose. They're going to be playing with that kind of freedom of whatever in this, and that can really help. Oh my God, is this broken or is that real? That's real.
Wow.
Okay. Alrighty. Chat's just slightly edging with Cole here. On to Gentlemates. Let's find out. Match of the day, best of 7. Our last two's match here for the Saturday in the playoff bracket. One of these teams is heading to Championship Sunday. And who's it going to be on the upper side? K-Corp, Gentlemates. Let's find out right now.
All right, Stumpy, one more series left before we head into Championship Sunday. Zen and Atto have been the story of this event, but Gentlemates and Karmine Corp are surely the teams that can match that performance. And I've got a feeling this one goes the distance. Let's go ahead and drop in Game 1, presented by Progressive. Who you got so far, Stumpy?
To me, it's going to be hard to go against the current major champions in Karmine Corp. They look like, obviously, they are the best team in the world right now after that performance as well. But if there's 2 players that can really peak on their day, it's going to be Nas and Oski. They've won majors, or a major based off that. I think in current form, I'd have to give the edge towards Karmine Corp, though. I think they, to me, feel just as unbeatable. Bear in mind that yesterday, they won with even greater scorelines than we saw Zato win with.
You're right.
So they set records. They were scorigami monsters.
I mean, setting records, scoring 10 and 3. And that's also, though, you can't discredit. Maybe we saw more goals, but I think the quality of goals on the side of Gentlemates was something that you just simply can't ignore. Everybody's talking about Nas. Of course, Oski's been supporting him really well, but Nas, man, he dominated the top 10. That's why I picked this team, Gentlemates particularly, to beat KC, but it can really swing each way. And at this point, we're seeing action on both sides. Vatira looking for a little bit of patience in the midfield, waiting for the midfield boost, trying to bait somebody in, and he's just stalling behind the ball.
Just trying to make sure that somebody comes in to challenge him so he can then try and beat. He does manage to beat him in the end, and Oski will be out juicing. That's going to be that 2v1, exactly what you don't want. Oski demos, Nas is on target. Juicy cannot swipe, and to kick things off, Gentlemate strike first.
And you really just can't paint a better picture. That's Oski taking the midfield boost. He was running on empty, still kept the momentum, snagged the boost, and then went forward, trusting his teammate in Nas to get that shot on target. Finds the demo. A routine twos play, but one that's difficult to execute against a team that is so lethal. Gentlemate's on top first.
Thing is, there's still going to be a very quick response at the end of this. And it is Vatira coming straight back through. It's going to be a nice low dunk from him. Just has to beat one, as Oski's going to be low on boost. Nas does have to insta-challenge. Vatira forces him high. He attempts to, at least, and then Vatira can then lay off the boost, take it low, knows that Oski's going to be in that back corner. If it's on target, it's going to find its way in, and that is exactly what managed to happen.
And one of those goals are just so weird because they don't seem as layered as they might, or as they actually are, excuse me. Can't even speak about it because it's such a complicated 50-50. It looks like it's just pinching past one player.
It's pure psychology, that goal.
Right. You have to know where Vatira wants to go with the ball. If he's trying to get underneath it, it almost worked as a fake. Those challenges are going to continue to pay a lot of damage. Very, very important here for KC. Vatira's always been dominant on that challenge game, and here he is once more stuffing the 50-50 on offense. He's right in front of the net, stays behind the ball, a little bit of a dash on the sidewall, and he's got just enough boost to keep the momentum forward.
It's a lovely 50, drops it dead central. Juicy can wait and lurk, see what happens. And it's all of those backup plans that you need in 2v2. You are the last line of defense and the first line of offense at any given point. You're going to want to try and help out your teammate out however you can. Oski might just get in the way of Vatira, but Juicy can end up beating him. It's going to be a 1v1, Juicy versus Nas. Back corner boost taken. Nas is now completely empty with that back corner gone. He's going to be low for a while. Oski has to get a good save here. And what a lovely touch into the corner that is.
Oh, yeah. He's still winning 50-50s, but it did pop out. Right to Vatira. Nas a little bit scared. At first didn't see his rotation come through, but looks like they're finding that formation on the defensive side, Gentlemates. Even if you find the formation, it doesn't matter. You're getting demoed. They look to be clean and in the right spot. And Juicy knew that, taking out Nas, leading the way.
It's too much power there for Oski, where there's a lot of it going on towards target. He has to get the clear, but instead of it hitting the corner, then bouncing out wide, it ends up hitting the sidewall and going straight back central. So the attacking KC player can just get it back mid again, and the demo just opens things up even more. A bit of an error there from Oski, and there's going to be full advantage taken by KC. 3 to the good.
They're just still losing challenges. I mean, I'm on Juicy's perspective right now. So cleanly winning every 50-50 I've seen him go into. And even here, he's faking it. Look at it. Those little plays, man, that create the space. You need somebody like that. And I think that's why Juicy and Vatira work so well together. But it's almost like you're taking the leash off of Vatira and he can just go crazy.
Nice chance for a 50 there from Nas. Does get popped high. Vatira has to slow things down in that corner. Nas with a double, needing a triple. Ends up hitting both woodworks, but neither of them really finding their way in. All post and out, as far as the border's concerned. Not much boost here for Oski, so Juicy wants an early challenge and does so. Can also pinch it high and above. Sends Nas scurrying back into the orange half. The time running out and 2 goals to bring back. Oski has to get aggressive. He does do it, and then the reset. Nas beats Vatira, but cannot usurp Juicy on the goal line.
We've seen that play so many times.
Oh, what a pre-jump.
Oh, and Juicy's always in the way and still winning the challenges. I'm telling you, man, this guy, he has been so crucial to the success of KC at this point. You might see Vatira, having some flashy plays, but Juicy, he can do it all. And there he is on the air dribble. Nas back right in front of the box. They're trying to get something, a couple of tester shots. They don't look too comfortable on offense. I've seen solid positioning when it comes to the defensive side, but these shots are
oh my god.
Nas. You've got to find that.
Pixel perfect from Juicy to get the save, but that really should have been in. Nas had a lot of the goal to shoot at, and he goes right above Juicy. It's barred down as well. That only serves to benefit him. Really not the shot that Nas needed. It could have been one to bring back. Oski, ceiling pinches, does find Nas, and Juicy with the instant challenge. As soon as it gets one more touch on it, which it will, Carmine Corp. Game number 1 falls in their favor, and our series turns blue for now.
Turns blue for now, but things are still starting to heat up for Gentlemates, and they had chances. Still thinking about that last opportunity where Nas just he didn't find it. That bottom left, bottom right, wide open. There were opportunities for the boys on the orange side. It comes down to striking well and really taking advantage of those opportunities. But Vati and Juicy, man, I thought Juicy was the MVP. Vati might have the MVP on the scoreboard, but Juicy was everywhere on the pitch, winning challenges, dominating in the air, setting up Vati. He was the perfect twos teammate I could ever ask for in a ranked game.
Yeah, I think that with the way the Karmine Corp have played, it feels a lot more of those like individual moments that then kind of end up linking up into a 2v2 play where Vatira, he does manage to get that lovely play through right at the end. But, you know, the fact that you've got these 50s then leading down into the ball going towards your teammate and then trying to just make it into those 2v1 situations. Gentlemates, they also did the same. Their goal coming from a 2-on-1 moment, and Juicy couldn't work his way back. So I think the Gentlemates know the game plan. They obviously know what they need to be doing in this series. It just depends on how much the door are Karmine Corp going to leave open for them.
Yeah. When you talk about those moments where you could just throw one person forward and win a challenge and hopefully it creates an opportunity. It's like they don't even have to be super aggressive. They know that they're going to win those small moments and therefore they don't have to take a lot of risks. And we haven't seen that much from KC. What do Gentlemates have now in response after game one? Are we going to get another one-sided blue matchup, or is there a little bit of fight left in Gentlemates?
It's Oski wanting to land the first punch. One touch into the dunk. Vatira manages to get a double save. Central again. Juicy, that's on target. Could be scary. Oski can receive, but another very heavy touch from him. Recovers it wonderfully. Does keep it away. With Nas diving in front of the goal. That's more what Oski wanted earlier. Just trying to roll it off the wall. Wasn't able to previously. Nas with the freight jump up into the flick, and he beats the final man. The mind games continue.
The mind games. I mean, a battle of psychology right now. He jumps early, then lands, and that catch has to be flawless. And of course, it's Nas. He was all over those highlights. Another top 10 potentially, as you're faking out the defense, then getting the flick.
That's exactly what you need. Gentlemates go ahead nice and early. They did in the previous game. Vatira up high, wants to use all of Oski's boost. It's a nice ceiling pinch, nearly the bump on Nas on the backboard, who can now attempt to do a highlight play from yesterday. Full court carry was on, but not enough boost to momentum on the ball to continue it. Vatira removed, courtesy of Oski. Does get 33 boost for the pleasure. With one, and the reset round with Juicy now. Good bump on him, and Nas can challenge again. The shot from Nas not quite going to work. It's right on the goal line. Vatira slows it down. That is bravery.
It just bounced so awkwardly. I don't think Oski knew how to pinch that one in. He almost had the ankle. Vati, look at the awareness. He could have just done nothing and let that ball slip out, even if it's on the goal line. Still a one-goal game, but Gentlemates are knocking on this door, Stumpy.
I mean, that door is a battering ram at the moment. The big red key is very much out in action, trying to get through anywhere that they can. Finally, the pressure abates and Karmine Corp into the orange half all of a sudden.
Oski.
One-on-one. Yeah, Oski just didn't quite have enough boost to continue on that play. And now Vatira removes him. Nas is gone. Oski's in the other half, and Juicy runs riot.
I think we saw this pretty much exact play in game number one. Vati moves forward. Juicy's already up for the shot, taking out the defender. Rinse, repeat. You've got yourself a tied up game. Karmine Corp, I was a little bit nervous for them. Their backs were against the wall. They were letting the ball stay on the goal line as it's halfway in, but clearly they know what they're doing.
It's also a pretty lax touch from Nas, realistically. This one he's hoping is going to be better. Good bump. Yeah, Nas just pops it up high. He wanted to pop it towards the backboard, so then the shooting angle would be impossible. Fortunately for him, he didn't have nearly enough power on it, so he just ends up setting up Juicy. So Nas has had a couple of nightmare moments, I think, but also a couple of golden points where you can basically call this series so far 50-50 for him.
Right. I have been impressed, though, with Oski. I think he's been trying to play that support role for Nas much better. Oh, I thought we were going to get a similar situation where it's hovering on the goal line, but no, this one is going to get past it and put KC up 2-1.
That's tough. That's a really tough position for Nas. He wants Oski not to get dunked there. First man in 2v2, quick tip for you, don't get dunked. You cannot get dunked at any point. And Nas, as he moves up a little bit further, as he has his right to do, he tries to just keep it away. He's not able to whatsoever. It was a lovely play from Karmine Corp. He's now with no boost, so Vatira Mo will take over. Instead, Juicy goes to low 50. Playing very close to the Gentlemates so far, and the 50s are not going their way that would allow this game plan to really pop up.
I do like the early challenges, though, out of Gentlemates. They don't let the ball linger too often in the air. You can see Nas, but very patient here. Clearly mixing things up. Able to take that 1v1 all by himself. He wanted to go coast to coast. He did it yesterday. Almost another one, but now here come KC. It's just a dogfight back and forth. Each team going the entire distance, Stumpy.
But it's the exact same situation. Nas is low on boost. He pops it, and Vatira, that's cruel. He just waits. Because if Nas then ends up not going for it and stays grounded, Vatira demos in juicy scores. If Nas jumps, doesn't get the touch, then Vatira can just get the goal anyway because it will fall nicely for him. If he does get the touch, as we just saw, Vatira scores regardless. That was a rock and a hard place. And it just continues even more. Carmine Corp are chasing Gentlemates at every opportunity. The Gentlemates do work out on their own half. Oski, a psycho, nearly back into his own half.
Well, and it's kind of surprising, though, that Vati is able to push forward, go for that overextension in the rotation, and then they don't get punished for it. Everybody committed there. Vati didn't get the demo, but somehow there wasn't a great opportunity out of Gentlemates. This one might be a good opportunity. Still no follow-up on the shot. Gentlemates have moments where they can strike, but they're not finding them.
It was well choreographed from Nas there, at least. He slowed the game down because Vatira wanted to rush in, but Oski as the last man.
That's not on.
As Cool has told me many times, don't dive in. The one thing to do here, just don't get beat as that last man. And for any new 2v2 watchers, I hope you're seeing just how much more brutal and on the line every single moment in these games are.
Well, and you don't have that third man rotating back, obviously.
Yeah,
so when you go for a challenge, and the thing of it is, I feel like you don't even have to ask your teammate to get this insane 50-50. Ideally, you want them to win the challenge, but more than anything, and I keep using this word in twos because you have to always disrupt the ball. Just get a touch on it. If you're gonna lose the 50-50, get a touch on it, make the possession a bit more difficult so they can't immediately put a shot on target because you need to generate more space, more time, and here comes a juicy goal. What even happened here, Stumpy?
Look at the catch on the wall. We're going to see that back later. The immediate landing just with the front of his car to pop it out from the sidewall. The last man again diving in. I don't blame them. They're thinking the touch is going to go perpendicular to the wall. Instead, it pops out. It's brilliant. Perfect. Pixel perfect play.
We got to see that again. And I'm wondering, did he get a wave dash on the wall? I'm not sure. Doesn't matter. Nas says, shut up. Look at me. Okay, I'm the guy who gets the highlight plays. I got the musty flick. I can do cool things too, except I might just be 3 goals down and you're not.
At the end of this game, Nas is saying, look, let's just finish setting this one up. Let's just set this at 5-2. Let's make it so that we are done in this game. 3-2 rack in 20 seconds. It won't be happening. Carmine Corp, what a riot they are running here.
Truly. I mean, I feel the story is kind of unfolding right now. We just watched Zato, and now it's we don't have the nickname for Vatira Juicy yet. Maybe it will come to us as Oski. All right, wait 6 seconds. It's twos, Stumpy. I don't know.
And we're seeing a little bit of a delayed activation here by Gentlemates. I don't know if it's going to necessarily be enough, but with 6 seconds, I'm always up for waiting and watching. Let's see. What's the kickoff strike going to be? A fake nearly gets to that second man. Instead, Oski's not able to make contact. Game 2 is straight to Casey.
Oh, I saw that pinch. That's what Atto and Zen were going for in the last series. Almost connected there. Ball's going to hit the ground. KC still remain on top, and it has been up to Gentlemates this entire time to figure out how to craft the kryptonite that will take down the blue wall.
Yeah, I think they're going to need to be in the lab a little bit longer. I don't know if they're going to be taking a timeout. I can only assume that they've got their typical coaches. I assume that it's Snasky,
right?
Gentlemates right now, and it's extra for Carmine Corp. I'm not too sure.
When you'd think you'd call it right here. There's almost no moment.
Yeah,
you had a little bit. You called it like a delayed activation. I love that. And there was moments where maybe they could find some energy and bring that into the next game, but with everything we got out of KC, and I want to see that juicy play again. So you're talking about the catch on the sidewall.
Yes.
I don't even know how he managed
I think it was a goal
perfectly.
4? The goal 5?
He cradled it We'll have to take a look tomorrow because it was one for the books.
Leaf, whack it in the top place, mate.
Yeah,
it wasn't,
Leaf is listening.
but I really
I know,
liked it, so I'd like to see it again. But yeah, I think that realistically, we've not seen the setup finished here for Gentlemates. They started almost every play really well, and then it ends up with them not quite being able to take that final step. They can't tick the last box. They're not able to really get into the final phase of play particularly frequently. Whereas Carmine Corp, everything they're trying, near enough, either it works or it doesn't quite work, and then they're back to defend against the counter.
Right. And if it doesn't quite work, they're still getting a touch on the ball, still finding ways to make it uncomfortable for Gentlemates. You just can't say the same for the orange side. It's very black and white. It's all or nothing for this roster. They've got to find a way to balance things out. Nass up in the air. Solo play. Flip reset. Oski's waiting patiently in the background, and it's not going to come to him, but he can at least keep possession forward. And a good start out of Gentlemates in this game.
Yeah, this aggression is going to be paying dividends to them, hopefully. It needs to last a little bit longer to then work some of the boost away from the tanks of Carmine Corp. So you see immediate challenge into the midfield. Now Vatira has to get it away from Oski. Will we see a skim? No, Oski's up early to try and prevent that from happening. I like it. Just get a contingency plan. Make sure that he can't be styled on quite that much. Oski does beat Vatira. Lovely play into the double. The landing does not go his way, neither does the boost. But with the demo, Nass finds the net completely vacant. And again, Gentlemates take first blood.
They take the first one, and that's a real good demo in the corner. Oski made use of all the few remaining pieces that he had in his tank of boost. Got a demo, got the pass off. Nass feeling good with that first goal, but how can they continue to build on this Stumpy? We've seen it before, but they need consistency.
And they just need also more extended phases of play where they can properly commit into the opposite half, steal some boost, get some demos, whatever it is, or force some silly commits, make some two-on-one situations. You know, make it so the formation falls apart, because right now it shows no sign of falling apart under its own weight. Gentlemates need to add pressure.
Here's Vati behind the ball. Haven't seen as many demo attempts out of Vatira. Next, the midfield boost. Juicy's going to do a little bit of work by himself. A couple of tester shots. Back in the air, using the ceiling. We've seen it so many times before. Not as effective, but this is the type of pressure that you want if you're Casey. Keeping the ball in the opponent's half, stealing some boost, getting comfortable, locking things down.
Backboard, Oski has to defend, and it's going to be Juicy doing his best just to wait and lurk, and Oski sends him scurrying back into his own half. Nearly sneaks its way in. Nass is beaten, Oski is not, and then this is how quickly situations can turn around. A lovely read from Vatira. I don't know how he's done that.
I don't even know how you read that. That is the most awkward bounce from the corner, and he's up so early, preventing another catastrophe. Out of Gentlemates, past the midfield.
Wow.
A lot of work. Juicy! A snipe from the left corner.
And Vatira is just so persistent here. Right, that's so mechanical. Steals the boost, jumps, then gets a reverse wave dash on the wall as he lands, then face the other way with speed, and then instantly jumps off and passes it back to Juicy, who then has to sink it top left corner. Such a deceptively simple looking play, layers upon layers of mechanical brilliance. And again, he full carries it over both defenders. Vatira is on something else.
We've been witnessing that a lot, and I just casted that last game too. There's these small moments. Maybe it's because there's a lot of space on the field, or less players makes it somehow look less chaotic, so it's less impressive. But no, these are small, like you talked about, pixel perfect moments where every spin of the wheel, every little slight movement is make or break, do or die, and KC are walking that tightrope.
And that's exactly what we saw from Carmine Corp as well. Vatira does miss that one. That was a bit of an interesting choice. It was low on boost. I don't know if he thought that there was going to be somebody instant challenging him, but Juicy did bump away the final defender. He had space and time, so a little bit of a rare error from the man that won MVP at the Parisian Major. Good bump. Juicy with an open net. Again, riots are being run.
Oh, yeah. And it's always Vatira in the corner. That is just so much work. Juicy doesn't have to do much. You've got Vati. He wins the challenge at the 50, then deletes the last player on the goal line. Juicy's just got to be there for the consistent finish, which is what I was hoping would have been what we saw out of Man City. I wanted Acro to kind of play this role that Vatira's in, and Juicy could be Seiko, because that's the way that 2s usually falls. You've got one aggressor making things uncomfortable, and somebody else consistently slotting away shots.
Nice reset from Nas for the first venture into the blue half for a while for Gentlemates. Look at him just like trying to prod and lurk and try to make it so that Gentlemates do something. And here they are doing a lot of things. One reset into the second. Nas beats the man that seemed unfallible.
Yeah, and it's just because Oski's making him uncomfortable. For once, you force him to jump early. He has to go for that challenge in a position he didn't want to be in. And Nas has that reset, slots it home, all tied up. Gentlemates, is this finally where we see them find a little bit of resurgence?
And they're going to need it. Otherwise, they have to get the reverse sweep against a team that is looking pretty unstoppable. Tira, 1-2, nearly the third. Has to call both defenders in. Try and clear it away. GC is a very aggressive positioning, and that's what's shutting down all of these counterattacks. Is the second man. They're not waiting back for Calming Corp. They are instantly challenging before any counterattack can really become a threat.
And it's just those rotations back. They can be risky because they have the movement to get back on defense so quickly, whether it's with the chain dashes, finding beautiful rotations on those pads and the corner boosts. They've always got a game plan. But so does Oski when he's in the air. What does he do with it is the question. Not a lot of boost. Tried to get that musty last second. Had good power, but just not good accuracy. And it's back to the hands of KC. 10 seconds to go.
And that's a chance of Juicy. Just get the reset, sends it low. Nas in the corner. Now it's going to be a final chance for Gentlemates. To the ground. Juicy actually didn't make contact with him. Now it's going to be a 2-on-1. Vatira, if we know him so far, it's going to be... He makes contact, he sends it wide, but as soon as Vatira pops that, you know he's going for the air dribble bump. And the immediate fake kickoff. Gentlemates with good pressure.
Painful fake kickoff too. He got demoed. Actually ended up working against KC. Vati, he has to find a touch. He does. Back over to the hands of Oski himself. Keep saying this man's name because he's always behind the ball, always going for those air dribbles. And still a couple of borderline close touches out of KC. They've got to find these hits, and they are.
I mean, there's a lot of plays here for Gentlemates that have the first few layers that are locked in. You know, they're getting one beat in the air, they're then getting one reset. But just so frequently, they can't get that final bit of action. Nas here attempting again. Gets a brilliant touch to the backboard, but can't get the final touch that actually sinks the ball into the net.
Vati flicking it over in the midfield, still winning that challenge. Good speed out of Juicy, but at 50. All right, things might turn into a 1v1, but no, Vatira eager to cut off that challenge. There's no boost from Juicy, which means all the space in the world will be given to Oski. He doesn't really do much with it. It's just back into the corner.
That's what I mean. Just they can't necessarily. The setup's a beginning, but there's no seeming ending to them. A minute 20 in. Juicy into the corner. One chance to get it towards Vatira. It's a fake in the end. Oski dives in, no contacts. Now Nas has to do something about it. You don't want to get a solo player. It's going to be a low 50. Nas is under pressure. Juicy lurks again with a 100 boost. You can just see what they're attempting to do, Calming Corp. They want to just beat one of the men, and then they can get one bump.
Yeah.
But that beat is currently not happening, so credit to Gentlemates for it.
They don't want to take the risky approach. They'll get a demo when they can afford to rotate forward. This is OT. First one we've seen in what feels like years. We've gotten a couple this weekend, but just not many. It's because these games are usually so high scoring, but this one, not as much. Coming down to the tiny touches. Vatira has to get a tiny touch there on the goal line, still saving it. It's back to Juicy.
I mean, this is absolutely Calming Corp's lowest scoring series, and good for them. It's going to be one more goal to add to their mountainous tally.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tough touch from Oski, and Vatira's positioning is sublime. Again, just touching it back into an awkward position, and in the end, Calming Corp are the benefactors.
And it's subtle, but that's Juicy waiting. just a little bit. If you were to go back and rewatch that, he used the last bit of boost right before going into the challenge. So I think if you're anybody on the defensive side, you see Juicy flying in, you assume he has no boost, but he's kind of faking you out, uses it in the last moment, wins the 50, and of course Vatir is expecting it. Karmine Corp, they dealt with their biggest obstacle so far against Gentlemates, who looked great. Like you said, Stumpy, they were able to generate things that looked like chances, but when it came to, you know, I guess the finishing touches, there just wasn't any.
It was that play from Vatira.
He got to turn the fan on too. All right, it's getting hot in there. He's
Goes
cooking.
and speaks to his number one fan and manages to just cool off a little bit, because what we've seen from Vatira so far has been nothing short of one of the best 2v2 performances we've seen today. I think it's impressive when you see what No Miss Just Fake can do with Zatao, but that is against a team that is ultimately not as strong as Gentlemates. And Karmine Corp are 3-0 up over this Gentlemates team.
Which just shows you who the favorites are so far heading into the grand finals and obviously the semifinals. But for the most part, I mean, this series isn't over. We're talking like it is, but
oh, it's definitely not, yeah.
Hey, man, they're Gentlemates. There's a reason why it came down to Gentlemates, KC, and of course, Zen and Atto. Those are the guys that everybody thought could take the title of first 2v2 champions. And they're still in it, and they're showing it right now with Juicy trying to get a shot, but Oski at the save.
I mean, it's that, and also their chance to compete for a pretty meaty payday. You know, here on the online events and at LAN.
And you're going to Worlds.
To try and compete for $100,000 in the grand final. I mean, all these players are already going to Worlds. You know,
it's just
they just want to have another prize pool.
Yeah, the 3v3 money, then the 2v2 money. I mean, oh my God.
It's something that I think a lot of these players is going to be an extra layer of pride, as we saw from Nubo, for winning the inaugural event. You know, we still talk about Season 1 winners of the RLCS in a 3v3. We still talk about Nubo being that first 1v1 player to win in the RLCS. It was a huge point of pride for these guys to be the first to do it, not just one of many.
Not just one of many. Try to truly make history. Got the opportunity to play in the first ever 2v2s. It doesn't look like they are ungrateful for this opportunity. At least KC, I mean, they're making use of every moment they get to show us what they've got.
It's also the fact that you've got the win here would mean that you avoid Zatao in that semi-final. You go to the different side of the bracket. You go to face the winner of City versus Chemistry. It's a lot easier, I think, compared to then heading over into the essentially Vitality Atao side of things.
And even though this is twos, it could be more frustrating for Gentlemates. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a rematch from Paris, where they were unable to take down the blue wall. Can't do it in twos. You're starting to build that curse where you just can't seem to get past these guys.
Ski up for that double. It has to be a tight angle. It's going to be a miss instead. Oh, Vatira, the fact they even went for that meant that Nas couldn't. Vatira, though he was low on boost, he makes it that bit more awkward. Oski will not jump for that as Juicy's on the backboard. Full court carry for Juicy. Reset, double attempt. Just wide. Vatira's there to clean things up, but it's a slow shot.
And you'd think that somebody would capitalize. I mean, that's a slow shot out of KC. Certainly, Nas is going to put this one away. He has to reset. It's going to be wide. And there's moments where you've got KC pushing forward, and they don't get the goal, and you're thinking, okay, this is where Gentlemates strike back, but they don't. Vati underneath the ball. Doesn't win against two players, but still a good enough 50-50 to set Juicy back up. And I'm asking, when are we going to get more out of Gentlemates, Stumpy?
I mean, Gentlemates have gone ahead in at least 3 of the games. Chance for a psycho there for GT. Gone ahead on at least 3 of the games so far, or 2 of the games rather. They just can't actually finish what they've started. That's their problem. This game is a lot better technically because, yes, they've not gone ahead, but it feels a bit more competitive. They've not sort of had that burden of one goal that has fallen in their favor. But it's obviously technically worse because then they don't have that one goal that they can at least hold on to.
Right. But they've managed to do well against the offense of Vati Juicy. Been a lot of demo attempts, bump plays, Juicy behind the ball. Moments where things have been weak out of Gentlemates in the defensive side. They've stood tall, and now it's time to strike like I said, on the offense. When can they capitalize? There's moments where KC do push up too much.
Yeah.
Just waiting on it.
And just in those moments, though, KC, they always set themselves up by stealing some boost, meaning that the fast counterattack isn't possible. So it becomes a little bit harder to actually get the counterattack against Karmine Corp. But as we enter the final minute, Vatira and Juicy are going to be on a tear with a reset. Vatira needs to beat one. He does not do so. Juicy's there. He slow rolls them and sinks it.
I just love the positioning of Juicy. You've got Oski who flew forward. He's light years away from getting back on defense. And Juicy, all he has to do is wait patiently and know that that challenge will stay right in front of the goal line. Probably the easiest goal Juicy's going to get all series long. And it couldn't come at a better moment with just under a minute to go as they're about to take the series.
Extremely vital minute. Bear in mind, whoever loses this is not going to be out. They just go onto the same side to face off against GK and then Zatao later on tomorrow. Got a huge Sunday coming. The Gentlemates have still got a chance here. It's a lovely pass central. Oscar again doesn't commit. Not a good touch by Vatira. He just lands on it and gives mates a goal.
And you don't get mistakes like this often. Vatira was falling away from that pre-flip. He tried to get in front of it. I think he assumed maybe a faster shot or touch would come out of Gentlemates. But once you commit to the flip, there's really no changing the momentum, Stumpy, and you're landing on it and looking a little embarrassed.
Yeah, it's easy enough to happen, but you just don't want it to. Oski, chance for a double. It's going to have to be a tight angle. Vatira, perfect position for him. Covers the net nicely there with Juicy on nothing. Vatira on nothing. The iron is hot. Can Gentlemate strike? A reset. Juicy's on the back wall. He has to make contact. And his positioning, yet again, is dead on.
Right, here we go. Gentlemates needed Nas to come up clutch. 5 seconds. There was a moment where he almost got that buzzer beater in the previous games. Come on, something here. Vati's not going to let that one drop. He's got too much boost. Plenty of opportunities, but that touch is going to get away from him. OT on the board.
And this is going to be the second overtime. Previous game took 2.25 minutes to finalize, and it ended up going to Karmine Corp, of course.
Oh, that's dropping down.
Straight towards Vatira. We've seen that a couple of times. He gets the first touch. Got the reset there, but Nas can clear it away from him. But low boost, you're seeing those moments just build up, and Juicy, he puts the fear of God in Nas as he can hear the boost start revving up behind him.
And I'm not seeing as many bump plays. I don't think Vatira wants to go for those. This is a 2-on-1 situation. And yeah, he's going to rotate back. Normally, I feel like we'd see him go for these bump plays. He's getting more aggressive. Maybe the OT is getting to his head. And opts to not go for a risky play. What's he going to do with this? Just boom it over to Juicy and see how they can brew up something special.
It's going to be a bump on Nas, I think. It's going to be a tap down. What? Miscommunication. I thought there'd be a bump on Nas from Vatira. Juicy thought the same. They could just go for it. But Vatira fancied passing the ball again. I think Vatira's in the wrong.
Well, I'm telling you, he's been more passive. Normally, we do see him go for these bump plays. He's getting aggressive. He leaves the ball, but here he doesn't want to give it up. A little bit selfish, a little bit greedy, but we know why. He's got the mechs to prove that he can keep the ball to himself. That's not going to be the reason why they get their winning goal just yet. 2 players back. Oski, Nas, struggling to find the right formation. Ball's going to bounce out. Nas underneath it. Very patient. And here's Vati being patient himself. Doesn't want to overextend. Can he get a bump? No, he's going to get knocked out the way, and it's going back to the midfield.
I mean, it's do or die for Gentlemates. This is the only opportunity they're going to have, unless somehow they make it through into one of those finals. Tira on the side, finds Oski, but a pinch mid again. Surely not Oski, cannot happen again. Seems to be the first one to it, but a little bit too far, so has to take it corner bound instead. Oski low boost, good ambition, keeps it away from Vatira. Again, low boost, and you know a player's low, I think, when they bang it. They just get rid, they heat check, and Vatira, he's got enough wherewithal to keep this one away. Now Oski has boost. Now he has time, space, a reset, just wide. Vati versus Nas, not a lick of boost between them. It's going to be the hook shot saved.
Oh, and I love these moments in 2v2 where it's big clear after big clear, 1v1s. Who can get the right counterattack and punish on the other, not winning out that 1v1. Maybe it's going to be Oski. Oh, just so much left on the table. Still, I've been on Vati's cam. He's getting more and more passive. When is he going to go for that bump? Who is it going to be? Who does he want to take out?
mean, maybe it's Gentlemates, you know, just putting themselves in better situations where they can't be
harder to bump. Right.
Yeah, where it becomes a lot more tough. Juicy full court carries into the corner. These bounces have done well for Carmine Corp previously. It may well happen again. Juicy does not fancy jumping for it. Lucky challenges from the back wall. Juicy with nothing and no touch is possible.
Oh, Juicy didn't rotate all the way back. I thought he was going to go for the midfield boost. Nas avoiding the bump from Vati. Still doing a little bit of work in the corner. Things have slowed down. There was a barrage of counterattacks. Wait, there's a counterattack right here from Oski. That's not the best touch. Juicy can't get underneath it. The ball falls in.
That's one. One on the journey. One brick has been laid.
Step one.
And that's the closest Juicy can get to saving it without actually saving it.
Yeah.
It's also interesting to see that all these players are at home at the moment. They're taking their well-deserved time to be with their families in between all of the hectic RLCS schedule. But they go, be right back. I just need to qualify for Worlds again.
Yeah, well-deserved time on holiday while they're also competing in the first ever 2v2 in the RLCS. And what a weird way to end it. Of all the ways that could have ended, I did not think it was going to be a situation where KC were making a mistake. I thought that it was going to be something crazy from Nas, maybe Oski paving the way, but no, it's just Juicy not getting the right touch. And a couple of subtle moments that Gentlemates were able to finally capitalize.
And it was, of course, that awkward goal that Vatira ended up gifting to Gentlemates, where he lands on the ball, takes away from Juicy. And the bad comms, weird moment.
Forgot about that one.
Yeah, just sort of whatever happens, you know, however that ended up coming through, Vatira lands on it. And it's certainly one of those games where I felt like, you know, there hadn't been quite as much bite from Vatira in that one as well. He did get over 1,000-point game and doubled the points of Juicy.
Right.
So
we're complaining. You should have done more. Where's the 2K game? Give me 2,000.
The 2K game, surely.
Yeah.
Someone will drop it at some point. On Parc de Paris, we have seen Carmine Corp win in front of the Eiffel Tower just a couple of weeks ago. Can they shut down Mates here yet again?
And I expect to get a much more aggressive KC. Maybe there's some hesitation out of Vatira just because he did make that earlier mistake and pre-flipped on top of the ball. Could have ruined a bit of it and a bit of his confidence. But this should be a completely different game. But you could also say that for Gentlemates, they finally got one under their belt. Maybe they're going to be moving differently on the field as well.
Oh, Nas makes it very awkward. Vatira, again, time on the goal line, does end up taking it. And I think the wherewithal for me from Carmine Corp when they have got a chance on their goal line is very impressive. They've got no time there to think. They had no opportunity to slow the game down as Oski makes it rapid.
No, and you just got to get a touch. You got to put a hand up for Vati. Nothing, no connection. And he's been reading those usually very well. I think we were complimenting him earlier where he was able to get those crazy reads off the backboard. Nothing there. And Gentlemates say thank you for the free double tap.
Oski again wanting to sneak one more in and does so. We've seen Gentlemates get one goal early, and Gentlemates fans will know that they've lost in that position already. Juicy, he basically gives up, sees it fall in, and thinks, you know what, you're beating me. I'm not going to jump for this. I'm not going to go for it. I don't know why he's not jumped for it personally, but he clearly knew more than me. Pinch from Nas is not successful, but this is the first time we've seen Gentlemates have a 2-goal lead in any game.
Well, Juicy must have just known he wasn't going to get a touch on the ball, but you'd still expect to see the hustle to be a sign of potential frustration. It's just real good on Gentlemates to get those first 2 goals. Feels like a curse has been lifted. The floodgates are open, and they're not stopping 3-0.
3 on the trot for Gentlemates. Finally, things are clicking. Unlike our production, they can actually finish their setups now. And Carmine Corp, they have to chase 3 goals back with only 1 minute and 15 gone.
I mean, this is a big hurdle, big obstacle. KC can do it. They've got to find that right formation. It's going to be even more difficult because I think the confidence is flowing through the veins of Gentlemates. Every challenge, every shot has a little bit more power behind it. Nas, slow underneath it. Nice catch. I think at this point, you can just cruise. You're in a 2v2 matchup. How many times has this happened in range where you go 3-0-2s and you kind of lean back and say, okay, I don't really have to do much. Just got to win some 50-50s, and hopefully it's smooth sailing.
I feel like smooth sailing right now is exactly what Karmine Corp would like for this series to turn into. Just, okay, you've got your couple of goals, you've got your game, but end it there, fellas. Let's cut that out now. Let's not make it silly. As her pinch goes to the opposite side of the pitch. A doink from Vatira, only as far as his 12-yard box, and Oski can have the immediate reception.
There's going to be more aggression from KC. They need to, honestly, stomp on the gas right now. Yeah. All the way down. They're just so passive, not taking any risks. Juicy's eagerly clearing it out there. He does take midfield boost, but the counterattack is so fast, so quick. You have to deal with it right away. I think we're also seeing Karmine Corp. They haven't needed to give opportunities away in the you know, for counterattacks. They've not been counterattacked. They have just been outplayed. And Gentlemates have played this game to absolute perfection so far. They have tried to batter them as often as they can. Reset.
Juicy, nice little reset. Vatira though just wants to go for the immediate shot, and a double layer defense does keep it away.
Weird. I feel like normally we wouldn't see Vatira go for the immediate shot. He's usually more clever than that. I was expecting a fake or a chip off the backboard. It's very easy to see that they are desperate for at least one goal, something to get the ball rolling. And this could be it. It is Vatira off a little bit of pinball. He's going to squeeze this one in.
Well, from 0 to 100 seconds left, Vatira can just about squeeze it below the bar with a little bit of pinball. And it comes in the form of yet another dunk. One more dunk, one more bump, and the first goal in game number 5 for Karmine.
We've been waiting for it. Knew it was coming. It might just be a little bit later than the players here anticipated. They've also got 2 more to get under their belt just to tie things up. Juicy. This could be the second. You're bumping Nas, who does avoid the bump, saves the reset, and is going to go ahead and get the clear.
Gets in the way as well, gets the goal in fact.
Oh my God.
An absolute masterclass. Rotates via the boost and all, times it to perfection, the double tap off the wall. That could not have been any more perfect for an assassin.
I mean, a defensive showing, a masterclass there to dodge the demo. He saved the flip. I called it a reset, but he just saved the flip. He was already up in the air and had that one. Got a touch, then takes it down the other side. At this point, this is a player who can do no wrong. Reminded of the Boston Major Grand Finals performance. We know he's got just a lot of mechanics to unleash, and so does Vatira.
Sometimes, though, you talk about mechanics. This is just have a hook shot, toe punt it. Just give it a go. Oski has to cover the net. It's a good idea from him, but Vatira's already read that play. Send it wide off the side and immediately have it rebound back to you. Brilliant play from Karmine. But still the advantage until Nas slow plays it and Vatira sees the door ajar.
Oh, there's just no smiles on the cams. You know that's a painful one to give up. Nas, he cheated up too much. I still feel like he could have flipped into it. It was a weird bit of momentum. You saw his speed abruptly change and he flew past the ball. No correction. And you're given, an inch to KC, they might take a mile.
I mean, they're going to have to try and take just a couple of more goals here. They're going to be getting the dub. Has to get that one away. Does it awkwardly. Nas is now beaten. 50 attempt from Juicy, but him with low boost. Both Oski and Vatira had 100. Both Nas and Juicy had 0. And both teams were trying to get the ball to the opposite player. Right. Does go in favor of Karmine Corp. Back in their own half. Yeah, that boost is back in favor.
Yeah. Thought something was going to break out. Bati. Looks like KC they just want to throw the ball into the corners, hope that a mistake comes out, but with barely any time left. Wait, a mistake does come out. It's wide open. No! How did they know? They were just waiting for the defense to crumble.
It's a disaster. That's a cool level pinch. It goes straight back central. And Oski, another errant touch.
That's both players on Gentlemates making a crucial, critical mistake on defense. You can't be giving those up, especially when you're trying to get a reverse sweep after just getting step one completed, and the ball's still up in the air. Oh no! Oh no, Stumpy. Okay, we're good. We're going into OT.
Oh my goodness. That Oski needed that ball to do quite literally anything else. Nas commits very close on it. Juicy did not have the want to get too close on that 50 as he then rotates back round as Nas gets rid of Juicy on that challenge. But Oski completely removing the ball from their possession.
Yeah, he just booms it to the corner. It might be the jitters, the nerves in this OT. Just committed a couple of mistakes. He just committed a crime on defense with that pinch previously, so he's trying to just purge himself from that. But Vati, off the ceiling, he's still got the reset. Juicy wide open, top left, not gonna get it in, posting out.
Juicy moves a little bit too far forwards. If he's literally half a car length back, I think that ends up just going straight in. He'll have way more of a shooting chance. Oski now has got no boost. He leaves it to Vatira. Again, Juicy with the double. Nas can clear it away this time, but Nas has been left on his own with half a tank of boost repeatedly. It cannot continue.
Oh, it can't continue because he's getting a goal right now. OT is over. 5-4. You thought Gentlemates were weakened. They were limping on defense, but here they are, still to secure game number 2 for them, and the reverse sweep continues.
It is yet again, by the way, an 1,100 point game for Vatira. He's absolutely demolishing every statistic in the game, and yet Gentlemates still come through with the win. This is Nas versus Vatira in the latter half of the series. Oski has thrown away a couple of goals. I've been annoyed at that young man, quite frankly, for the ones that he's given away. This should not have gone to overtime.
We had back-to-back throws, really, from Gentlemates to get us into that OT. Nas on the kickoff, just not the best cheat. Oski unable to get a pinch. And these were the two guys, obviously, who had everything in full motion. Swinging great, lights out. Things got a little bit dicey, and I thought that was going to be the throw. Typically, we see this happen. A team goes into OT, they lose all the momentum, and then they get scored on because they have no confidence. But that double tap is going to seal the deal, and you see the signs of frustration out of Vatira.
That's a lot of frustration.
Yeah.
We don't normally see him do that on like the 3v3 stage either.
No.
But Nas, very impressed by him.
There's something about twos, dude. I think everybody has like trauma with twos. Yeah. You know, when you get scored on in this game mode, this is all they play. So you're just reminded of all the past memories and ranked with your teammate getting frustrated.
You know how it feels. Like when that happens, you know how it feels to lose a 2v2 match. Nas comes scampering back into frame. Hello, mate. Welcome back. I mean, we're on game 6. This didn't feel like it would go this far. I think that's still at the top of the series.
Neo Tokyo. I don't know.
I did not think it would go this far. Nas drops a sorry in chat as the referee asks what's up. It's okay. He's back. We're all right. Neo Tokyo championships have been won here. Can an upper bracket final be won here as well?
Oh boy, it's gonna come down to the mental game out of KC. I think Gentlemates were up against it too. They just committed 2 horrible defensive mistakes. Still fought back.
Good demo.
Trigger them, and that demo will smoothen out whatever mistakes or pain you experienced in the last game.
And that's reminiscent of the first couple of games as well. Get the pass, get the demo, get the goal, move on. Although we have seen the double wins back-to-back for Gentlemates to give them 2 games in this series to make it a lot tighter, attempting a reverse sweep. Anybody who has only recently joined us. But Nas with 1 reset can't make it over the first defender, and so it falls to a 2v1 again. Nice play from Oski with an even better catch on the backboard. Really nice composure.
And that's good work too from Nas to steal his own corner boost. I guess you wouldn't necessarily call it stealing, but Vatira was looking for it. If you can manage your own boost pads and 2s, it just relieves so much pressure. But hold on. Gonna have to deal with the pressure of Vati. Is he gonna recover off the flick? He does. 2-0.
That's a missed position here from Nas. I was about to praise him because he turned back around on it, and then he goes out so wide and then jumps early. He then opens up his hand entirely to Vatira and says, mate, I've jumped. All you now need to do is get it past me here, and you do have a goal.
Well, he kind of
poor positioning.
He hit the brakes a little bit too. I thought the speed of his car looked awkward. Oski, nice speed on the shot. Juicy had him red though. And those defensive mistakes are showing once more. I feel like they're bleeding into this game, which is what got us into that OT previously. Surely this goal from Nas though will give him a bit of safety.
Lovely shot from Nas here. Oski forces the error. Vatira has to do something. And Nas has to shoot low. Juicy almost gets to it, even with the in and out save. But Nas has enough precision to bring one back. And Gentlemates, they stay alive in the series.
Staying alive, but not tied up. Still work to be done. Oh, beautiful 50. Winning over 2 of them. Can he get the pinch 2? That's the pinch that Oski was looking for in the last game. They didn't get it.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm scarred from that.
That's going to haunt him.
Moment. Yeah, it's good. Well, I don't know. I mean, you won the game. Maybe he's not thinking about it too much, but you're thinking about Juicy and how he's approaching the ball. Vati, flip reset, still nothing. Almost halfway through this game. KC got out on the right foot, but Gentlemates slowly climbing back.
It's a good idea for the bump there from Vatira, but Oski just made sure that he challenged nice and low, challenged early, got the ball away from Juicy's attempt. Reset from Vatira, not quite enough speed on this one, so Oski again into the corner, but this setting up, the boost steals, the bumps. Vatira loses all momentum, can't get that corner boost, so this ball's going to speed up and just flirts with the idea of going in the net.
Just flirts with it, hits the brakes. Oh! There was a demo. I believe this was Nas. Did he go all the way corner to corner? He did. He's chasing out Juicy, steals their boost, then rotates back in, has the trust that Oski's going to dish it to him. It comes out on a silver platter, and he's got the tied-up goal.
It's a big dive for Vatira as well. He knows that Juicy's gone, so he thinks, all right, I'm just going to immediately go on this. The net is left theoretically quite open on the other side, but Oski completely dusts him and outsped a Carmine Corp. Juicy, another chance, but Nas into the corner.
I think that started off with a fake kickoff from KC.
Oh, miss!
They're a little slow to get back. What is going on in the midfield?
Another error. We've seen them get punished every time as well. Oh, sorry, no, I completely missaw. It was Oski with a fake, rather. I thought that was one of the blue players.
He faked you.
He faked me. It was such a fake that I thought he was a completely different team.
I mean, I don't even know why he jumped for it. I'm not going to lie. I see him going up for it. I'm like, what are you doing, bro? And I guess it works as a fake. A little bit of a mirage.
Oh, double demo.
Smoke screen. Double demo is going to do it. We're back. All tied up game.
I mean, end-to-end, 6 goals, double demos in just about 3 minutes. Vatira with a B, and then desperately chasing it to sneak it home into the net.
Yeah.
Almost every kickoff right now has led to a goal.
It's just scrappy, Stumpy. This game, it's just devolved into chaos. Demos, weird fakes, double demos. Vatira's always up in the air. Nas is going for those flip resets. But we've only got 2 minutes to figure out who can actually get that game-winning goal.
And Vatira and Nas have already got 600 points each. They are outscoring their teammates double on both sides. A true head-to-head. Nas comes in, does get that save as Oski forces Vatira shot high.
But I guess that's what you want with the points, the disparity. The 2 players that are chasing the ball the most, always on top of it, you'd assume have the most points. They've got to make the biggest impact. Oski trying to make an impact, touching it back to the midfield. Oh, and this is a 1v1. Is Vati going to go for the demo? Pinch off the ceiling. Kind of weird. Not sure why Juicy didn't just keep that to himself because he's giving away possession. And you've got a similar situation down on the other side.
Yeah, I didn't love that from Juicy. I think Nas positioned really well. Goes on the backboard so he can be any height he needs to. Vatira can chase it, uses that flip, sends it into the backboard, but Nas intelligently reads. Final minute is approaching. Juicy round 1, but Nas to collect. Does get the bump on Oski. It's going to go middle. Nas on target. It all works out in the end.
I'm telling you, it looks like there's a mistake. Something breaking down for Gentlemates, and it almost baits in Carmine Corp. They see the dysfunction in the defensive rotations out of Gentlemates. They push forward. They don't win the challenge, and all of a sudden the net's wide open. 4-3. Gentlemates, they've done it. And can they hold on?
Yeah, if I'm a Gentlemates fan, I'm still not believing that they have done it. This is still not Game 7. Not with how it's been. Vatira especially slams it into the crossbar. Juicy needing to chase it. This is where the game becomes hectic for Karmine Corp and needs to be placated and slowed down if you're the mates.
You cannot panic as you see KC extend more and more. They're going to throw everything they have in the kitchen sink at the defense. Get aggressive, go for demos, use boost in moments where they usually wouldn't. Oski landed underneath the ball. Chip of a shot, but not going in. Nas still looking for something, just trying to waste time at this point. He doesn't care if he gets the goal, he just has to run that clock down.
It's been 40 seconds or so since that goal, and he's only just entered the orange half. Was the first time, the only time that they need. Slowed down by Oski, immediately sped up, on target. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Game 7.
Finally, this is what we wanted, the Game 7. And it's almost like a full circle moment here. Because if you think about last game, you know, we went to that OT. We had Gentlemates crumble in the final few seconds. This time, they are not. And I think Game 7 is going to deliver now the best of both sides. Gentlemates have shown up in the series. And we are going the distance, Stumpy.
This is, it's going to be 6 to end it. And the only win in this series so far where it has not been won via the medium of an overtime. And the opposite of an overtime, my friend, from an OT is a TO. Juicy calls it. The ref confirms it. 2 minutes on the clock.
Well, we've got the timeout now, which I genuinely forgot we even had that. I feel like nobody's been utilizing that really all day. And what's going to happen? What do you say in this extra bit of length? I think for KC, you got to relax. This is weird moments where I don't even blame them, actually. Now, I'm reflecting on this game. There were so many moments where Gentlemates
disagreed with yourself 2 seconds ago.
I had to think about it for a second because at first I was like, oh, KC has got to recover and figure things out. But in reality, I think they're just frustrated because you're looking at Gentlemates. What are they doing on the positioning? They're like double committing. They're getting weird pinch plays. They're in awkward positions where they shouldn't be scoring a goal. And at this point, you don't worry about playing better. You worry about not getting tilted. Don't take the rage bait that's getting set up.
I think we're just seeing a lot of frustration from Karmine Corp, where they're snatching at opportunities that previously they would have taken their time with. They would have slowed it down, got another 50. They would have thought, we have another chance coming. And they're starting to believe that they might not have that second bite of the cherry. And Gentlemates, they're quite happy to just completely full send it, see what happens down the other end.
There's no way, though. There's no way, Stumpy, that we get similar goals. Like, they cannot recreate whatever it was in the last game. Gentlemates, like there was that play where they bumped each other. They're still going for it. Maybe it's just the twos chaos magic where that kind of stuff can happen, but I don't buy it. There's no way they recreate that. I think this Gentlemates squad, they've still got to do more if they want to win Game 7.
I mean, I would agree. I do think, however, that, you know, that was Karmine Corp going ahead by 2 goals, losing 3 in a row, sneaking one back just about, and then losing 3 more from that point. That's a frustrating way for it to end. Yes, 2 of them are technically in garbage time, near enough, but you need to keep your head on your shoulders for all of these moments.
Yeah, and you speak about frustration. Remember the Vati camp where we saw him with so much, it looked like he was frustrated.
It was. I feel like it wasn't like anger. It was almost like a, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Like a, kind of moment, which is, you can't be like thinking that. Vatira knows. Desperation's a great way to put it, yeah. Like, you can't be having those moments. It's got to be full bore, full everything, full send for Karmine Corp and Gentlemates. Game 7, the reverse sweep on the table for the Gentle Suits. Will the blue wall continue to crack?
And this couldn't come at a better time. Doesn't feel like either team didn't earn their spot to make it all the way this late in the series. Gentlemates peaking. Karmine Corp have been playing well all series long, and Vatira usually leading the way as he is for the first goal.
Really nice play from Vatira. Just has to go full speed. As soon as he pops it, Oski has to jump, otherwise he's going to get air dribble bumped. So as soon as he's in the air, Vatira can either go for a low 50, which is what he's been doing a lot of the time to force the ball low, or because he knows that Juicy has already gone for that challenge, he just has to keep it high. Does so perfectly. Great play from Vatira, and the opening goal falls to KC.
I think that focus is going to be a lot sharper for KC because you were harping on it, Stumpy, that they did go up, you know, those 2 goals, but maybe not. Nas Oh my goodness, how did he even get through this by himself? I thought it was going to be a two-man ever. It's just him alone.
I mean, this just encapsulates the series, right? Vatira does something beautiful. Nas does something beautiful. Juicy and Oski are there doing their thing too. Both doing pretty well, ultimately.
They're just letting their teammates get 1,000 points.
Yeah. Both holding the house down. Oh, by the way, last game, Nas got 1,000. Vatira only got 950, so washed, question mark.
Rough game for our boy. We're going to have to check in on him. All right, Nas, what else is there? You're chain dashing on the sidewall. Game 7. You know, we're getting it all. We've seen now the 2 highlight players, the star players, and making an impact. And it's going to come down to these guys, Juicy and Oski. The people you were saying that are just waiting there, watching the game unfold. They have to make an impact. What can they bring to the table?
It's an absolute slobber knocker between the 2 titans in this lobby. And Juicy comes in and delivers a punch himself. 1 goal apiece for everyone bar Oski. It's a lovely kickoff. Ball goes straight towards Vatira, who parked himself middle of the pitch. If that went either side of him, that was going to be an instant goal, but thankfully for him, it was not the case. A reset found, a reset successful, a demo even more successful, and then a fake from Juicy. I wouldn't have hated him going for the immediate challenge, but if he knows that Vatira's gone, then I suppose, yeah, waiting may well have been the correct course of action.
Oh my goodness, that 50 from Oski. He was so high above the ball. I would have just surely thought he was going to win on that 50. Avati definitely embracing the blue wall mentality on defense. Ball shot into the corner. More 50-50s. A battle of who has the strength, who has the muscle to continue forward in Game 7. So far, it has been KC. But we know Gentlemates have been hitting the gym, and maybe Oski can do a little bit of a bench press here and force it in.
Everybody getting involved in Champions Field Game 7. Oski this time with no boost, jumps and immediately turns to then be able to use his backflip flick as the dunking device on the final defender.
Muscle.
Every goal has been muscular, and it has been a joy to see every player come alive when it matters.
You gotta have the strength to get through these defenses. 50-50s are where it's at in this 2s match because you're playing it safe. This is Game 7. Their tournament lives are not on the line, but you want to avoid playing against Zen and Atso. So crucial to just dodge them and create a better path for the grand finals.
But we all definitely want one in chat if you do want to see Juicy and Vatira against Zen and Atto. Everybody does. You all do. Don't lie to us. Halfway through this potential reverse sweep Game 7 as Oski receives ball. Nas, doink, on target. He flips instead. Could have been a doink. Instead ends up as a goal.
And I'm just so proud of Gentlemates. They're capitalizing. These are moments that we didn't see from them earlier on in the series. They'd have a moment where they could counterattack, but now the mechanics come over. Nas parks himself right under the ball. Little chip, little doink. And it's a flashy way to get into the 3rd goal.
And exactly, 2.5 minutes through, 5 goals already. Chat liked it before, but this one really has been a slobber knocker of a Game 7.
A slobber knocker.
Juicy receives it midfield with the reset. No, instead he goes for one more touch, another reset. Second reset, not quite found. Used a lot of boost. Not get the ball as far as he would have wanted.
It's all up to KC. Something has to break through. 2 minutes. Oski.
Oh, Oski.
Backboard is clear, but Juicy had him red. That is a dangerous read. You don't want to have to make that again if you're on the defense.
The target was found, by the way. Juicy had to make that touch. Oski had the missile locked and loaded. Shot it straight towards the blue net in the midfield with 100 seconds. Juicy has to avoid the bump. Immediately relieves pressure of the ball towards the backboard. Nas can receive. The right-hand wing with, again, not much boost himself. He sees the midfield boost. The spawn immediately goes back, grabs it. Sees Oski move past him. And we're seeing a lot less of these double commits coming in by both teams so far. They seem to be a lot more cohesive across the board.
Yeah, I love that touch, too, from Oski. It does... I think it's coming down to Oski and Juicy. How much of an impact can they make? That's Oski with a flip reset. Nas getting a bump. The demo relieves pressure, flicks it over to Oski. They're running laps around the offense, reloading the artillery with all of the boost on the blue side, continuing to mount more and more pressure. The shots on target. Monty can't pitch it out. And we've got an extended lead from Gentlemates.
It felt so unlikely at the start of the series. And a defensive error from Vatira. He lets that ball go, and Oski lets it fly. Top left found, 2 clear. The reverse sweep, more than likely, but still work to do.
Oh, we've seen them fall, or at least get into OT a couple of games ago. The last few moments haven't been flawless out of Gentlemates, and they have an extended lead, but with what we're getting out of KC, I don't know if they have what it takes. Can they prove me wrong? Will they prove me wrong? Oski, critical touches, more challenges coming their way, but they just got to run this clock, Stumpy.
Yeah, this clock is going to be Casey's worst nightmare. It's going to be Oski and Nas's best friend. The return celebration. Nas shakes his tongue straight towards Vatira, who mocked him in Paris. Who did the celebration straight back in his face. 3 goals clear. Gentlemates have done almost every single inch of the work that they need to do. And in the final 15, it is going to be a parade.
Wow.
It felt unlikely. It felt impossible at times. Gentlemates reverse sweep Carmine Corp, and they succeed their way through into the semi-finals.
Gentlemates, man, how have they done it? KC, they look to be unstoppable in those first few games. And they still managed to get into OT. They were fighting. This wasn't a moment where Vati, Juicy, they were dropping the controllers. The mental game was dropped immediately. No, these guys were also playing their A game, but Gentlemates were that good. Reverse sweep pulled off, and they dodge Zen and Atso.
Anybody in chat, put me, smiley face, if you thought the Gentlemates were going to be winning that series after the first 3 games. And I trust you all. You know, if you did think that, me, smiley face. I didn't. I didn't at all. I am amazed at the resilience. I'm blown away by the capability that Gentlemates showed. And Carmine Corp, as you said, they did not fall apart. That was Gentlemates stepping up.
We didn't see, Vatira and Juicy have horrible moments on defense where you're thinking to yourself, what are they doing? I feel like they just had an inability to read the game. A lot of chaos was inflicted from Gentlemates, and they used it to their advantage. They exploited the desperation. We saw the emotions from Vatira. And I think at the end of the day, that's what plagued them. They couldn't get their heads back into Game 7, Stumpy.
Yeah,
even halfway, they went up. Didn't they go up first 2?
Yes, they did. Yeah. Well, the first 2 games, and they ended up winning the final 4. Gentlemates, they win. Desk?
That's a good question. Desk, I mean, Cole. I mean, he had the answer.
Smiley face. I never stopped doubting. You guys can confirm it. The whole time I was saying, don't worry about it. Gentlemates have got this. It's all good. As they threw away goal after goal in the first. It was like, it's all part of the plan. I knew.
Man, wow. I said that reverse sweeps might be a little easier in 2s just because momentum might be able to swing a little bit easier. I did not expect it in our match of the day of like 2 of the top teams in 2s, probably 2 of the top 3 teams here. And we saw a performance. There was moments early on. It feels like at times K-Corp got complacent almost in the middle of the series where they were in such control. I felt like Game 4 and Game 5, there's a moment, I think it was Game 5 overtime, where Juicy has a shot that he hits 9 times out of 10, but he's positioned a little bit awkwardly, a little bit lazy.
Oh, that was so
close. And he hits it off the crossbar, and it's like, it could have ended all there. Like, it could have ended 30 minutes ago. And
you reckon that was a tilt moment for them, Gibbs? Like, in the cast, they were saying that it was Gentlemates stepping up rather than KC not throwing, but lessening themselves. Do you reckon that moment there is a moment where actually, in hindsight, their performance did drop?
I still don't think they thought they were going to lose it after that moment either. It felt like they were in control in terms of like body language for a little while until the late games. But this is why when you're playing another talented 2 teams, you got to put them away. You got to put them away as soon as possible. Credit to Oski and Nas. They didn't have it early on. Like, especially Oski, I felt like at times was a little bit off, but he found his form late into this match. Well done, Gentlemates. You avoid Zaptao for now, but there's still way more to be played.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good showing, though. I mean, early on, to me, it looked like, yeah, a little bit of slow play from Oski, and I do think, I do agree, though, that it was, I think, a bit of step up there from Gentlemates. Naz, I think, was playing all right for the most way through, but it does get exhausting when you're playing this many games in a row of twos. Like, it's go, go, go. There's no, little sit back while two teammates are in front of you. You're always involved in these plays, so... Yeah, it could be exhausting, but you saw how much, Cole, that meant there to Vati. He was not happy at the end.
Yeah, I mean, you look back, you don't realize that 30 seconds away from winning it, couldn't quite do it, lose that overtime, and then Gentlemates just keep getting games, keep getting goals out of somewhere, out of anywhere. It wasn't easy at any point for them because there wasn't that dramatic throw. The fifth game was an overtime win as well. 5-4 overtimes exhausting in and of itself. And then you got the 6-3 and the 6-2 after that. So 12 goals across the last two games, Leaf. They turned on the taps, but Carmine Corp kept fighting the whole way.
Yeah, and any other teams now watching through the bracket, you know it's possible. You've seen it done here today, so don't give up, even if it feels like it's dire and the situation's out of hand, because the Gentlemates just look real good in that matchup there. And now we have Oski to talk about it. Oski, I gotta, first off, congratulations. That must have been exhausting. You tired yet?
Yeah, kind of, especially since the last game. Like, it's quite annoying, but I mean, I don't know. I played like kind of awful, and we still won, so I'm happy,
Yeah, well, I was gonna point that out, so I'm glad you did first. No, not awful, but it felt like, yeah, it was a little bit of, I guess, a struggle to get into the series for you. But it looked like by the end that you were kind of getting into it. What was kind of that change for you? Was it just maybe mental? What was going on from your end?
I don't know. I had pretty cold hands at the start, and I was trying to warm up mid-series, and they warmed up over time. But I don't know. I just started off really slow. It's definitely weird. Like, I don't know if you saw on the cameras, but like we stopped common. We completely threw away comms because common twos is so weird. And like yeah, I don't know. We brought it back after and it was working, but I don't know. It's really weird playing this twos in RLCS.
So when did you believe that it was possible? Because obviously down 3-0, there's probably like a lot of moments in game 4 you're like, yeah, this is probably over, even if we take a game or so. But what was the turning point when you guys are like, no, we can absolutely win this?
I mean, like when they went 3-0 up, like we have this saying in like mates, like general mates, like called M8 resilience, and we always say that no matter what the score is. And I mean, Nas is quite a hype guy, so he got pretty hype, and I kind of fed off that. And yeah, I don't know, but after that we just took it a game at a time, and yeah, it was good.
Well, first off, I just want to say shout out for bringing cold hands into it, because I get the same. You start playing, your hands are cold. Everyone thinks you're moaning about it, right? But Oski saying it proves that it's a thing. So thank you for that.
Of course.
You mentioned how different it is playing twos. Can you put that in a few more words? How different it feels? Because I mean, I'm looking at your Team Liquid chair. You've been in the scene now in threes for a long time, but it is different, right? Can you put into words how different it is for you as now an experienced pro player?
I don't know. It's like, for me, it's just more comms than like the actual gameplay. Like common with 2 people instead of 3, like, I don't know, you're expecting another person to be there, and it's a lot more chaotic, but it's much more like relaxed. But I don't know, like it's so weird because, like I said, we stopped common mid-series, and it also felt weird. So maybe it's part of me. I was just playing so bad that like I didn't really get to fully know how it is playing twos, but. I don't know. It's just something about it. It's different.
Yeah. No, it's interesting to hear, and that's why I'm curious. Like, do you feel like the wanting a little bit more, like, hey, it feels like it's missing something, make you play a little more aggressive to like compensate, or like, what do you think it's going to be to like overcome that, or maybe you did by the end of the series?
Probably experience. Like, I think the more we play it, like in RLCS, it'll be, it'll get better and better. But in freeze, like. Usually you have like people that can force for you, but if one person dives a bit too early and it's a 2v1, it's already like kind of cooked. So you need to be a lot more like on point. But yeah, I don't know. It's a lot more risky in twos compared to threes.
Mm-hmm.
So now as we look at the bracket, like I think a lot of us thought there was 3 teams that could possibly win it. Like you guys, K-Corp, and then obviously Atto and Zen. Now all of them are on the other part of the bracket. How important was this match for you to just avoid them until the grand finals?
I mean, yeah, it's obviously made the run a lot easier, but I don't think there's like an easy. I mean, obviously there's harder teams, right? But I don't know. I always had us and the Zen and Atao in the finals, like no matter what. So I didn't really think about it too much, but and I'm excited to play Acrosec or Eugen Wristfox tomorrow, and then hopefully Zen Atao in the final, and that'll be a good match.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I expect it to be as well. Hey, well, I'm not going to keep you any longer here. I just want to say congratulations. What a massive, a monstrous comeback there against a solid team as well. So you hopefully will feel like you can take on the world tomorrow, get some rest, and hopefully you're in it tomorrow. Thanks for chatting, Oski.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, like that's got to let you feel like you can take on the world, Cole. When you do something like that against the players they did it against.
Yeah, against the players they did it against, and also, you know, self-proclaimed playing badly, playing so badly that the comms go away. You sort of go into this. Yeah, somebody just pointed out in our text chat that it is very ranked doing twos. They're so used to doing that, playing in silence, listening to music. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter too much if you lose. You might not make it into the top 10 that day. Who cares? And then suddenly you're doing that thing that you're very comfortable in, 2v2. That play style that you've built up learning by yourself. You know, it's a very solo thing. And actually, there's $100,000 pop at the end of it if you win a few more matches. So you have to completely flip your mind, what it's been training for, what the muscle memory is saying, what the brain waves are saying. And you have to, like, do that on the fly. And that is what Gentlemen were just able to do after losing all of their chances to fail anymore, after losing the 3 games. You know what I mean? So it's a huge thing. It's a huge thing they've done there.
No, I get. I mean, it's we've probably all experienced it in different areas that when something's a little off, maybe you didn't get enough sleep, and an extra piece is out of the mixture. Yeah, it can feel really awkward if you've got a lot of muscle memory you usually rely on. So hopefully, again, they'll get used to it by tomorrow. And speaking of, we got, let's take a look at that schedule so we can just let you guys know what order the matches are going to be played in. We're going to find our first 2v2 champion for the European region here tomorrow. And here's our starting matches. Obviously, we still need to figure out who's going to be playing Gentlemates in their side there, as well as Zato's team over there. But up first, yeah, we've got what did we land on? Sacro and maybe Ufox, Riz.
I'm scared to say anything in case anything accidentally is like a bad one.
Okay,
Think before you speak. It's so easy to do that otherwise. I haven't looked at these.
That's fair. we'll let chat figure that one out. Anyway, yeah, but so far I do love the ship names. It's been good. And I've loved the gameplay. I mean, getting series like that's been super fun. Tomorrow, I just want to get before we send it off though, you two. Is it still Zato winning?
No. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no.
I was already ominously nodding.
Like Oski Nas. Oski did not play well today. I expect him to play better tomorrow. And because everyone is saying Zato, I feel like Oski and Nas win it. So I'm changing my pick. I'm going Oski Nas.
Okay,
you gotta be a hipster, Gibbs. I don't have to be a hipster. I'm gonna say that it will be Zato. I think there's too much aura there for them to lose.
Are you on pre-show tomorrow, Gibbs?
I'll
make you defend that tomorrow.
Okay,
but not today. We're all done for the day here. 2v2's done for Saturday, and we hope you'll join us for playoff. Tomorrow, it's Championship Sunday, where we crown our first 2v2 winner ever in the RLCS. Thanks for joining. We'll see you then.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?